The Many Faces of Sandinista Democracy. Catherine Hoyt. The Many Faces of Sandinista Democracy. Contents. Preface 7. Introduction. Self-determination. The precondition for democracy. Political democracy. Introduction. Rejection of bourgeois elections, acceptance of elections as tactical, elections on principle. Summary. Participatory democracy in action, from Sandinista defense committees to community movement, the women's movement, from subservience to independence. Summary. New radical thought on participatory democracy. Introduction. Sofia Montenegro, A Democracy Conscious of Gender and Ethnicity. Orlando Núñez Soto, The Popular Organizations as the New Democratic Vanguard. Summary. Economic Democracy, The Revolutionary Years, The Modernistic Vision of Jamie Wheelock, The Alternative Vision of the Peasant Farmer. Summary. 6 Contents. Economic Democracy, The Search for Alternatives to Neoliberalism, a different kind of privatization, confronting the New World Order. Summary. Democracy in the FSLN Party, Orthodox versus Renovationist, from a theoretical perspective, in search of mass support, 2 views, to collaborate or not to collaborate, inside the party, further disagreements, a look at the future. Preface. IRST went to Nicaragua as a clinic secretary and interpreter on the SS Hope Hospital ship. I ended up marrying a Nicaraguan pediatrician and living there for 16 years. I had 3 children, taught English, did volunteer work, and, during the revolutionary struggle from to was active in the Red Cross and in human rights work. After the revolutionaries took power I worked for the Sandinista government, RST as a social worker in a daycare center and later as the translator for the legislature. Since returning to the United States in late I have worked for organizations involved in Central America solidarity activities and received my doctorate in political science from Rutgers University. I am presently co-director of the Nicaragua Network Education Fund in Washington, D.C. The decision to write a political theory book about Nicaraguan thought on democracy was a natural result of a love of political philosophy combined with a continuing concern for Nicaragua and a strong commitment to democracy. It also rose from the conviction that there is sine-cant political theory being produced in the Third World that is ignored in academic circles in the United States. Once my decision was made, the enjoyment I have derived from working on the project has not diminished. I spent several months in the early part of interviewing in depth more than 24 leading Sandinista gurus. These inter. 8 Preface. Views I taped, transcribed, and translated for use in this book. I tried to obtain as wide a variety of political opinions as possible. In addition, my research included the examination of previously published speeches, interviews, articles, and books by Sandinista gurus that present their views on the aspects of democracy I wanted to cover in the study. My goal was to give the Nicaraguans their voice as thinkers on the subject of democracy. This is therefore a work on political thought, not on comparative politics. I am indebted to many people who helped me with my research in Nicaragua, including the personnel at the Centro Regional de Investigación y Estudios Sociales, especially Barbara Stewart, Carlos Pacheco at the Centro de Estudios Internacionales, Octavio Correa and Carolina Espinosa at Fundesi, Colleen Littlejohn at Capri, Sonia Cano at the Sandino Foundation, Dr. Ricardo Zambrana of the STA of Sergio Ramirez, Ricardo Zambrana Jr. at IPAD, and Jose Gonzalez for arranging the interview with Orlando Núñez Soto. I would like to thank all the Nicaraguans who agreed to be interviewed and who, in several cases, spent some hours answering my questions. Victoria Morales has provided me with many valuable books on Nicaragua throughout the years. Thanks are due to the STA of the Nicaragua Network Education Fund in Washington for the use of its library and for its encouragement and support. Heartfelt thanks for their encouragement and constructive comments go to Stephen Eric Bronner, Robert Kaufman, and Pedro Cabin at Rutgers University, Arthur McGovern, S.J., at the University of Detroit Mercy, and David Close of the Memorial University of Newfoundland. the suggestions of my daughter Victoria Gonzalez, a budding scholar of Latin American women's history, were especially useful. Many thanks also to Thomas Walker and Mary Gillis, and Gillian Burkowitz at Ohio University Press. My husband, Benjamin Rigberg, not only provided the year of grace in which this work was researched and written, but came out of retirement as a college professor himself to read every word and OER invaluable editorial advice. No words of thanks are enough. My parents, Paul and Charlotte Hoyt, have supported me in so. Preface 9. Many ways through the years and have my heartfelt thanks. And my children, Victoria, Bayardo, and Paula Gonzalez, make me very happy when they tell me how proud they are that their mom has finished her Ph.D. I thank them as well. It is to all these family members that this work is dedicated. The many faces of Sandinista democracy. Introduction. The Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua attempted to combine in a creative fashion three essential aspects of democracy: political, or representative, democracy, that is, a republican form of government which is based on periodic elections with universal suffrage; participatory, or mass, democracy, a regime which incorporates citizen participation in popular organizations in civil society; and economic democracy, under which there is an equalization in the ownership of wealth and the people exercise control over the use of the resources of the nation as well as over the type of economic system under which they live. These can be called the three legs of the stool of Nicaraguan revolutionary democracy. They are not the only aspects of democracy that could be examined, but they have been the most important in the Nicaraguan case. In the formation of the theoretical and practical project for each leg, there have been contexts, differences of opinion, and changing evolution in policy and thought. The development of the democratic project in Nicaragua has been analyzed in books and articles by many scholars superscript 1, but there has been little study of the theories behind the practice, that is, of the thought of San. Introduction. Dynasty party members, government officials, writers, intellectuals, researchers, and teachers on these significant issues. Undoubtedly this has been due to the fact that the Nicaraguans were too busy carrying out their revolution to write about it, and probably also in part due to the limited public discussion of differences among Sandinistas before the electoral defeat of. But now that the Sandinistas are democratizing their party, discussion among party members is occurring everywhere, from radio commentaries to op-ed pieces in the newspapers to journal articles and books. To these can be added the always available, though rather sanitized, speeches and interviews which, taken together, now make possible an analysis of the Sandinista revolutionaries as democratic theorists. The Sandinista experiment has been important because it has addressed one of the most perplexing and difficult questions around democracy and socialism since Lenin's time: what is the role of political or representative democracy in a society where the working class is not in the majority? Marx, assuming that workers would soon be in the majority, emphasizes winning the battle for democracy. A republican form of government was seen as a necessary step towards socialism, which is democracy extended into the economic sphere as well as the political. Lenin's model for countries without large industrial working classes is to place power not in the hands of a democratically elected workers' government but in those of a vanguard party in control of the state bureaucracy. Competing organizations, trade unions, and peasant associations are either eliminated or brought under control by the state. Because Third World revolutionaries saw that their countries more closely approximated pre-revolutionary Russia than they did Germany or Britain, they took up Lenin's model of the vanguard party, and along with it, the Soviet concepts of limited elections and mass organization subordinate to the party, along with an emphasis on economic equality. Most Third World vanguardists statist move. Introduction. Mentz rejected the forms of what they call bourgeois democracy, maintaining that such forms were sterile and easily manipulated by powerful capitalists and outside imperialist forces in order to preserve their interests. But even before Perestroika and Gorbachev's call for democracy and more democracy, the Nicaraguan Sandinistas were able to retrieve democracy for the Third World socialist movement. They produced a unique and, in the end, possibly untenable combination of democratic and vanguard principles. The examination of this combination of ideas and how it arose will be the concern of this work. Other scholars have approached the ideology of the Sandinista revolution from different directions. Much has been written about the opinions on the Sandinistas of José Carlos Mariátegui of Peru and Antonio Gramsci of Italy, about their respect for national traditions while emphasizing the importance of internationalism. Giulio Girardi, Donald Hodges, and others argue that the thought of Sandino, Marxism, and the theories embedded in the Christian theology of liberation are the three most important aspects of Sandinista thought. The Sandinista National Liberation Front described its policies while in power as having been based throughout on political pluralism, mixed economy, and international non-alignment, while at the same time speaking of the transition to socialism. While all this is interesting and true, probably the major contribution of the Sandinista revolution for Latin America and the Third World was to bring together in practice and in theory representative, participatory and economic aspects of democracy. In the present work each of these aspects will be examined in turn. The forms that each was to take in Nicaragua were worked out painfully over time. Orlando Núñez Soto said he can say that the Sandinista revolution symbolizes the real possibility that the AG of democracy can be torn from the hands of the right and owned in a revolutionary fashion by the left, that political pluralism strengthens the participatory democracy of the workers and of the popular majorities of a society, that not only does it not impede the tasks of the revolution but that it strengthens that work, that a mixed economy does not impede the defense of the interests of the workers or of popular hegemony in the economic sphere. Superscript 2. While each of the three aspects of democracy to be examined here will be scrutinized from the point of view of political theory, there has been more theoretical writing about participatory democracy and economic democracy than about political democracy. As a result, there is more in-depth discussion of the ideas of individual thinkers in the chapters that treat the former. The paucity of thoughtful writing on formal democracy is due to the fact that, during their underground period and in the early years of their period in government, the Sandinistas regarded bourgeois democracy with its periodic elections as an unnecessary and, in the case of Nicaragua at least, probably dangerous practice. Ironically, what many in Nicaragua regard as the major achievement of the Sandinista revolution, the formation of democratic institutions and the laying down of the custom of one party turning over power to another after democratic elections, has been examined least by Nicaraguan writers and thinkers. Therefore the chapter on political democracy will weave the story of Sandinista practice and theory together in one single narrative, while in the chapters on participatory and economic democracy a historical background will be presented before an examination in detail of several theorists. As research proceeded on this work, it began to seem desirable and even necessary to add a chapter on the evolution toward democracy of the FSLN party itself, although this was not part of the original plan. It is in this NAL chapter also that the impact on Nicaragua of recent developments in Eastern Europe will be appraised. 1. Historical survey. The indigenous peoples of the PCC side of pre-Columbian Nicaragua superscript 1 were sedentary and farmed the land, while those on the Caribbean side were hunting and gathering peoples. The former spoke a language similar to Nahuatl of the Aztecs of Mexico and were related to other groups of Mesoamerican Indians. On the Caribbean side of Nicaragua, the indigenous peoples were related to the Chibcha and Arawak of Colombia and the islands of the West Indies. Columbus, on his last voyage landed in Nicaragua at the mouth of the Matagalpa River on the Caribbean coast. The country was conquered by Francisco de Córdoba, who founded, the colonial cities of León and Granada. Nicaragua remained under the Spanish crown as part of the Captaincy General of Guatemala under the Viceroyalty of New Spain until independence was declared. Immediately following independence, Nicaragua became a part of the Mexican Empire under Iturbide and then a part of the short-lived Central American Federation. Even though the Federation broke up, aspirations for Central American Union live on a party supporting that end even ran in the Nicaraguan elections. Nicaragua's unique geographical position heightened interest in the country by larger outside powers, including the United States. The country has coastlines along both the PCC and the Caribbean/Atlantic. The navigable San Juan River connects the Caribbean with Lake Nicaragua, a large body of water that extends to within 10 miles of the Pacey Sea coast, reducing the land bridge from one sea to the other to just a few miles. In the continuing search by great powers for an Isthmian crossing, the country could serve to provide easy access from one ocean to the other. The possibility of such a crossing in Nicaragua appears to have intrigued foreign leaders as early as the S or even before, predating the focus on Panama. Since the country's independence was achieved in Nicaragua's internal history has been one of incessant strife between the conservative and liberal parties. Superscript 2 In most areas of the country the latter consisted of urban shopkeepers and professionals while the former group was made up of the landed aristocracy and the peasants who depended upon them. In one of these liberal-conservative party struggles, the Liberals invited American libusterer William Walker to GHT for them. Walker defeated both conservatives and liberals, declared himself president and ruled Nicaragua from to before being defeated by a combined Central American force. Important changes occurred after the elections of when the Liberals came to power, introducing reforms in accord with the liberal philosophy of the day. These included the separation of church and state, the establishment of civil marriage and divorce, the secularization of schools, the assurance of freedom of religion and freedom of contract for women. The Liberals pushed peasants and Indians owe their land, which had been held either individually in small plots or in common, in an effort to develop large co-ee holdings in the northern and central highlands. Foreigners were encouraged to invest in the planting of co-ee. While in the main agriculture previously had been oriented toward domestic consumption, emphasis now began to shift toward large-scale production of co-ee for export, thus making Nicaragua dependent upon the price-setting structures of foreign capitals. Liberal Party members and foreign investors grew wealthy from monopolies and special concessions. When the United States decided to build an interoceanic canal through Panama rather than through Nicaragua, the Liberal government under President Zelaya began negotiations with Britain and Japan in the hope that one of them would build a Nicaraguan canal, narrowly conceding to a British RM the right to construct and operate an interoceanic railroad across the country. The American Secretary of State, Philander Knox, was furious, and intervened to support an opposition group in its successful effort to overthrow Zelaya. The conservative Adolfo Diaz, who was to serve U.S. interests for many years in Nicaragua, became president. American bankers now gained financial control of the country. There was considerable discontent about the U.S. imposed government of Diaz and, in liberal generals Luis Mina and Benjamin Zeledin led a rebellion against him. When the rebels began seizing American-owned ships on Lake Nicaragua and converting them to war vessels, President Diaz requested aid from the United States. On August, the RST U.S. Marines landed at Corinto. Except for one brief period the Marines did not evacuate Nicaragua until January. Mina surrendered in September but Zeledin fought until he was defeated, captured, and executed. A teenager from nearby Niconomo named Augusto Sandino was, according to folklore, among those who watched the humiliating sight of General Zeledin being dragged through the streets of Masaya by U.S. Marines. Civil war erupted again in the late S and U.S. President Calvin Coolidge sent Colonel Henry L. Stimson to mediate the CON-ICT. In all the leaders of the parties in CON-ICT agreed to an armistice except one, Augusto Sandino, now a liberal general. Sandino demanded the withdrawal of the U.S. Marines as a condition for laying down his arms. When that condition was not met, he returned with his men to his headquarters in San Rafael del Norte, sending a cache of arms into the mountains to be retrieved later. He told his soldiers, "We are alone. The cause of Nicaragua has been abandoned. Our enemies from this day forward will not be the forces of the tyrant Diaz, but rather the Marines of the most powerful empire in history. It is against them that we are going to GHT. Those who are married or who have other family obligations should return to their homes." Superscript 3 In July of Sandino led 800 men to take the city of Ocotal. A Sandinista victory would have been complete if the Marines had not sent airplanes to bomb the city, forcing Sandino's troops to The city was wrecked by the bombardment. The bombing from the air of towns and villages by U.S. planes was repeated all over the north. It forced Sandino to change his tactics to a special system of war that we have taken to calling Little War. International solidarity with Sandino was enormous. He received messages of support from Nehru and from Madame Sun Yat-sen in Asia. In Latin America, Diego Rivera, José Vasconcelos, Victor Haya de la Torre, José Carlos Mariátegui and many others were among his supporters. From Europe, French communist Henri Barbusse sent Sandino a long letter that was a source of great pride to the guerrilla leader. General, I send you this greeting in personal homage and in that of the proletariat and revolutionary intellectuals of France and Europe. You, Sandino, general of free men, are performing a historic indelible role. Liberal Party candidate José María Moncada won the U.S. supervised elections of just as Henry Stimson had promised when Moncada signed the peace agreement. The U.S. Marines stayed on to continue the GHT against Sandino and to train a National Guard, that is, to Nicaraguanize the war. Sandino's struggle was now no longer fought under a liberal banner, rather he began to emphasize broader objectives than mere Yankee withdrawal. This may have been the result of the unions of Salvadoran communist Agustin Farabundo Martí, who joined Sandino in the mountains. Or possibly Sandino had merely revealed another layer of his true beliefs. Communist organizations like the Anti-Imperialist League of the Americas and the Mexican-based Hands-On Nicaragua Committee worked very hard to build support for Sandino, but in return they expected him to adopt the program of the Communist International. Sandino was himself committed to a broad anti-imperialist front at the very same time that the Comintern was abandoning that strategy in favor of a hard line against social democratic and socialist parties. A thorough reading of Sandino's writings, interviews, and other studies shows that Sandino used both a class and a race analysis of Nicaraguan society. He lived in a period of intellectual effervescence in Latin America in which the idea of anti-intervention was combined with a glorification of the Indian and of Indo-Hispanic culture. Various forms of populism, anarchism, socialism, communism, and spiritualism also made headway among the people. Sandino believed that Indo-Hispanic unity was necessary to throw the yoke of oppression from the north, but that Indo-America would merely light the fuse for a revolution of all the oppressed peoples of the world. When this revolution triumphed, injustice would be destroyed and love, with its favorite daughter, divine justice would rule the earth. Sandino and his small, crazy army, as Chilean poet Gabriela Mistral called it with affection and respect, fought the U.S. Marines and the new National Guard that they had trained until the Marines nearly left in. Then, Sandino negotiated a peace with Nicaraguan President Juan B. Sacasa that allowed him to keep an army of 100 men and gave his people wide tracts of land along the Coco River, near Honduras in the north, to farm in cooperatives. But, for the new American named head of the National Guard, Anastasio Somoza, there could not be two armies in Nicaragua. In February of when Sandino was in Managua and after he had dined with the president, Sandino was picked up by 13 of Somoza's men and taken to the airport where he and 2 of his generals were assassinated. A few days later, the National Guard massacred almost all of Sandino's supporters in the mountains of the north. Carlton Beals of The Nation wrote after a visit to Sandino, "The few people we met were all loyal Sandinistas, eyeing ever deeper into the wilderness. They were seeking safety, a new patch of ground to clear. But one and all, they vowed never to give up the struggle, and if necessary, pass it on to their children." When the early leaders of the FSLN went into the mountains, they found the old Sandinistas who had survived and they learned from them how to from the National Guard and how to live in the jungle. The Somoza regime was a traditional paternalistic family dictatorship that began in when Anastasio Somoza overthrew his uncle, President Sacasa, 3 years after the end of the American intervention. The officers of the National Guard soon became wealthy through corruption. Because of its corruption and brutality, the National Guard was feared and hated by much of the populace. When the Sandinista National Liberation Front was founded by Carlos Fonseca, Tomas Borga, Silvio Mayorga, and Santos Lopez, the Somoza family had been in power in Nicaragua for 20 years and had survived several earlier revolutionary onslaughts. The founders of the FSLN had broken away from the Moscow Line Socialist Party, which held the position that the time was not ripe to take up arms against the dictatorship. The party line of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union regarding Latin America was at the time one of collaboration with existing regimes, whatever their nature, presumably to maintain undisturbed the good trade relations which the USSR was then enjoying. For the Sandinistas, the Cuban Revolution had indicated that new tactics were necessary and that armed revolution could be successful. For a time the Sandinistas adopted Fouquismo, which is the belief that a fugitives in the mountains of a country may, in the short term, inspire a successful rebellion against an oppressive government. But that period ended with the Battle of Pankassan in August in which several important leaders, including founder Silvio Mayorga, were killed by Somoza's National Guard. Instead, the Vietnam example seemed to be the one to follow, a long popular struggle with the formation of a nationwide subversive network of students, workers, and peasants. Meanwhile, still in the Alliance for Progress and the growth of the Central American Common Market had resulted in some economic growth and industrialization in Nicaragua. There were economic opportunities for an elite, but very few economic benefits trickled down to the great masses of people. Rather, more and more peasants continued to be pushed off the land in order to expand holdings for export crops. 2/3 of the children of the country were malnourished. The Managua earthquake of December and its aftermath brought to a head the problems that had been developing between the Somoza family and sectors of the bourgeoisie. Somoza stole a substantial portion of the earthquake assistance from the US and other countries and made lucrative deals for his family on state rebuilding projects. By doing so he exacerbated the anger and resentment felt by sectors of the rich when the Somoza family business empire violated previous understandings about which parts of the economy were to be dominated by the family and which were to be left for other economic groups. These entrepreneurs found that their economic expansion was blocked when the voracious Somoza family moved into their areas. It was a uniquely Nicaraguan bottleneck. Some of the rich began to look for a way to get rid of Somoza. Alienation grew among all classes. According to Jamie Wheelock, one of the original 9-man national directorate of the FSLN, organization in the cities increased beginning in, when the FSLN began to make connections with members of the Christian movement that was working in poor neighborhoods in several cities, but most especially in Managua. Wheelock states, this movement was composed of university students, generally from the bourgeoisie, who expressed their social concerns and their rebellion through a religious commitment. They gave up the comforts of their homes and went to live in humble houses in poor neighborhoods, generally as part of a parish or connected with the work of a priest. Superscript 1 thus began the close collaboration between the FSLN and progressive Christians that would continue to characterize the Sandinista revolution, often to the chagrin both of traditional Marxist-Leninists and the hierarchy of the Catholic Church. After several years of accumulation of forces in silence, as it is commonly called, the FSLN burst upon the scene in December with the capture of the house of a prominent supporter of Somoza by a commando of Sandinistas. A party for the United States ambassador was ending, the ambassador and his wife had already left. A number of high government officials and diplomats were taken hostage. Anastasio Somoza had to free Sandinista political prisoners, turn over a large sum of money to the commando and publish Sandinista proclamations in the government media in order to free his brother-in-law and other prominent hostages. The government then declared a state of siege and began a period of repression in the interior of the country that was to arouse the condemnation of international human rights groups during the next few years. Beginning in differences concerning strategy were dividing the Sandinistas. The front split into 3 tendencies based on disagreement about how to attain state power. The traditional prolonged popular warfare tendency continued to maintain that the armed struggle is long and difficult and involves the establishment of support committees throughout the nation but mainly in the countryside. The proletarian tendency believed that organizing should center around the new agricultural and industrial proletariat. Within the prolonged popular warfare tendency, a group arose that called for mass multi-class insurrection in the cities supported by the organization of a regular army to GHT the National Guard. This group was known as the Third or Insurrectional Tendency. History was to bring all three tendencies together under the leadership of the Third Strategy. From October to July, the Nicaraguan people lived through an insurrectionary period of constant military and political conflict. In October, within the space of a few days, the FSLN attacked several important posts of the National Guard, something they had never done before. In November of the same year, Pedro Joaquim Chamorro, prominent opposition guru and newspaper editor, gave a speech in which he called on all Nicaraguans, including the FSLN, to unite in the name of democracy for the overthrow of the dictator. On January, Chamorro was assassinated. News of the murder provoked bloody uprisings in several cities, the most noteworthy being that of the indigenous community of Monumbo, Masaya. In August an FSLN commando group of approximately 40 people dressed in National Guard uniform seized the National Palace along with the Chamber of Deputies then in session. Before leaving the palace, the commandos demanded and received a large sum of money and the release of a number of political prisoners, including FSLN founder Tomas Borga. On their way to the airport, the guerrillas were witness to a great outpouring of public support as hundreds of people lined the highway to see them. By this time, many rich members of the opposition were giving large amounts of money to the FSLN for the purchase of arms. They expected that the Sandinistas would serve as cannon fodder in what they saw as an inevitable all-out war against the Somoza regime. In August and September there were Sandinista-sponsored uprisings in VE major cities. Somoza forces extinguished them one by one, concentrating the full brutality of the National Guard on each city in turn. The Sandinistas worked within a system of alliances that made possible their eventual victory in July. Nicaraguan Orlando Núñez Soto says that the FSLN had the vision and the capacity to bring together armed struggle against the repression of the dictatorship with the open struggle of groups within a civil society. He continues. During those last years, the FSLN began a policy of broad democratic and anti-dictatorial alliances, including the National Patriotic Front that brought together all the anti-Somoza forces, and the People's United Movement, which was made up of the left forces of the country. In this way, the national liberation struggle was made inseparable from the national democratic struggle. Nevertheless, as the alliances became broader and more democratic, as it became ever more necessary that all the people rise up against the National Guard, in that same measure, the work was done to guarantee that the political military preparations were made and that popular hegemony over the movement was maintained. *1 U.S. President Jimmy Carter's policies of non-intervention and support for human rights meant a breathing space for the revolution. The social democratic governments in power in Latin America, Venezuela and Costa Rica, and those in Europe looked favorably on the removal of Somoza and helped the Sandinistas. Others who played an important role were Omar Torrijos of Panama, José López Portillo of Mexico, Michael Manley of Jamaica, Maurice Bishop of Grenada, and of course Fidel Castro of Cuba. Carlos Andrés Pérez of Venezuela and Rodrigo Carrizo of Costa Rica, however, were reluctant dance partners, collaborating with the United States and other governments as well as with the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie in an effort to get rid of Somoza without the most radical Sandinistas coming to power. The Sandinistas would not have been able to overcome these pressures if they had not been able to put an end to their division into three tendencies. At the end of a coordinating group for the internal front was set up, which included representatives of the three tendencies, and in March as a result of the efforts of the members of this coordinating group, the unity of the FSLN was announced to the public. A national directorate was formed with 9 members, 3 from each tendency. Tomas Borga, Bayardo Arce, and Henry Ruiz represented the prolonged popular war tendency, Daniel Ortega, Humberto Ortega, and Victor Tirado represented the insurrectional tendency, and Jamie Wheelock, Luis Carrion, and Carlos Núñez were from the proletarian tendency. Carlos Núñez, who was a member of the coordinating group in Managua that brought the three tendencies together, remembered that moment in approximately 3 years and 4 months after October of when the FSLN's internal political crisis had exploded. Now, in this secret meeting, within a tremendously difficult political framework, with the people in the streets carrying out spontaneous actions either to protest or to attack the Somoza regime, we were now able to announce to the world, to our enemy, to the mediators who wanted to continue to turn our nation over to the exploiters, to the organizations of the left that had expressed a lack of confidence in our organization, that Sandinista unity was the forceful step toward deepening the irreversible death agony of the dictatorship, toward opposing all the outrages. At last concrete steps were being taken, at last reality was put before any political idealism. This was the precise moment in which all our forces were preparing themselves to launch the attack against the enemy fortress. Superscript 1 Superscript 2. Humberto Ortega, who served as defense minister in the Sandinista government, emphasizes that for the revolution to succeed, three things needed to happen simultaneously. There had to be a mass, popular uprising on a national level along with a military offensive carried out by adequately armed Sandinista troops, and both of these had to be supported by a national strike of both workers and owners of commerce and industry. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 One or two of these factors had occurred several times during the previous 2 years, but it was not until June that all three converged. From that day in early June when the general strike began, until the junta, led by Daniel Ortega, took over the government on July, there were 6 weeks of all-out war in which the dictator became weaker and weaker and vented his fury on the Nicaraguan people by bombing and stranging the cities with all their civilian population within. Thousands died and material damage was in the millions of dollars. But with the victory of the revolutionary forces, exhaustion was accompanied by a great sense of accomplishment and great hope for the future. Self-determination, the precondition for democracy. The Sandinistas always emphasized that a precondition for democracy was self-determination, and they proclaimed themselves followers of Bolívar and Sandino in the cause of independence from outside interference and control. On various occasions they reminded the United States of the important part which its own struggle for independence from Great Britain played in the formation of its political ideas and practices. The Sandinistas believed that they too, like the emerging nations of Asia and Africa, which were struggling for independence from the European powers, were engaged in a colonial struggle to free themselves from United States domination. Victory in this neo-colonial struggle was a precondition for the establishment of democracy. This was proclaimed by Daniel Ortega in speaking before a symposium on democracy and revolution. When we speak of democracy and speak of revolution, we have to speak, in the RST place, of the colonial policies of Europe. European colonialism through all its power, with all its fury, at the peoples of America, of Africa, of Asia. And against colonialism, which was the negation of the identity of the exterminated peoples, was the resistance of those peoples, which was followed by heroic struggles for independence, resistance which was directed toward achieving independence as the starting point for the achievement of democracy. Colonialism was the negation of independence and thus the negation of democracy. Superscript 1. An end to the humiliating U.S. intervention in their country was, in the view of the modern-day Sandinistas as it had been for Sandino, a prerequisite for progress in all other areas. Decisions in any area, whether political, social, or economic, had to be made in Managua, not in Washington. In a recent interview, Alejandro Bandana, a former high-ranking Nicaraguan foreign ministry official with a PhD in history from Harvard who is now director of a Managua think tank, examined the theoretical origins of Nicaraguan democracy, and explained that Nicaragua did not experience the European immigration at the end of the last century that brought revolutionary social theories to the United States, Mexico, and Argentina along with immigrants. He said that the most revolutionary, the most democratic Nicaraguans were the liberals. He went on further, it was a liberalism that could become radical at certain times, but it was not based on the radical origins of liberalism, the French Revolution, the ideas of Rousseau. What made the liberals radical was the phenomenon of nationalism and U.S. intervention radical in the sense that they began to connect the nation and democracy with anti-imperialism. A theoretical analysis tells us that the self-determination and sovereignty of a nation are the preconditions for an effective democracy. Superscript 1. Nicaraguan radical thought, therefore, has a great deal in common with early American radical thought. It was similar to those ideas penned by Thomas J. Earson and Patrick Henry, including the affirmation that the law of nature entitles nations to separate and equal status and the slogan "Give me liberty or give me death." The latter is almost identical with Sandino's "Fatherland or Death" and the "Free Country or Death" of the FSLN. Sergio Ramirez, former vice president of Nicaragua, has spoken of the right our countries have to change, and to choose freely the forms in which to carry out those changes. Superscript 1. For Sandino, Nicaraguan liberation from United States intervention was necessary before the Latin American republics could unite in fulfillment of the dream of the liberator Simon Bolívar. Lenin's thoughts were similar, if expressed differently. Nationalism and the formation of nation-states are a necessary complement to the development of modern capitalism. Superscript 1. And thus a stage on the road to the unification of the world's workers and the coming of socialism. This similarity must have been evident to the FSLN from the beginning. Nationalism is not in contradiction to internationalism but rather a precondition for it. Once the basic precondition of national sovereignty to democracy was accepted, the Sandinistas were ready to proceed to the discussion of other aspects of democracy. This also put them into conflict with the United States government which, through many decades and in violation of its own history, insisted both on denying the precondition of sovereignty to Nicaragua and then on imposing its own specific forms of democracy. Nicaragua's historical experience with democracy was not productive of any genuine political tradition. While the forms were familiar to everyone, the substance was viewed as yet another form of corruption and exploitation. Elections had been held, presidents held OCE, legislatures passed laws, judges ruled on cases in line with the Constitution. But the elections were perceived as rigged, the laws and judicial rulings as self-serving. Any different theory that based itself on the negation of formal democracy was not unwelcome. 2. Political democracy. Introduction. Consideration of what democracy is and how to make it work goes back to the ancients in Western thought. Democracy for the ancients meant rule by the people, which the rich often saw as equivalent to rule by the rabble or the mob. While Nicaraguans proudly count themselves a part of the Third World, Western thought is most innately a component of their tradition through the Madre Patria, Spain. Platon and Aristotle and some of the modern democratic theorists are a part of the training of most educated Nicaraguans. But what would democracy look like in Nicaragua? Would it be similar to that practiced in the United States, with regularly scheduled elections and legal protection from arbitrary government actions? In actuality, there was great difference of opinion. Time had not stood still for Latin America. The writings of Locke, Rousseau, and J. Earson remained present in the thinking of intellectuals. But the 19th and 20th centuries had brought new forms of social understanding in the writings of Marx, Bakunin, Plekhanov, Trotsky, Lenin, Gramsci, and many others. While this is not the place to trace the origins and development of socialist thought in Latin America, superscript 1, it is important to note that political democracy? None of the states of this area was left unaffected by European radical thought and movements. The success of Lenin and Stalin in transforming a backward nation into a superpower also had profound repercussions, as did the Cuban model, and the efforts of Escobedo Che Guevara. With respect to formal democracy, some Sandinistas adopted the orthodox Marxist-Leninist position that the revolution had placed the workers and peasants permanently in power. If elections were to be held, they could not be elections to dispute that possession of state power by the vanguard party representing the oppressed people of the nation. Other Sandinistas felt elections and other liberal forms were unnecessary in themselves. However, if they were needed to ensure continued international support, especially from the European social democratic governments, then Nicaragua would have them. A third group of Sandinistas was philosophically committed to elections and to the stated FSLN policy of political pluralism. The free expression of ideas was not foreign to socialism, they believed, and the people could better choose what course they wanted for their government if they were exposed to a full range of ideas. Elections were a check on the government and on how well it represented the needs and interests of the people as the people themselves saw them. They were also a check on bureaucratization and corruption in government. Sandinistas who held this view had not necessarily abandoned the vanguard concept. The FSLN was, for those Sandinistas, a true vanguard, representing the general will of the people. It could submit itself to free and fair elections, and be conremed in power. There were contests and controversies around these three positions, as we shall see. Rejection of bourgeois elections. Nicaraguans had disappointing experiences with political democracy before the S. In the 19th century, elections were held and presidents of the liberal and conservative parties succeeded each other in OCE. But one party turned over control of the state to the other party only when removed from OCE by force of arms. In the 20th century, U.S. intervention and supervision of elections became the rule. General José María Moncada laid down his arms based on the promise from the U.S. representative, Henry Stimson, that he would have the presidency of the country and sure enough, U.S. supervised elections of that year were won by General Moncada. Carlos Fonseca, late founder of the FSLN, summarized this state of affairs, electoral farce in the country, controlled directly by the North American interventionists. Superscript 2. Fonseca maintained that this long-standing experience of electoral fraud predisposed Nicaraguans against elections and toward armed rebellion. 2 months before he was assassinated in January of Pedro Joaquim Chamorro, who was not a Sandinista but who was involved in some armed rebellion himself against the Somoza regime, called for unity among all opposition groups, specifically including the FSLN, and said that throughout the 40 years of the dictatorship we have lived a legalization of democracy and a reality of dictatorship. Power has not resided in the people, not in the popular will, but in fraudulent electoral processes protected by the repressive force of arms. In the interests of a ruling minority. And in the same way, the popular will as a legitimate source of political power has been misrepresented. All the institutions and procedures of democracy have been corrupted. Superscript 3. Such was the Nicaraguans' experience with political democracy in their own country, and it made them cynical about formal democracy. The Sandinistas also analyzed democracy in countries where it was supposedly functioning properly and found reasons for doubt in those cases as well. Daniel Ortega said that there was still a long way to go before those countries reached true democracy because they opened up their system only to certain political forces, keeping others from participating and, in EECT, exercising a political monopoly. Participation was limited to those groups who could afford access to monopoly-controlled media. He stated, "Political democracy? They may say, we have freedom. Here we have a press that says what it wants, television is private and says what it wants. That is a lie. How many people can pay for television time? That opportunity is only given to those parties with the most resources, to those parties which are part of the dominant system. They are the ones who are also the owners of the communications media. A third force does not have the opportunity to express itself, to get its message to the people. That is a privilege only for the few. And that is not democratic." On August, during closing ceremonies for the National Literacy Crusade, the National Directorate of the FSLN announced that elections would be held in. It was the FSLN that announced the elections, not the government junta. Indeed, the document emphasizes that it was the National Directorate of the FSLN which had decided to install a government junta, and it now resolved that the economic and social backwardness and destruction of the nation demanded that junta continue to lead the government until. The document states further, once and for all, democracy does not begin with elections. It is a myth to want to reduce democracy to that. For the Sandinistas, a true democracy required more than elections. It began, according to the FSLN, in the economic order, when social inequalities begin to weaken, when workers and peasants improve their standard of living. Most of all, it required the participation of those masses of people who in the past had been denied access to the public life of the country. The arena in which democracy would be carried out would change from that of electoral campaigns to those of the activities of the popular organizations of the revolution, union halls and neighborhoods. It was the view of the Sandinistas in the years immediately following the triumph of that once the people were fully involved through their organizations in the economic, cultural, and defense projects of the nation, they would then become interested in participating in another aspect of democracy, that is, electoral democracy. The August statement mentioned above was read by Humberto Ortega at the closing rally. In addition, in his own words, he expressed the early Leninist position which rejected bourgeois elections and which seemed to foreshadow, if not an eventual one-party system, then certainly restrictions on the political pluralism that the revolution was proclaiming at the time. The document continues. The Sandinista front believes that constructive criticism is the only kind of pro-table criticism. Disagreement and pluralism will continue to be essential components of the Sandinista democracy, but points out that the criticisms that ought to be taken into account are, fundamentally, the criticisms made by the workers, because these are the most disinterested, genuinely sincere, and revolutionary kinds of criticism. The National Directorate of the Sandinista National Liberation Front rearms to the Nicaraguan people and to the world that the revolutionary process taking place in our country cannot go backward, and that it will continue onward to the ultimate consequences. There must not be the slightest doubt that it is a revolution that is underway today. Once in power, the Sandinista Front, as the true vanguard and leader of the Nicaraguan people, decided to install a government junta. In January, the junta of the Government of National Reconstruction must, in order to make this victory of the people of Sandino a reality, begin the electoral process by which Nicaraguans will determine the government that will continue to build the new Nicaragua. Ortega then added, "As you will all have understood, the elections that we are talking about are very different from the elections sought by the oligarchs and traders, the conservatives and liberals, the reactionaries and the imperialists, the gang of villains, as Sandino called them. Our elections will not be those imposed by the American gringos. They are the elections imposed by you, by the working people, by the Sandinista youth, by the National Directorate of this revolution. Such will be our elections. Remember that they are elections to improve the power of the revolution, but they are not a RAE to see who has power, because the people have the power through their vanguard, the Sandinista National Liberation Front and its National Directorate. Political democracy? This is as clear an enunciation of the role of the vanguard party as any Leninist might have wished. Today, of course, many Sandinistas are critical of this vanguard position, a few even to the degree of forgetting and or discarding their early, still valid criticism of formal democracy as being easily manipulated by economically powerful forces. Most continue to give high priority to participatory and economic democracy but have now elevated political democracy to equal importance. Sergio Ramirez has said that, at the beginning of the revolution, there existed in Nicaragua what he called the hegemonic vocation of a vanguard power that had to lead the society, and that had a monopoly on power. He maintained that it was the economic and social realities of the nation which broke that mold and opened up to the Sandinista front the realization that the only possibility for Nicaragua was true political pluralism. The idea that the revolution had put the workers and peasants in power forever was part of a now closed period, one which reality had destroyed. The analysis of former FSLN National Directorate member Luis Carrion is similar. He has said, "I think that we on the left underestimated and minimized for a long time the importance of political democracy, and in some ways this was reacted during our period in government when, in spite of a platform of political pluralism, the Sandinista government closed political spaces. And we even justified this closing of political space for other forces and organizations. This contributed to the feeling on the part of some sectors of the country that they had no other way to express their opposition to the Sandinista government than by joining the counter-revolution superscript 1. In other words, the FSLN's position of minimizing political democracy contributed to the growth of the counter-revolution. But, because there was always a kernel or undeveloped seed of democracy at the core of the FSLN arising out of Marx, social democratic, and New Left thought and the empowering ideas of liberation theology, the party was able to put into place democratic forms at the same time that its commitment to them was still evolving. There was the geopolitical factor of the US military and economic power that would have been launched against them to an even greater degree if a more authoritarian model had been followed, as well as the desire to maintain the support of European social democratic governments. Some Sandinista leaders had spent time in the Soviet Union and did not like the repressive atmosphere they found there. FSLN National Directorate member Henry Ruiz has talked about the time he spent at Patrice Lumumba University in Moscow, mentioning that things were never what they seemed, that people could never trust others or take things at face value. Superscript 1 Those who came to the FSLN from the revolutionary Christian and student movements were accustomed to open forms of participatory or electoral democracy. Acceptance of elections as tactical. Within the Council of State, a debate was going on concerning the clauses of the political parties bill. Most vanguard movements which had taken power in other countries had established one-party systems, and many persons inside and outside the country assumed that the Sandinistas would try to do the same. The announcement of elections and the preliminary introduction of a political parties bill in November had indicated that such might indeed be the case. The question before the Council of State was, what should be the object or goal of political parties within the revolutionary process? There was a certain excitement and nervous sense of expectation about the question and its two possible answers. If the FSLN decided that opposition political parties could aspire to the winning of state power through elections, then this would be breaking the mold for Marxist-Leninist parties which had achieved power through force of arms. If, on the other hand, the FSLN decided that such parties could not aspire to political democracy, power, then this would give the lie to the Sandinistas' much-touted political pluralism and prove that they were indeed totalitarian. And, while that was an important factor to consider, an even more important factor was the question of faith in the people. How could a vanguard party continue to claim to represent the people if it did not trust them to freely confirm it in power? And, in the FSLN had absolute faith that it could be confirmed in power by the people. Mariano Filos, a member of the Committee of the Council of State, which considered the political parties bill, and later head of the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, answered the following question, posed by an interviewer in Q with relation to the political parties law: how should the goals and purposes of political parties be denied within our revolutionary process? In my judgment, the political parties within our revolutionary process have the right to aspire to obtain political power by the legal means set out in the laws, or to aspire to participate in the exercise of political power if they do not have the strength to gain power alone. Besides this, they must be parties that respect the fundamental principles of the revolution, such as anti-imperialism, democracy and popular power. I believe also that they should not support the return to the political system of the Somozas or to any similar political system. Within this framework, political parties should be able to act with all the liberty that the circumstances permit. Superscript 1 Superscript 2. Although it took time to convince the Sandinista leadership of this position, this was now done. Angela Rosa Acevedo, who was a representative in the Council of State and later legal counsel to the Sandinista bench in the National Assembly, says that there was a very big discussion within the majority Sandinista delegation at the time. Acevedo says that it was decided that the parties should have the status in the society of public entities, but others wanted them to be able to aspire to political power. That, of course, is the nature of political parties, she maintains. Many did not understand this at the time. We felt that we, in the Sandinista front, were the owners of the revolution. At least we were able to realize that if we were going into elections, it was not in order to steal them, we were not the owners of the elections. And if parties were going to exist, it was for this, for elections. Commander Carlos Núñez, Dr. Mariano Filos, Father Alvaro Arguello, Dr. Mila Vargas and a number of other lawyers were able to clear things up for Sandinista front about why parties existed in a democracy. And with this debate we were able to delegitimize the epithet that was always thrown at us, that we were totalitarian. It is true that this debate was very wide-ranging, because it is true that many people wanted a Leninist revolution and that others wanted a national, Sandinista revolution. I think that it was lucky that we never had to DNE ourselves. The war kept us out of these great ideological debates. The important thing was to survive. Superscript 1 Superscript 3. Dora Maria Tellez, who was a vice president of the Council of State at the time the political parties bill was being considered, remembers that discussion as having been more ideological, and she maintains that the debate over the significance of elections continues to the present day. According to Tellez, the FSLN has lived always within the contradiction between the theoretical platform of a vanguard party pursuing a goal of socialism and the reality which is Nicaragua. The great virtue of FSLN practice has been its ability to respond more to the national reality than to the romantic model, as she calls it. For her, those within the FSLN who now, from the opposition, say that the Sandinista Front is not an electoral party and that it is not important to win elections, are making the same argument as those in who did not want other parties to aspire to political power. The result of this attitude now, she says, would be to see the FSLN soon reduced to a minority section. For Tellez, the discussion remains the same as in: are elections or are they not the mechanism for deciding who should exercise political power in each period of time? I believe that they are, and besides, it was the revolution that established this system in Nicaragua. Nobody had established it here before. We could say that the revolution gave birth to it. So the same discussion goes on. It takes a different turn, but, in essence, it's the same problem. Superscript 1. In an attempt to justify to the left the continued Sandinista commitment to political pluralism and to a mixed economy, Humberto Ortega said in an interview that we cannot in a voluntaristic way give drastic and profound blows to forms of basic production, to forms of social accommodation, to private productive sectors which give strength to the country, in the name of mechanical, orthodox criteria. We must definitively base our perspectives on the actual world, the world from which we cannot escape. Superscript 1. Many persons on the left questioned the Sandinistas' apparent compromise with their former position, which had been critical of bourgeois elections. In other words, not only was there pressure from the right within Nicaragua and from the United States for the SPICI type of elections that were wanted, and from friendly social democratic governments and parties in Europe for other types of democratic forms, but there was also pressure from the Marxist-Leninist left both within and without Nicaragua not to go along with elections in which the revolution could be voted out of power. The Sandinista leadership denied that its decision on elections had been in response to pressures from anyone outside the nation. Superscript 1. But, in a speech that became famous because it was recorded and made its way into U.S. government hands, Bayardo Arce defended the above-mentioned Sandinista decision before a meeting of the Socialist Party of Nicaragua, which at the time followed the Moscow line. In that speech, Arce made a convincing argument for the tactical necessity of holding elections. He saw elections as a low-cost way of defending the revolution against U.S. aggression. One could argue, he continued, that these elections were a nuisance. But the revolution's policies of international non-alignment, mixed economy, and political pluralism had made it possible for it to gain much international support. These policies carried with them certain commitments, one of which was the holding of elections for the purpose of electing a constituent assembly which would write a new constitution for the nation. Yes, the elections could be seen as a nuisance. What a revolution really needs, he said, is the power to act. Acceptance of elections as tactical. It is the power to act that is precisely what constitutes the essence of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the ability of the class to impose its will by using the means at hand, bourgeois formalities. But, given the international situation of U.S. attacks, elections could be turned to the advantage of the revolution. Arce said that the United States demanded three things of the Sandinistas. These were that they abandon intervention in other countries, that they abandon their ties with the Soviet Union and other socialist countries, and finally that they become democratic. Abandoning internationalism and abandoning self-determination were out of the question, but bourgeois democracy contained elements that could serve the interests of the revolution. The superstructure aspect, democracy as they call it, bourgeois democracy, has an element which we can manage and even derive advantages from for the construction of socialism in Nicaragua, The main thing about elections as far as we are concerned, is the drafting of the new constitution. That is the important thing. The new constitution will allow us to shape the juridical and political principles for the construction of socialism in Nicaragua. We are using an instrument claimed by the bourgeoisie, which disarms the international bourgeoisie, in order to move ahead in matters that for us are strategic. Superscript 1. Looking at the panorama of numerous mini-parties without any grassroots base in the country, Arce assumed a Sandinista victory in the elections. He felt that, even without strong opposition, the elections would become something of a plebiscite on Sandinista governance. The Sandinistas would not change what they were doing in order to prepare for the elections. The people would vote to con-rm agrarian reform with its con-scat-ions, nationalization of the banks and foreign trade, adult literacy and free education, Soviet and Cuban advisors, and so forth. Arce said with tongue-in-cheek, imperialism says that Sandinismo means totalitarianism, Sandinismo means Marxism-Leninism, Sandinismo means the spread of Soviet-Cuban influence, Sandinismo is an imposition on the Nicaraguan people, the people will ratify in a bourgeois-type exercise, this Sandinismo, which is totalitarianism, which is Marxism, which is the end of freedom, which means the spread of Soviet-Cuban influence, which is everything that gobbles up little children. Superscript 1. Not everyone within the FSLN agreed at this point that the party should hold elections. Some compañeros believed, according to Arce, that there was still a long way to go in terms of rebuilding the country before elections could be held. All the time and energy that would be used on elections would be better spent on defense and rebuilding the damage caused by the attacks of the counter-revolutionaries. However, the opposition of those Sandinistas did not mean that they were opposed to all elections. Arce said our political reality, he maintained, does not permit us to think in terms of a one-party system. Superscript 1. Victor Hugo Tinoco, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs under the Sandinista government and now a member of the National Directorate of the FSLN, maintains that it was not hard for the Sandinista leadership and middle-level cadres to accept the idea of elections because so many of them had been involved in student elections at the universities. He states, although we in the Sandinista movement were strongly influenced by Marxist philosophy and more specifically by the Leninist idea of a single party, although we did not like very much having to adapt to the idea of a democratic process, of elections in a multi-party system, it was not a big problem for the leadership or at the grassroots. Because, on the one hand we had alliances with intellectual currents which did not have such strong Marxist influence and, on the other hand, our Marxists came from the university sector, that is, the petit bourgeois intellectual sector, and had had a lot of experience with periodic elections. So, for us it was not so strange or difficult to maintain revolutionary positions and move the revolutionary project along by means of elections. The Sandinista movement for 10 years maintained control of the university student bodies through elections, in competition with political currents of the right, social Christian currents, etc. So it was almost like translating that university experience onto the national scene. We were going to compete again against social Christians, against the right, by means of a process of periodic elections. That is, through the formal aspects of democracy. It was not so difficult. Superscript 2. So, elections in which the opposition political parties would, in theory at least, be able to win government power, were accepted as useful. They were useful as a tactic for maintaining important internal and international support and, in an important sense, as part of revolutionary strategy in the struggle to institutionalize the revolution through the establishment of a new constitution of the Republic. They were moved up several months in an attempt to undercut anti-Sandinista propaganda on the part of the United States. And on November, 2 days before the U.S. elections of that year, the Nicaraguan people gave the FSLN % of the popular vote. Opposition parties both to the left and the right of the FSLN were on the ballot. However, an important opposition coalition which was closely allied to the U.S. decided not to participate, and probably never intended to participate, in spite of ample Sandinista concessions to its demands. Recent analysis of abstention levels in comparison with those of the elections have led some Sandinistas to believe that, if the opposition coalition had chosen to participate, the Sandinista margin would have been substantially less. *2*1 But the important thing was the elections themselves. They were free of fraud and declared by international observer groups to have been as fair as possible in a country at war. Elections on principle. Alejandro Bandana has stated, a good argument can be made that the democratic thought of the FSLN is to be found in the document that is known as the Constitution of. There it is with its radical parts, participatory democracy, the idea of an army which is national and not exclusionary, and a very important part that says that we are going to work toward the elimination of exploiters, toward the elimination of the relationship exploiter-exploited. This is a way of saying socialism, but political democracy? Its presentation is conspicuously democratic, constitutional, nothing about a single party as was proclaimed in the Constitution of the Soviet Union. There is where you can end the set of beliefs of the FSLN. *2*2 Nicaraguans seem to be basically agreed that it was in the process of writing the Constitution and that formal democracy truly came into its own and became valued in its own right within the Sandinista movement. The journal Pensamiento Propio interviewed Rafael Solis before the elections of when he was Secretary of the Council of State, and then again before the elections, when he held the same position in the National Assembly. Before the elections, in answer to the question why is the FSLN calling for elections, Solis stated, the celebration of elections in Nicaragua is a response to our need to keep our promises. This does not mean that this is a question of principle for us. Our principles turn on the participation of the people at many other levels and through different mass organizations and through other instances of popular democracy. *2*3 And in answer to a question about political pluralism, he said, his electoral campaign is proof that pluralism is functioning. It is true that in the RST years of the revolution there were problems because we were still not clear if pluralism was a tactical or strategic policy. But now, nobody is in doubt that it is strategic. The revolution will be strengthened as a pluralist project. The FSLN has promoted two types of democracy, the representative that is carried out through a legislature, and participatory which has developed and needs to be deepened through a series of organizations which represent directly the different sectors of the population. *2. In the interval between those two interviews, the National Assembly elected in those elections had gone through a complex consultative process in order to write a constitution which represented the broadest possible spectrum of public opinion. 3 subcommittees of the Special Constitutional Committee visited countries in Latin America and Western and Eastern Europe to study the constitutions of those nations. Others compiled the opinions of Nicaraguan political parties, trade unions, business and professional groups, religious denominations, and women's and youth groups around the issues that the members of those groups felt were important to address in the new document. It was not until after this had been done that the committee began writing the Constitution. When the committee had prepared a document that had the support of the majority of its members, it was sent to the plenary which, in its turn, sent the document to a special Constitutional Advisory Commission. Public consultations were then held in which the proposed constitution was discussed at 70 public forums throughout Nicaragua. After the national consultations, the Advisory Commission met during August and September and, taking into account the results of the public forums, the opinions of the Supreme Court and the Supreme Electoral Council, it suggested numerous changes in the proposed constitution. The document was debated for 10 weeks in the National Assembly by the representatives of all of the 7 political parties which had participated in the elections. For the opposition parties, that participation had been the subject of substantial internal controversy. The FSLN held bilateral dialogue sessions with the parties before the debate began. In the end, the parties decided to participate, evidently agreeing with an independent Liberal Party leader who said, "The worst error a democratic party can make is to absent itself from participation in a democratic opening." *2 The President of the National Assembly, Carlos Núñez, summarized this constitutional debate, he representatives distinguished themselves by the seriousness of their speeches and by the motions they presented. Supported by historical, sociological, political, and legal analysis. As a general rule, we observed exibility and respect between those of different ideological currents. We have left record of all the votes, the unanimities, majorities, and votes against in the minutes and reports. Articles were approved unanimously, articles by percent of the vote, articles with percent of the vote superscript 2. With some differences, the constitutional model chosen was Latin American. Dora Maria Tellez said in. We grabbed hold of the Latin American model, strong executive, a relatively weak legislature, with its legislative function quite limited, direct territorial election from party lists, typically Latin American, typical. Why? Because if you analyze the question of where we got our political institutions, you will see that we inherited them from the Spanish crown. When independence occurred, there was no rupture in the institutions. What existed was an authoritarian model that functioned through the crown and afterwards through the Creole government. Here we have not had a parliamentary culture, what we have had is an authoritarian culture that is years old, where the one who is on top is the king, he who has control over the lives and goods of everyone superscript 2. With the adoption of the new constitution, one begins to see more references to the necessity for democratic forms in order to advance the goals of the revolution in other areas. Orlando Núñez Soto, the principal socialist theorist within the FSLN, who admits to always having been a radical in theory and practice superscript 2 on the subject of democracy, wrote in : democracy is not just part of the class struggle and only for that reason to be unfurled by revolutionary sectors of the left, but along with that, democracy can only favor the construction of popular power, social transformations, and the advance of the revolution superscript 2. Núñez identified himself with those who made constructive criticism of actually existing socialism and rejected those on the left whose criticism ended in bitter anti-communism and in apathy with regard to anything that smelled of revolution or Marxism. People such as Reich, Marcuse, those of the Frankfurt and Budapest schools, as well as Gorbachev himself, Núñez wrote in, have confronted the verticalist and totalitarian tendencies of socialism and reclaimed individuality and democracy in the face of an authoritarian past superscript 3. Of course, the level of commitment of the FSLN to formal democracy as part of the Sandinista project was not truly put to the test until the elections of February. Those elections were lost by the FSLN to a coalition of 14 political parties, known by the acronym UNO for Unión Nacional Positora, headed by Violeta Barrios de Chamorro, the widow of the slain newspaper editor, Pedro Joaquim Chamorro. The margin was percent to percent. On the morning of February, Daniel Ortega said in a speech to the Nicaraguan people, the government of Nicaragua will respect the popular mandate that ousted from these elections. I consider that this is, at this moment, the principal contribution that we Sandinistas, we Nicaraguan revolutionaries, can make to the people of Nicaragua, that is to say, guarantee a clean, pure electoral process that lifts up our consciences and lights up, like the sun that shines today, the road to the consolidation of democracy. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 Although Daniel Ortega quickly and decisively made the decision to respect the electoral results, it obviously was a terrible, wrenching decision for him and for the FSLN leadership. The Sandinistas assumed that they had achieved ideological hegemony over the population and would be consumed in power in spite of economic problems so serious that they would surely bring down any other democratically elected government. They were devastated to discover that they had not achieved an ideological hegemony powerful enough to overcome such major barriers. Dora Maria Tellez, always an astute analyst of her nation, wrote in, without any doubt, the FSLN developed a model for Nicaraguan society that was profoundly democratic, at the same time that we developed methods, forms and instruments as a party in the exercise of power that were in contradiction with the scheme that we promoted in the society as a whole. Parallel with the political pluralism that we, in fact, did develop, the FSLN grew after as a vanguard party with the consciousness of a vanguard party. In spite of having organized the electoral process of this step was not enough to overcome the contradictions between the political pluralism of the society and the single-party idea of the FSLN. Political parties exist to aspire to political power. The elections that make this reality concrete enter into contradiction with the idea of permanency in power and with that of absolute power. Superscript 3 Superscript 2. When one analyzes the speeches of the time and the hand-wringing analysis afterward, it appears that the leadership of the FSLN and much of the rank and LE of the party believed that, as the leaders of the Nicaraguan people in the struggle against the Somoza dictatorship, as those who had returned national dignity to the country, and as the party that had newly brought free and fair elections to the nation, they were truly the vanguard of the people and that, in fact, there acted the general will of that people. The FSLN, they believed, was a vanguard party that could win free elections and that did not have to resort to dictatorial methods, because it represented, as Sandinista leaders said again and again, the highest aspirations of our people. Carlos Núñez said to a gathering honoring new FSLN militants in He Sandinista Front is the soul of the revolution, its undisputed strength, the energy that stimulates transformation. It is the will of the people that assures that their demands are satisfied. The Sandinista Front, as a party, is the light that guides the whole people on the path that leads to a promising future, to the promised land, longed for by the abandoned, by the dispossessed, by the hungry. It is vigor, honesty, wisdom, condence, it is the people represented by their best sons and daughters. Superscript 3 Elections and other forms of representative democracy, which had served the Sandinista student organizations so well in the universities, also served to advance the revolution on the national level. Many Sandinistas failed to see the contradiction, noted above by Dora Maria Tellez, between representative democracy and the vanguard concept of permanence in power. Lenin's statement of, which emphasizes that the Workers' Party must be at the head of the whole people, may be said to encapsulate this aspect of Sandinista thought, at the head of the whole people, and particularly of the peasantry for complete freedom, for a consistent democratic revolution, for a republic. At the head of all the toilers and the exploited for socialism. Such in practice must be the policy of the revolutionary proletariat, such is the class slogan which must meet and determine the solution of every tactical problem, every practical step of the Workers' Party during the revolution. Superscript 3 In other words, while they were breaking with Leninist practice, the Sandinistas felt they were putting into EECT some aspects of his most revolutionary thought. The break with the Leninist model came reluctantly and partially, accompanied by the attempt to combine the mystique of the vanguard with formal democracy in the society as a whole. The discussion going on today is about how to modify the internal procedures of the FSLN as a party so that, with more democratic methods of work, it can in fact re-ECT the will of a majority of the Nicaraguan people. At the present time the FSLN is certainly the largest and best organized political party in Nicaragua. There are those within what is known as Sandinismo who believe with Dora Maria Tellez that the vanguard concept must be abandoned. But there are still many who believe in some aspects of the vanguard party concept and rebel at the thought of becoming just another electoral party. One can in conclusion cite the words of Orlando Núñez Soto, who believes that the socialist commitment to the objective interests of the majority must be maintained, but that commitment must rest upon the consensus-building processes promoted by a democratic party. He says, "We believe that we must analyze in greater depth the erosion of the vanguardist-statist model, as well as some of its limits in the present circumstances of the class struggle. At the same time we should not undervalue the potential of a revolutionary model of socialist orientation, in which a combination exists between the possibilities of a vanguard organization with the support of state power and a model based on the consensus that can be achieved by means of ideological hegemony within civil society." The electoral defeat of the FSLN does not lead us to search for a way to strengthen the vanguardist-statist model, for which democracy is an unnecessary and dangerous impurity, but rather to emphasize with even greater conviction the democratic qualities implicit in the Sandinista break with that model. Superscript 3. Summary. Sandinista thought on electoral democracy passed through three phases of development, from a minimizing of elections or outright rejection of them as bourgeois forms easily manipulated by capitalist interests, through acceptance of elections as tactically necessary and even useful, and nally to commitment to free and fair elections as a way of making government accountable to its citizens. The RST announcement of elections to be held was accompanied by Humberto Ortega's statement that the elections would not be about which party holds power because, he said, the people held power through their vanguard, the FSLN. It seemed at the time of the announcement that the answer to the question with which the study began, that is, what is the role of political or representative democracy in a society where the working class is not in the majority, would be the Leninist answer. Power would not be placed in the hands of a democratically elected government but rather in those of a vanguard party in control of state bureaucracy. However, at the time of the writing of the political parties law and the electoral law and the decision was made that all political parties could aspire to government power. Elections were seen as tactically necessary and useful. Bayardo Arce's secret speech to the Socialist Party of Nicaragua reacted this outlook. This position was aided by the fact that the Sandinistas honestly believed that they could win democratic elections, which they did in. Most Sandinistas report, however, that the majority of party members did not develop a true commitment to electoral democracy until the writing of the Constitution. Large numbers of people were consulted using public forums throughout the country and, if so much faith was to be shown in the people during the writing of the document, certainly the government structure chosen had to re-ECT that condens. As Victor Hugo Tinoco pointed out. Summary. Many Sandinista leaders were predisposed to accept elections since they had participated in student government in the universities, where, as members of organizations alliated with the FSLN, they were elected to OCE in hotly contested elections against students representing other political forces in Nicaragua. This participation did not prepare the FSLN, however, for the loss of the elections to an opposition coalition. The Sandinistas had set up a democratic political system while retaining many of the beliefs and methods of work of a Leninist vanguard party that expects to remain in power indefinitely because by definition it represented the general will of the people. Dora Maria Tellez has been most incisive and self-critical in analyzing this phenomenon. She ties in the early rejection of elections by many party members with the reluctance to accept renovation in the party today. Tellez accepts representative democracy completely and rejects the Leninist alternative. Orlando Núñez Soto would retain some aspects of the vanguard model but would emphasize the democratic qualities of the Sandinista break with that model. He maintains that political pluralism strengthens democracy for the popular majorities. Not everyone in the party has recognized the value of democratic elections, but only by accepting representative democracy as a value in itself will the FSLN be able to move into the future with confidence. One cannot work to improve people's lives without giving those same people the opportunity to choose for themselves how they want to live. Formal electoral democracy, while it may not be sufficient in itself to assure free choice, is an undeniable prerequisite for this choice. 3. Participatory democracy in action. Historical background. Popular participation in the anti-Somoza struggle. In order to understand what participatory democracy has meant in Nicaragua superscript 1, it is necessary to follow the history of the role of the popular or mass organizations in the struggle against the Somoza dictatorship and afterwards. Mass organizations have been defined as collective associations that represent the fundamental interests of a particular social or demographic sector of society. Superscript 2 In Nicaragua, the FSLN gave birth to the mass organizations. As their mother and father, as Dora Maria Tellez has noted. Superscript 3 Several student organizations, the Farm Workers Association, AMPRNAC, which was a women's organization with the tongue-tying title of Association of Women Confronting the National Problem, the Health Workers and Teachers Unions, and the Civil Defense Committees, organized mainly in poor neighborhoods. All of these played an important role in the overthrow of Somoza. Substantial numbers of people joined these organizations or worked with them in order to participate in that successful struggle. The feeling on the part of so many people that they had had a role in destroying the dictatorship shaped their attitude toward the popular organizations. And, in spite of later verticalist mismanagement of the groups by the FSLN party and the Sandinista state, they have survived and, in many cases, flourish today. After a survey of the history of these organizations, we shall look more closely at two of the most important of such movements. Joaquim Quadra points out that when, in October, the FSLN attacked posts of the National Guard in several important towns simultaneously and the entire political situation was shaken up, many social and political sectors sought to form connections with the FSLN. Condens in its leaders was reborn. New structures were created to permit the participation of the masses in the struggle. The FSLN had more success organizing workers in the neighborhoods where they lived, however, than in the factories where they worked. Jamie Wheelock points out that the workers in a society with high unemployment, like Nicaragua at the time, consider their jobs to be of enormous importance for the security of their families and they are unwilling to risk losing those jobs just to post a year. Wheelock continues, they thought that clandestine organizing in the factory would be detected and they did not have confidence in the ability of their fellow workers to resist the pressures of management and the National Guard. Although health workers and teachers' unions and several others became more militant, Sandinista industrial unions would not be established until after the victory in. Several Sandinista leaders have remarked on the fact that the Sandinistas had to run to stay ahead of the masses of people who were revolting against the long reign of the Somoza family. The assassination of opposition newspaper editor Pedro Joaquim Chamorro in January had been a detonator for a series of uprisings. Here is Humberto Ortega, we went with the September insurrection because of the political situation that existed, in order not to let the people be massacred. B. Participatory democracy in action. Cause the people, just as they had done in Monumbo, were rising up alone. Ortega points out that the January uprisings were not entirely the work of the FSLN, that they were spontaneous reactions of the masses which the FSLN began to lead with its activists and military units. FSLN organizations grew as more and more people became convinced that, only by force of arms could Somoza be overthrown, and, only the FSLN was prepared to take up those arms. Besides the organizations listed above, there were militias organized massively among the people by all three tendencies of the FSLN. The civil defense committees supported the militia by distributing LETS with urgent information, putting aside food and water, making RST aid kits, organizing RST aid and sanitation courses, digging and preparing air raid shelters, putting up barricades, digging trenches, and breaking holes in walls to make movement possible between houses without going out into the street. Dora Maria Tellez points out the difficulty in combining popular spontaneity with planning by the vanguard for a successful revolutionary movement. Spontaneous things have an advantage, you do not have to be measuring the state of enthusiasm of the masses. But when it is the vanguard that convokes a rebellion, you have to measure well, because you can be mistaken. You have to be able to measure if the state of enthusiasm of the masses corresponds, at that moment, to an insurrectional state, ready to sweep away the existing power structures. That is difficult to determine. The problem is the moment, and that is what Lenin indicated when the date of the insurrection was discussed within the leadership of the Bolshevik Party. The Sandinistas gained the confidence of most of the people by being able to measure that moment and by looking after the civilians under their control. In this sense, retreat was a serious concern because, after a battle, the Sandinista combatants could leave a city with its collaborating inhabitants at the mercy of the cleanup operation of Somoza's National Guard. By September of that cleanup meant the murder of almost all males between the ages of and. So the Sandinistas opted in some cases for retreat with civilians in tow. Tellez explains, without a doubt it is difficult to retreat with hundreds, thousands of people like Rubin retreated from Estili, with old people, women, and children. It seems crazy to retreat with so many people, but how are you going to leave the people behind? You have to make a very difficult decision. Rubin decided to retreat with half of Estili for the jungle. I do not know if that is the best solution. In other cases, who knows if it would be the best. Because that strategy has a disadvantage, which is that those people are without arms and you have to feed them. But there is one great advantage, and that is that the people do not lose faith in their vanguard because it did not leave them to die alone. The major retreat with civilians in town Tellez mentions is the famous June replag from Managua to Masaya, which continues to be commemorated each year with an all-night 26-kilometer walk. Somoza was brutally bombing the neighborhoods of Managua, and the Sandinistas decided that they had to get their many militia members and supporters who needed to receive militia training out of the city. 6,000 people made the trek from Managua to already liberated Masaya, where civilian militia could be trained in safety and the struggle could continue, as it did in all the regions of the country, until the July departure of Somoza and the July victory and march into Managua. The popular organizations and Sandinista power, because so many people had taken part in one way or another in the overthrow of Somoza, they felt they had a stake in the revolution. Many of them joined the popular organizations in order to continue their participation in the change that was taking place in their country. Even if they had not been members of the FSLN before the Sandinista victory, they felt a sense of ownership in the revolution. In spite of verticalist mismanagement of the organizations, in which all activities were decided at the top and orders passed down to the members, and of which participatory democracy in action. Many Sandinista leaders were to be extremely self-critical in later years. The idea of popular ownership of the revolution was not lost. In fact, some said that the electoral loss was an attempt to bring the FSLN back to its original vision of popular ownership of the revolution, to oblige the Frente to change, to recover the Frente as a revolutionary party, a party of the poor. As one Sandinista wrote, after the Sandinistas took power on July, they began the task of organizing a government and, at the same time, organizing the people to participate in the Sandinista version of democracy, which at the beginning was seen as participatory and economic, with only limited priority given to aspects of electoral democracy. From the start, the popular organizations were given a contradictory mandate. In an April speech, FSLN National Directorate member, Carlos Núñez said, "With the guidance of the Sandinista Liberation Front, the mass organizations will follow, we could say, two important paths. In the RST place, our mass organizations must protect and work to strengthen the political project of the revolution, and in the second place, they must be true instruments for the expression, channeling and reception of the most urgent demands of the masses." Superscript 1. By this time, according to Núñez, there were Sandinista defense committees organized in neighborhoods in much of Nicaragua, members of the new Sandinista Workers Central formed by unions, members of the Farm Workers Association, members of the Luisa Amanda Espinosa Nicaraguan Women's Association, and a similar number in the Th of July Sandinista Youth Organization. All this in a country containing a little over 3 million people. These groups, Núñez said, should be capable of autonomously expressing the demands of the social sector that they represent, even to the point of using unusual methods if their demands are not heard. But, at the same time, Núñez added, those organized in revolutionary movements must sacrifice to support the revolutionary project and defend it from its enemies at any cost. Workers were called upon to develop a new attitude toward productivity in the publicly owned businesses, where some workers had shortened the working day, increased the number of holidays, and so forth, under the premise that the farm or factory belonged to the revolution. Núñez pointed out that it was precisely because the business belonged to the revolution and to the people that the workers should work harder to achieve its economic goals. Superscript 1. All workers and others who supported the revolution should participate in the activities organized by the mass organizations, such as the Literacy Crusade and the militias, in order to move the process forward. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. Thus, from the beginning, the leaders of the mass organizations found that the needs and aspirations of their members were often at cross purposes with the higher interests of the revolution as interpreted by the National Directorate of the FSLN. Leninism in action. After the seizure of power, each of the 9 members of the National Directorate of the FSLN was assigned one or more of the mass organizations to supervise. In turn, the leaders of the organizations, appointed by the FSLN, looked to the National Directorate for guidelines as to what their principal tasks should be at any given moment. These leaders brought to the operation of their organizations the same verticalist methods of work that they had used within the FSLN during the period in which they had worked underground and were in imminent danger of discovery and death from Somoza's National Guard. FSLN founder Carlos Fonseca had insisted, as had Lenin, that the need to protect members of the revolutionary organization from being captured or killed by government forces precluded the openness needed for full democracy in the party. A compromise was thus necessary. Fonseca wrote as is evident, clandestine methods predominate in the activities of the Sandinista front. But it is necessary that our clandestine methods do not excessively limit the political life of the organization. T is good to participatory democracy in action. Bring out the points that re-ECT the political concerns of the organs and members of the party. It should also be made clear that in attempting a constructive political life, neither should one fall into the other dangerous extreme, which is ultra-democracy. Neither ultra-centralism, nor ultra-democracy. Our guide must be democratic centralism, and the conditions under which the Sandinista front works demand that we do not neglect for a moment the necessary centralism. Point superscript 1 superscript 3. It is completely understandable that the FSLN would consider the vanguard model and democratic centralism as the best model for the period of underground military struggle, but that model ran into problems when the time came for the Sandinistas to set up a democratic political structure. Certainly there was a contradiction between the view of participatory democracy promised to the popular organizations and the verticalist structure set up by the party, in which orders were sent down from the National Directorate of the FSLN to the organization leaders, who had been named by that very National Directorate. The Hours document, which circulated among FSLN members after the First National Assembly of Cadres in Managua in September reiterated Fonseca's policy of democratic centralism and extended that verticalist method of work to the mass organizations. The document refers to the proper role of the mass organizations, which was to see to it that the government policy set forth by the FSLN is carried out in every respect. Superscript 1. The document further states that, we must realize that instead of aiming for an acritical approach, excessive democracy, or excessive centralism, our organization should seek to function scientifically in accordance with revolutionary principles. Our goal is to have our people recognize their vanguard and undertake the tasks that it has set before them, the fundamental premise being that the FSLN is the legitimate leader of the revolutionary process. It is thus extraordinarily important to point this out to each politically and organizationally independent group and clearly explain the policy that the FSLN is pursuing to unite people around it, as well as the need for a single set of organizations of a clearly revolutionary stripe to make headway in the appointed tasks. Superscript 1. The Sandinistas had taken over a country in ruins, with factories systematically bombed by Somoza forces from the air, and a lost cotton harvest for the season. It was true that the nation had to pull together in order to move ahead economically. But this document sounds almost as if it had been copied from one of Stalin's directives. Stalin said that the party must transform each and every non-party organization of the working class into an auxiliary body and transmission belt linking the party with the class, and that the highest expression of the leading role of the party, here, in the Soviet Union, is the fact that not a single important political or organizational question is decided by our Soviet and other mass organizations without guiding directions from the party. Superscript 1. It may seem too strong to compare Sandinista management of popular organizations to that of Stalin, but in light of subsequent criticism by Sandinista organizers themselves, it appears just-ed. A popular slogan of those early years was National Directorate, give us your orders. One clear order from the top of the revolutionary leadership was for unity within the country's small working class. Then National Directorate member Luis Carrion addressed a May St gathering in, the Sandinista Front supports the revolutionary slogan that says for a single social class there must be one single workers' federation, but we are convinced that this great united federation cannot and must not be the result of bureaucratic decisions or of agreements among leaders. This federation can only be the result of true unity at the base among the workers. We must begin forging it from below, as the workers begin to understand that unity is their only strength, that it permits them to defend and deepen their revolution, the Sandinista Popular Revolution. Long live the unity of the working class, superscript 1. Thus the vanguard was to lead the working class in its formation of a consciousness that went beyond the interests of any one sector, beyond demands related to one workplace or one type of industry. The revolution, in these early years, was seen to be threatened internally by political foes opposed to the radical transformations carried out by the new junta, as well as externally by the organizing of escaped National Guard members across the border in Honduras. Since Nicaragua had been invaded and occupied so many times and for so many years by the United States, intervention by the U.S. was seen as a possibility even before the election of Ronald Reagan at the end of. The Sandinista leaders assumed that if the supporters of the revolution were not united, the enemies of the revolution could easily triumph before the new government consolidated its power. The double mandate of the popular organizations was reiterated again and again: defend the interests of the nation and the revolution as denounced by the National Directorate of the FSLN, and represent the particular interests of the members of the organization. The contradiction is apparent. The organizations were to represent the aspirations of their members, but at the same time to make those members understand when the higher interests of the revolution as decided by the leaders might supersede their interests and needs. The Council of State. Especially confusing was the fact that, at the same time, that National Directorate, "Give us your orders," was an ever more popular slogan. An open vision of participatory democracy was being promoted by the same FSLN. The Council of State, called a co-legislative body because it shared some legislative functions with the Junta of National Reconstruction, was inaugurated on May. It included representatives not only from the existing political parties in the country, but also from all the mass organizations and unions as well as professional and business organizations, some of which were opposed to the radical reforms of the revolution. But, by adding 9 Sandinista Defense Committee representatives to the formula agreed upon with conservative political parties before the triumph of the revolution, the Sandinistas made certain that their representatives formed a solid majority. Sergio Ramirez, at that time member of the Junta of National Reconstruction, gave the inaugural speech at the RST session of the Council of State. This struggle, these battles, this victory were all necessary so that here in this assembly these seats would be occupied by the peasants, workers, teachers, combative women, journalists, young people, these mosquitoes, sumos, and ramas whose needs until now have been forgotten and postponed, the army which won this war, the armed forces of the people, the popular representatives of the neighborhoods, organized in the CDs, so that the political parties, allied with the revolutionary project in the Patriotic Front, and those who are not allied with this project, the guilds, the business people participating in national reconstruction, would have seats here in this assembly. This is truly a democratic exercise, truly a pluralistic exercise, that was made possible only by the ceaseless struggle, sacrifice, and bloodshed by our fallen brothers and sisters. Superscript 1. Members of the Council of State from the Sandinista organizations did not always agree with each other because their constituencies had different interests. Even though FSLN representatives met every Wednesday to discuss and coordinate their tactics, the debates and votes on the floor of the legislature revealed those differences. AMLI, the Women's Association, developed a methodology of open political forums at which bills that the organization was preparing to present in the Council of State were discussed in cities and villages around the nation. The meetings were open to any and all citizens, all spoke their minds and notes were taken of everything that was said for possible incorporation into the proposed legislation. This was done with the Family Support Bill and with the Bill on Parental Authority. The RST of these mandated financial contributions from absent fathers to their children and was strongly opposed by many Sandinista men who maintained that it would divide the nation into camps of men and women at a time when the people needed to be united for defense. The bill passed but was never signed into law by the coordinator of the junta, Daniel Ortega. In contrast, the second, the Parental Authority Bill, which had symbolic meaning but little in the way of practical implications in ordinary people's daily lives, was passed and signed easily. It changed previous law which said that fathers had sole authority over children and instead divided that authority between mother and father. For example, before its passage, in order for children to travel outside of Nicaragua their father had to give signed permission. After its passage, both mother and father had to give permission. Both bills were important to women, and symbolized the idea that the struggle for women's rights and equality in Nicaragua would now move ahead along with the attainment of economic equality for workers and peasants. Women's rights, Sandinista women believed, would not be postponed, as had happened in so many other revolutions that aspired to socialism. The Contra-War accentuates verticalism. After the Sandinista victory in about 4,000 members of Somoza's National Guard were imprisoned, but several thousand escaped to Honduras and to the United States. As time went on, the Sandinistas released about half of the guardsmen they had imprisoned because they could not be proven to have been involved in the worst crimes of the dictatorship. These men left for Honduras as well. Meanwhile, in the United States, the Republican Party platform stated, "We deplore the Marxist-Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua. We will support the efforts of the Nicaraguan people to establish a free and independent government." Superscript 1. Within a month of President Reagan's inauguration in January, former members of Somoza's National Guard were training in Florida to GHT against the Sandinistas. National Guard camps in Honduras received U.S. financial support and training as well. Attacks across the border into Nicaragua began. Several bridges in the north of the country were destroyed by bands of Contra-Revolucionarios, soon to be known in both English and Spanish as Contras, in a linguistic victory for the Sandinistas. From this time on, until the signing of the Central American Peace Accord in the United States funded and trained the Contra Army, carried out covert military operations against the Sandinista government, cut all U.S. foreign aid to Nicaragua, stopped the multilateral lending agencies from lending money to Nicaragua, and from on, carried out a trade embargo against Nicaragua. The Reagan administration was not fazed by international criticism or even by a decision against the United States at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. The administration even risked impeachment in the notorious Iran-Contra affair in order to continue its campaign against the Sandinista revolution when Congress prohibited covert assistance for military operations in Nicaragua by passing the Boland Amendment. Superscript 2. The Sandinistas responded by building up a large military establishment with aid from the socialist bloc countries and from several other countries, including France. They instituted a draft for young men and armed hundreds of thousands of militia members, mainly women, grandfathers, and children. And, if the unions of Leninism and democratic centralism led to verticalism in the relationship between the FSLN leadership and the mass organizations, the Contra-War made the situation worse. Dora Maria Tellez explains. Every war, just, unjust, more just, or less just, all presuppose a single command, vertical action, and absolute authority. All wars. There has never been a war that did not presuppose this. What philosophy strengthens that idea? The philosophy of command. The philosophy of the defense mission. That is a product of representative democracy. It is objective. Like it or not. It is produced as a natural and also necessary phenomenon in organizing for defense. The authoritarian mentality is strengthened. And that is when the problem begins. At what moment do you return from a defense mentality to a more or less normal mentality? That is where there is a difference of opinion. That is where we made mistakes. Perhaps it was not necessary to continue some measures for so much time. Perhaps in some cases less time was necessary. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. All the popular organizations were called to participate in the defense of the revolution from outside aggression. Unity of the revolutionary forces was prized above all else. As the war situation became more and more serious, with % of the national budget going to defense, priorities changed in many areas. Women's issues, for example, were placed in second or even third place by the revolutionary leadership. Now, AMLI began to work more and more with the mothers of the soldiers in the Sandinista army and with the organization formed by the mothers of those who had been killed in the war. The women's movement was in large part a mothers' movement during the war, noted journalist Angela Sabalos. Superscript 2. Its original aims were subverted by the Sandinista party and state in the interests of defending the revolution against its attackers. The mobilizing of women for work in health campaigns and neighborhood night watch was important activity as well, but the pressure on the government around essentially women's issues became ever weaker as the postponement which Nicaraguan women had vowed would not happen, did happen. FSLN founder and member of the National Directorate, Tomas Borga, answered criticism about verticalist management of the popular organizations in errors that have resulted in a waning in certain aspects of popular participation would have to be attributed to the leadership of the revolution. But, one also needs to understand that these errors are almost inevitable in a situation like the present one, with our revolution under attack by an especially aggressive U.S. government, not only as a natural aspect of imperialism, but because of the particularly visceral hatred of Nicaragua on the part of President Reagan. Superscript 2. Superscript 3. However, in the mid-80s there were few Sandinistas who were criticizing FSLN management of the popular organizations and the resulting decline in participation. Also, although some foreign observers pointed it out, there were few Sandinistas who noted the EECT of the Constitution on participation. As a result of the promulgation of that document, the legislative body changed from one in which representation came from the popular organizations, unions, business groups, and parties to one in which the representation was by party from geographical districts. Some foreigners noted that this gave the popular organizations a lesser role, but most Nicaraguans maintain that the geographical representatives were also members of the popular organizations and, thus, the EECT of the change was marginal. The electoral defeat of the Sandinista electoral loss-in was liberating but disorienting for the popular organizations. The loss of the powerful mechanism of the state to support the needs and interests of the organizations was a blow. But now the organizations did not have to function as parastate groups, carrying out many functions that in other times and places would have been performed by government functionaries. Now they did not have to take orders from Sandinista party ochales, or at least there was nothing to make them do so. Unions no longer were obliged to consider the larger interests of state and nation and could strike when worker interests in their factory or industry demanded it. Other organizations could be formed or their functions expanded without party approval, as happened with the proliferation of women's groups. Suddenly, people were more interested in attending meetings of the mass organizations than of the party itself, since the organizations might actually be able to obtain something that people needed at their workplace or in the neighborhood where they lived. The party, in contrast, could no longer deliver the same benefits it had provided when it controlled the state. And, possibly most interesting of all, criticism of past methods of work on the part of the FSLN appeared everywhere. Sandinista leaders themselves were critical and self-critical to the degree that one marveled that the mass organizations still existed at all, so badly had they evidently been mismanaged. In an interview, Dora Maria Tellez said, "We wanted everyone to sing the same song in the same way." She described a conversation with a major Contra leader whose nom de guerre was Franklin. Franklin told the FSLN leaders, "We rose up against the Sandinistas, not against the revolution, nor against agrarian reform. We rose up against Sandinismo because we felt that we had no space. All our space had been closed." Superscript 2 Tellez says that it was that kind of criticism from the people that needed to be listened to. She feels that no future Sandinista government would even try to maintain the same kind of subordination of the popular organizations that it had in the S. The party and the state had complete hegemony, according to Tellez, over everything, 100%. But, at the same time as its control over the instruments of power, over the organizations, increased, the FSLN was losing ideological hegemony over the people on the street. Those people had ceased to identify with the FSLN. Membership and attendance at meetings of the party and the mass organizations had dropped. With relation to how much the top-down management of the organizations could be justified by the conditions of war, most Sandinistas agree that some of the measures were necessary. Their verticalism was philosophically based, but it was reinforced by the needs of defense. Although he makes a scathing critique of the strict Leninist handling of the popular organizations, Community Movement National Coordinator Enrique Picado does maintain in contradictory fashion that it was necessary to pass through the period of verticalism during the Contra War. If not, we would have been fried yuca. So, I believe that without that subordination, that verticalism which is bad and which I do not like, it would not be possible for us to be sitting here today talking of democracy. That is to say, that bad part had also its good part, and that is how we come to be here today. Superscript 2. Luis Carrion criticizes the use of the organizations as transmission lines for orders to go from the top down to mobilize the people for the tasks of the revolution, but he maintains that, in spite of this misuse of the organizations, there truly was a space for the people to mobilize around their own interests. Some analysts, he says, have described a caricature of the mass organizations, described them as if they had been merely robots. But, according to Carrion, they were not. He goes on. There was a space. What happened was that it was constricted. They were under pressure, but people tried to use those organizations, and the proof is in the fact that they were authentic. In spite of everything, they were authentic. They are still here, and they are the most feisty and the best organized with the greatest ability to mobilize people. And that is not because they are supported or financed by the Sandinista front, not at all. One has to recognize that the revolution taught the people to defend their rights, and they have rapidly learned to do just that in the new situation. If one goes to Eastern Europe, one would probably not see even a sign of the labor organizations that were there. They broke apart. The top levels of these organizations disappeared. But here they are all intact. Superscript 2. Sandinistas seem to agree, therefore, that, at least some of the vertical management of the popular organizations during the war was necessary. The organizations were distorted and weakened by this type of management, and, in spite of verticalism, the organizations did offer to the people some real space for participation. The popular organizations that grew out of the Sandinista revolution were the only organizations in the Latin American region that were close to state power. They were often viewed by other Latin Americans as adjuncts to state bureaucracy, carrying out tasks that in other times and places would be performed by oficial bureaucrats or employees. This has changed markedly since the Sandinista electoral loss. The question may be asked, if the Sandinistas were to win the elections in late, what would be the role of the popular organizations? Would they revert to being paragovernmental entities? Involvement in activities like the giant literacy crusade, of where there was a harmony of wills between the government and the population, would be appropriate according to Dora Maria Tellez, but not health campaigns and other such activities, which belong in the domain of government. Superscript 2. A more likely role for the popular organizations is participation in cabinets of consultation at the national and especially at the local levels. Monica Baltodano, who is the head of a non-governmental organization which works with municipalities in Nicaragua, would like to see this participation institutionalized in the Constitution. The Sandinista government, she said, set up education councils where the community was to take part in decision-making on education issues, but they never became fully functional. Now, she says, not only education councils but economic councils, agriculture councils, and health councils should be established, especially at the municipal level where, she feels, participatory democracy can function fully. One must question how active participation of the people can actually be at the local level, however, when the problems are national or international. But, Baltodano emphasizes that the local level participation would be only a stepping stone leading to participation at the national level as well. The government should not be able to make decisions about the economy without consulting with the affected sectors, she states, especially in such areas as credit policy, where small and medium-sized farmers should have their say. Superscript 2. The idea of popular participation remains very much alive in Nicaragua, along with a faith in the possibilities for its institutionalization in the future. However, with a few exceptions, there is a paucity of ideas about how to formally combine participatory and electoral democracy. Under the administration of Violeta Chamorro, the popular organizations have exercised their right to petition their government for redress of grievances, carrying out protest marches to the presidential OCES and to the National Assembly. But there is no formal mechanism which mandates their inclusion in decision-making, and President Chamorro tends to consult with such organizations as the Superior Council of Private Enterprise, a business group, and the organizations representing large farmers rather than with unions and peasant organizations. If the FSLN returns to power in January of, it is to be hoped that the popular organizations would have a more substantive role in policy making. From Sandinista Defense Committees. From Sandinista Defense Committees to Community Movement. The Sandinista Defense Committees were formed before the Sandinista Revolution to help the people prepare for the NALO offensive. After the revolutionary triumph of, the committees were organized in blocks and neighborhoods throughout the country as the grassroots participatory organizations which would represent people where they lived. Enrique Picado rose through the ranks of the Sandinista Defense Committees, beginning with the Sandinista Victory. He held regional and national positions in the organization that became the Community Movement and was elected to a 4-year term as national coordinator. He was re-elected in. He makes a searing criticism of the early methods of work of his organization, saying that, up until, it had very vertical organizing methods. It was a totalitarian mentality and style, totalitarian, he says. The CDs was the only neighborhood or community organization that existed, he declares, adding, because we were totalitarian in philosophy and practice, we did not permit anyone else to organize. What is more, within the CDs, we were so totalitarian that people who wanted to join the CDs could only do so with the permission of the local leadership. Within the organization, the notion that anyone should come up with an original idea was frowned upon, even less would it occur to anyone to start a new organization. So what did was, since they knew that the steamroller would roll over them if they expressed an original idea and they would be seen in a bad light, they said nothing and they withdrew from the CDs. Within the CDs there were fewer and fewer of us. Superscript 2. An awareness was building that the verticalism under which the Sandinista defense committees were being run was reducing them to insignificance. Something had to be done if they were to be salvaged. In April of Omar Cabezas, whose autobiographical book about the guerrilla struggle in the mountains of northern Nicaragua had won the Casa de las Americas Prize was nominated by the FSLN National Directorate to be national coordinator of the Sandinista defense committees with the mandate to bring them back to life. Cabezas, who waited to take OCE until an assembly of representative member committees had met him, said that what he found upon taking OCE was not a vast mass movement but rather small groups of activists who were doing the work that the organized population should have been doing. The people in the neighborhoods were waiting to be told what their next tasks would be. The community has lost the capacity to develop its own projects, he said in an interview. Superscript 3. Cabezas wanted to revive this capacity so that, based on the efforts of the community, on their own creativity as active subjects, participants in their own reality, the people will see and study their own problems. Then, out of the community itself will come a great variety of forms of participation, without the rigid organizational schemes that have been the bane of the CD's movement for the last few years. Superscript 3. Superscript 1. Instead of having to get permission even to express an original idea, as Picado says, the new groups would organize themselves as they saw fit. According to Cabezas, for the good of the community, they do not have to ask for permission from anyone at all. Superscript 3. Superscript 2. Cabezas set 3 priorities for the new community movement: that the organization in each neighborhood be inclusive of all who lived there, independent of their political or religious beliefs, that the organization be democratic from the bottom up, with leadership changes whenever the people thought necessary, and that the local groups address the issues that concern their neighborhoods, and not be used to carry out tasks mandated from above by government bureaucrats. Cabezas took over the CDs movement at a time of severe economic crisis. The ination rate was over 0%, poverty was increasing, people were weary and desperate. For Cabezas, this was the best time to do grassroots organizing. Anyone who believes that a situation of economic crisis like the one we are going through leads people to be individualistic, to search for their own methods of survival, is mistaken. This is a view that leads to impotence, defenselessness, defeat and helplessness. I believe that the opposite is true. The more economic difficulties there are, the more united the population needs to be, not as individuals but as a collective to work for solutions. Superscript 3 Thus, in an attempt to ward off their virtual disintegration in the late S, the Sandinista defense committees were let go, as it were, from the FSLN tether. We're going to forget about Papa State and Papa Government, said Cabezas. If the government could help the committees, any. But we maintain that it will be the community which solves problems with the help of the government, and not the government with the help of the community. Superscript 3 One might argue that the Sandinistas were making a virtue of necessity, that now that the government and party no longer had the resources to assist the neighborhoods, the latter were declared capable of helping themselves. But Picado argues that there was a philosophical change in that year as well. The CDs should no longer continue to carry out tasks for the government, the reformers thought at the time, because, as Picado iterates, the government was grown up enough now to do those things for itself, and they should no longer carry out tasks for the army, because that was what had turned the organizations into hollow shells. Picado goes on to say that most people were happy that the CDs was going to change, but that there were doubters within the FSLN who accused the CDs of turning social democratic because they would no longer carry water for the party, the government, and the army. Many comrades became thoughtful, and began to doubt the CDs, Picado says, but we knew that historically we had right on our side. Superscript 3 No one, according to him, expected the electoral defeat of. But, he adds, thanks to the radical changes made in from CDs to community movement, we were able to confront the major structural and political changes and changes in people's consciousness that came with the elections. Other organizations became weaker or broke up, but the community movement, based on participatory democracy in action, Tikal philosophical premises of true popular empowerment adopted in, was able to stretch after the electoral defeat. Superscript 3 The electoral defeat of the Sandinistas did not mean that controversies were at an end concerning the proper role of the community movement, especially with relation to the FSLN party. Father Miguel Descoto, foreign minister under the Sandinista government who had had considerable neighborhood organizing experience as a Marinol priest in Chile in the S, was now named national coordinator of the community movement. Descoto and his associates had an altogether different vision of community organizing from that of Cabezas. Organize yourself as you see is not a good motto, said Descoto. Superscript 3 His report on the year stated that, besides being in debt, the community movement suffered from the consequences of a prolonged absence of organizational leadership, which had produced a diversification of methods and styles of work including different conceptions in each of the departments of the country. This, of course, had been Cabezas's goal, to let communities organize in the way they thought was best in order to solve their own problems. The goal on the part of the Descoto team was to organize the movement in such a way that it could confront, in a vigorous, harmonious, and coherent fashion, the negative effects of the economic structural adjustment programs that the Chamorro government was then applying. Superscript 3 In other words, some of the organizational autonomy that had been so difficult to achieve in the S was to be discarded in the S. Ecobedo Torres, coordinator for the Department of Granada, says that Descoto wanted to use the same old verticalist style of organizing, and he wanted a movement that relied more on the FSLN for its positions. Superscript 3 Toward the end of Descoto was replaced by René Núñez, the secretary of the FSLN National Directorate, and a few months later by the RST democratically elected national coordinator, Enrique Picado. In assessing his ouster and subsequent personnel changes, Father Descoto asserts that an opportunity was lost. For him the Mao's national economic problems facing the Nicaraguan people could not be countered by a movement that was fragmented. I favor a big power structure parallel to that of organized labor, he has said. Territorial unionism is popular empowerment. The movement could have become a solid united organization. Instead it is still the fragmented one that it has always been. Descoto was thinking on a large scale, believing that for the massive threat of the Chamorro government's neoliberal economic policies, a massive revolutionary response was required. Descoto rejects the argument that the FSLN would again dominate the community movement as it had during the days of the Sandinista defense committees. He says that he would rather that the party turn itself into a coalition of groups, and that its goals should become identical to those of the organizations. Superscript 1. In other words, the FSLN would take as its positions those of the mass organizations instead of the other way around. But although Descoto is nothing if not sincere, his position is unrealistic. He is confusing the roles of party and popular movement. Each one must have its separate and distinct role in the struggle for a more just society. Descoto also wants to believe that there exists one great, agreed-upon solution toward which all should work. Picado's response is that, since the left does not now possess a macro solution for the economic problems of Nicaragua, of Latin America, or of the Third World, therefore, in the community movement, we are thinking small. We think that the strengthening of communitarian values in the heart of the sector that we represent is of strategic importance for any positive change. Along these same lines, it seems to us that we must work like little ants in the community, in the neighborhoods, engendering confidence in the people that together we can solve our problems. Superscript 2. The difference between those who are thinking big and those who are thinking small is one of the major ideological divisions in the revolutionary sectors of Nicaragua today. Within the RST group, which believes that the choice is still between different grand philosophies, between socialism and capitalism, there are two factions. The RST asserts that it is necessary to continue the good GHT against capitalism and for socialism, while the second faction maintains that there is now only one world system, capitalism, and that we must find a way to work within it. But there are others, like Picado, who think small and reject the grand philosophical solutions, opting for an extreme democracy that emphasizes the participation of the people in the organizations of civil society in all their diversity of forms. Picado says that he used to be one who believed that it was only the workers and peasants who would go all the way to the end, as Sandino's slogan had said in the S. But now he says, look at Nicaragua. Nicaragua is not made up of just workers and peasants. Nicaragua is made up of artisans, artists, intellectuals, professionals, workers, peasants, housewives, of the unemployed. And the peasantry is made up of people who are in the countryside but who have no land, who just live there. That is to say that Nicaragua is a mosaic. And out of this mosaic, progressive political parties that call themselves revolutionary must put together a project for this society as it is. The moment that I give a privileged position to workers and peasants, I am being sectarian. I don't want to be accused of revisionism, but in my view, that old analysis just doesn't not in Nicaragua or in the rest of Latin America. Superscript 3. Nicaraguans with views similar to those of Picado are to be found in both currents within the Sandinista movement today, that surrounding former President Daniel Ortega as well as in that surrounding former Vice President Sergio Ramirez, even if they are more commonly associated with the latter. Those who hold such views also insist that the attempt to find a solution for Nicaragua's problems by bringing people together at the grassroots level can only work if there is a coming together of these grassroots organizations on a national level to enhance national policy. What the relationship to the FSLN should be is a subject of some controversy, but most would agree with Picado that it should be a horizontal relationship, not a vertical one. The women's movement. The women's movement, from subservience to independence. It is not often noted that Nicaraguan feminism began long before the Sandinista revolution. Mention of women's rights goes back to the S. Josefa Toledo de Aguirre, often referred to as the mother of Nicaraguan education, publicly called herself a feminist in she wrote that one of the characteristics of feminism is that it considers women able to end in themselves their means and their end. They can live independently from men if they wish and can earn a living. Support of women's rights came from the Liberal Party in Nicaragua, and women nally achieved the right to vote in under the Liberal Party president and founder of the Somoza dynasty, Anastasio Somoza Garcia. Because the vote was achieved under the Somoza dictatorship, Sandinista women for many years ignored the struggle for women's rights that took place in that period. Like many other Sandinista women, FSLN National Directorate member Monica Baltodano maintains that with the revolution, for the RST time in Nicaraguan history, great numbers of women discovered themselves as human beings. She says that they found that they had rights and possibilities, as independent beings with their own opinions, their own need for achievement, their needs for their own space, and for their own individual lives. But, she said in an interview, I believe that we were too timid in many things, and this was as much because of the perpetual threat under which the revolution lived as because of a series of internal mechanisms in our political life. We were unable to develop and strengthen democracy in our own house. Many struggles were not even begun because of fear of the war and of U.S. imperialist attacks, and, if we can say that some of those decisions were correct, others were not. I believe that the threats of imperialism took away from Nicaraguan women the right to advance more in our development. At this moment, I feel that we are very much behind and disjointed, and that our women's organization, one of our most important instruments of struggle, is very weak. This lost ground in the struggle for women's rights is lamentable. The criticism Baltodano makes is particularly significant because she is considered to be among the more traditional of the FSLN women leaders. Our women's organization, to which she refers, AMLI, was one of the grassroots groups that showed the greatest promise at the time of the Sandinista victory, but became one of the most subservient to the dictates of the FSLN leadership. Ileana Rodriguez says that during the RST years of the revolution, the mission of AMLI was to bring women's energies to the various tasks of rebuilding the country after the destructive war of, this presumed, she says, an identity of interests between women and the nation as a whole. Later, an ideological debate developed among the more highly educated women who saw two roads to women's equal integration into society. The RST assumed that gender equality is dependent upon the prior realization of revolutionary goals for the whole society, and at best would advance simultaneously with the realization of those goals. The second wanted to attack the vestiges of sexism and gender stereotyping within the revolutionary movement itself, here and now, maintaining that this is a necessary RST step if gender equality is ever to be achieved in society as a whole. However, as the Contra War heated up, Rodriguez says that defense of the homeland and the revolution became the RST priority. If the revolution were to be lost, all would be lost. The FSLN leadership pointed out that revolutionary transformations and benefits for the whole society had to be deferred because of the war, and consequently so did the struggle for women's equality. She explains further that the integration of women, all agreed, was RST of all an economic question. And since there was little economic development, women's integration was postponed. It became a kind of utopia, it was put into the future. With the postponement of the struggle for women's full equality, there was uncertainty about whether an organization that represented women as a gender was necessary. Would it not be better if women were organized in their workplaces, in their neighborhoods? AMLI was downgraded from an association to a movement. In a sense, says Magda Enriquez, an FSLN party diplomat who is now the party's representative for the United States and Canada, AMLI became close to being the women's branch of the FSLN, but without real quotas of power. One of the main functions of AMLI was to reconcile mothers to the loss of their sons in battle against the Contras, and to involve them in the activities of their organization, which was called the Mothers of Heroes and Martyrs. In the mid-80s, the other popular organizations began forming women's sections, among them the Farm Workers Association, the Union of Farmers and Ranchers, and the Sandinista Workers Central. While Ochale under AMLI, these sections became ever more independent. As Rodriguez points out, it is ironic that it was the war, which was responsible for the postponement of their struggles as a gender, that also brought women to the forefront of economic activity because so many of the men were ogting. The organization of women in the workplace became important. Later, women's collectives addressing women's health, domestic violence, and other issues began to appear in Managua and Matagalpa. By the late s. According to a document prepared by prominent Nicaraguan feminists Maria Teresa Blandon, Lillian Levi, and Sofia Montenegro, there were conists within AMLI based on the lack of autonomy, the absence of our own discourse, undemocratic styles of work, that provoked major discord between the OCHAL structures of AMLI and other women who had begun to draw nearer to feminism. Steps were taken in toward democratic elections within AMLI for the first time in the organization's history. FSLN leadership called for a postponement of the elections, however, when the nation's presidential elections were moved up after the signing of the Central American Peace Accord in that year. Once again, the document says, the FSLN imposed its priorities. 6 months after the February Sandinista electoral defeat, women from AMLI and other organizations met to try to reshape the women's movement, establishing new work priorities, new forms of organizing, and new leadership. They held a series of workshops and planned to issue with a national women's encounter. The encounter was never held, however, because the leaders of AMLI decided to retain their traditional methods of work and leadership. The feminists' document states, because of this, the other organizations involved in the process broke ideologically, politically, and organizationally with AMLI and organized the Festival of the Percent. This break marked a new moment for the women's movement. We broke with the guardianship of AMLI and, as a result, with that of the FSLN. For the RST time, we called ourselves together for an open interchange that was pluralistic, diverse, and without the desire of any one group to dominate. We had the public presence of the Lesbian Women's Collective and initiated the process of breaking away from the fears and taboos around sexual preferences. Superscript 1. The first national encounter, called United in Diversity, was nally held in January of. In attendance were more than 800 women. Some wanted only an opportunity for interchange and reaction, while others sought to establish some permanent organizational structure, making clear that they rejected organizational schemes that were verticalistic, authoritarian, or exclusive. Superscript 2. Since no organizational mechanism came out of that conference, those women who were dissatisfied formed the National Feminist Committee in May of. In October the committee called another national encounter and, in March of a third. Meanwhile, perhaps making a virtue of necessity since the FSLN could no longer support it nationally, AMLI, at its August assembly, declared itself an autonomous movement that was not subordinate to any political party. The assembly recognized that, for a long time, the circumstances of history had distracted the women's organization from working on tasks related specifically to problems of gender. AMLI had instead taken on tasks of national interest, which had often given the movement a political and at times even a political military character. The document that came out of that AMLI assembly lists the present priorities of the movement: the struggle for democratization of present power relations both in the public and private spheres, the struggle against unemployment, against violence against women, the struggle for our education and training, the struggle in defense of the environment, of the right to our own sexuality, to freely chosen maternity, for responsible paternity, for economic autonomy, for integral health care, and for laws which make possible women's exercise of their rights, are all priorities for AMLI. Superscript 3. Several of these priorities were new to AMLI, the most prominent being the struggle for the democratization of power relations between men and women in both the public and private spheres, women's right to their own sexuality, and to freely chosen maternity. The organization had worked for some years in the prevention of violence against women but without addressing the issue of unequal power relations between men and women. At the May Extraordinary Party Congress of the FSLN, women achieved several victories. They had begun preparing for this Congress immediately after the one at which they had been unable to place a woman on the FSLN National Directorate. This time the women were organized both at the leadership level and at the grassroots level. They achieved, by popular vote of the delegates, a mandated quota of power of % women at all leadership levels. This meant VE women on the National Directorate out of 15. The VE elected women were Dora Maria Tellez, Monica Baltodano, Benigna Mendiola, Dr. Myrna Cunningham, and Dorothea Wilson. While at RST glance, it might appear that Sandinista women are coming together, there are still major philosophical differences between them, especially around the question of which of the priorities of the women's organizations should be emphasized in their work. At the risk of oversimplification, one could say that the women of AMLI, in the main, still feel that women are doubly oppressed and that class economic oppression is as important as the struggle for more equal power relationships between men and women. The independent feminists believe that the unequal power relationships between the sexes must be addressed RST, but that ethnic issues also divide Nicaraguans and must be addressed along with class economic oppression. Both groups address gender and class issues, but each tends to accuse the other of not giving sufficient attention to the set of issues to which it gives prime importance. There is even controversy over the term feminist, which the independent feminists routinely use to describe themselves, but which party identity-ed women tend to avoid because of its connotation of separatism. Magda Enriquez says that the concept of feminism continues to be unacceptable to many FSLN party members, that women's participation in leadership positions in the party had fallen drastically with relation to the percentage of women in the party, and, to be a party militant and of the feminine sex still does not guarantee a feminist vote. The more party identity-ed women are less willing to address the difficult, often recalcitrant personal issues than are the feminists. Monica Baltodano, of the former group, believes that one of the greatest problems of revolutionaries has been a contradiction between their global positions and their everyday ones. This, she says, has not been resolved by any revolutionary movement in the world. Many revolutionaries are divided into two parts: the lives they live in public are revolutionary, but their personal lives are not. She goes on to say that one of the most important aspects of this is the question of discrimination against women. In my opinion, we have not worked on this enough. This is because it touches the most intimate part of our lives, the most difficult to change. It is much easier to give out land or carry out a political revolution, than to carry out a revolution in the intimate lives of humans in the most profound parts of their beings. For Baltodano, exaggerated feminism, which ends up denying the different conditions of women, is extreme. To try to do everything that men do, in exactly the way they do it, does not mean women are advancing at all, and certainly means that they are hurting their families and especially their children. She says, if you carry out a struggle only on the level of thought, in the end you have carried it out badly, you have not been active, you remain in small circles of intellectual discussion. In all struggles there are objectives, enemies, and allies. I believe that in a woman's struggle, her principal allies must be her own world, her husband, her children, her family, her brothers and sisters, her friends, and with them she should establish alliances which permit her to overcome historic, cultural and material obstacles. Otherwise, her struggle is individual, one against all, and it wears one out. Sandinista women knew about and were shocked by things going on in the personal lives of revolutionary men and women. The Sandinista woman commander of the National Police was suing from a husband who beat her. A member of the National Directorate drove attractive Sandinista women out of active participation in the party because of his insistent demands for sexual favors. Militant feminists have not been afraid to denounce the continuing sexist attitudes of many Sandinista men and the legal system that perpetuates sexism, which the Sandinista government changed very little. The feminist document prepared for the conference by Blandin, Montenegro, and Levi challenges the classification of women as bodies specialized in the reproduction of other bodies and in the care of young bodies, sick and dying bodies, and for the satisfaction of the erotic appetites of other non-feminine bodies. It calls for a slogan of free bodies or death. Taken, of course, from the Sandinista slogan of free homeland or death. This would appear to be a liberal demand for basic individual rights. However, liberal demands are for political rights, including the right to vote and to equality before the law. What these women are demanding is something more radical that moves beyond the liberal demands for political equality and socialist demands for economic equality. The women want rights over their own bodies, rights that are not denied them by law or economics but by social custom. The document says, it is absolutely necessary for women to reclaim their own bodies for their legitimate owners. The struggle for property in general begins with our claiming our rights of property over ourselves, the right to freedom and sovereignty over our own bodies. These rights over our own bodies are an integral and inalienable part of universal human rights. Therefore, any conditioning of these rights of women over their own bodies is unacceptable, whether it be for religious, ideological, moral, political, economic, or state reasons. A further point needs to be made about the above quoted statement. The political left in the South has wanted to dismiss birth control and abortion as a plot by the North and the political right to limit the growth of the poor population and thus stave a revolutionary change. Population control campaigns are also seen as racist. But the taking of this position places the left on the same side with conservative Catholics and others who advocate the restriction of women's equality. Nicaraguan feminists refused to go along and demanded the control over their own bodies as a basic individual right, a control which includes access to birth control and abortion. During the period of Sandinista government, birth control became more available, but the question of abortion was not addressed. The Chamorro government, dominated as it has been by the Catholic Church, has not addressed the question either. The more traditionally inclined women in the party and the discussion of the independent feminists too theoretical and too intellectualized to be of use to the great masses of poor women in Nicaragua struggling to keep their children from dying of malnutrition. They also that after getting the struggle against hunger, landlessness, and all the other overwhelming immediate problems of underdevelopment, they have very little energy left for tackling those other, much more recalcitrant, personal aspects of life. For Benigna Mendiola, a peasant leader who is head of the women's section of the Farmers and Ranchers Association and a member of the Sandinista National Directorate, the struggle is for equal opportunities for women, for access to land and to credit. Even under the revolution, she says, agrarian reform titles were given mostly to men. Only women received land under the revolution, Mendiola says too little. Under the present government of Violeta Chamorro, she adds, women have received land as a result of the efforts of her OCE. Mendiola explains that the UNAG Women's Section has a rotating fund with which it makes loans to women. It's not a gift, she explains, we're trying to end paternalism. She adds that the women in several cities have already paid back their RST loans and have pro-T left over from the chickens they have raised or the vegetables they have grown. The women's section has also started a rotating fund with over women who were supporters of the resistance so that they can begin their own agricultural projects. Mendiola questions whether many of the issues important to some feminist groups are important to these peasant women. It's not the same to be in the reality of the countryside as it is to contemplate philosophical questions. It's all right to promote sex education. But, tell me, why am I going to talk to a woman about sexuality if she is starving? First I need to talk to her about health, housing. Are interested in getting land and bank loans so they can produce food. If I tell them to make their husbands cook and wash dishes, they'll chase me away with their brooms. However, the issue of democratic decision-making, a central issue for feminists, is important to Mendiola as well. In a visit to the United States, Mendiola criticized a women's agricultural project being supported by groups in the U.S., saying that the Nicaraguan organization in charge of the project gave limited decision-making authority to the women in the cooperative. Agricultural specialists told them what they had to do, and they did it. She promised to see to it that the women were organized in the women's section of UNAG, where the emphasis is on women taking charge of their own lives. The women of AMLI have agreed with the independent feminists on the seriousness of the problem of what is called in Nicaragua the double day's work, and even the triple day's work. For those women who not only work outside the home and do the housework, but also, during the Sandinista years, participated in the activities of the revolutionary organizations such as the CDs and the militia. There was even an attempt, in a bill sponsored by AMLI, to put into law a provision that men and children had to help with the work of the home. Some women challenged Marxist orthodoxy, which maintains that housework is not true labor. Ileana Rodriguez said that philosophical system marginalized women with the concept of the salaried family, in which the principal breadwinner was the man and the woman was in the home, where the door is closed on the labor theory of value and women's work is thus devalued. Superscript 1. The above critique led the feminist intellectuals to move farther in their analysis. If the working class was seen as the revolutionary class and the workers were mainly perceived as being men, then the revolutionary project was downplaying the participation of a great part of the Nicaraguan population, which was not male and not working class. The document by Maria Teresa Blandin, Lillian Levi, and Sofia Montenegro referred to above, which was prepared for the feminist meeting, laments that a Eurocentric and androcentric perspective is what has led to the systematic disregard of the true composition of the Nicaraguan people, who in their majority are peasants, women, and of indigenous and multilingual origins. Superscript 2. The document goes on to say that feminists believe that negotiation among a plurality or a diversity of interests rather than between working class and capitalist males is what constitutes democratic policy making. Democracy is the negotiation of coexisting interests, not the imposition of one interest that denies or destroys the others. Our vision of leadership is based on the recognition of the differences among women, of their autonomous condition, of the capacities of each and of their parity. Superscript 3. The document presents an analysis of the Sandinista period of government from a feminist perspective, criticizing for example the concentration of government power at the national level with very little initiative allowed at the local level. But, surprisingly, the authors give no critique of the Sandinista economic model, with its lack of interest in peasant production, its decision-making concentrated in the state bureaucracy, its emphasis on modern high-technology agricultural methods and large-scale agri-industry. This is especially disturbing because the introductory part of the document is so strongly critical of the FSLN for its failure to realize that the nation is made up of a majority of peasants. It makes one suspicious that, even though peasants are included in the feminists' analysis, the peasants' problems are not felt and understood by them in the same way that urban women's problems are felt and understood. Mendiola's criticism seems to gain added validity. Not only do the intellectual, urban feminists not understand the daily lives and problems of peasant women, they have not formed a critique of Sandinista agrarian policy that would help support their analysis of other Eurocentric and androcentric aspects of the revolutionary government's years in power, especially as they relate to participatory democracy and the role of the popular organizations. The feminist document notes that a majority of women supported the revolution even though they felt that they were not considered participants with full rights but rather added factors. This situation created a personal and collective concept of loyalties for them, because they were investing both energy and hope in the revolution while at the same time failing to achieve a corresponding satisfaction of their specific demands. The document goes on, this concept of loyalties has been a divisive factor in the women's movement between those who adhered to leftist thought and those who, while continuing to be revolutionaries, enriched their thinking and their practice with feminist thought. The latter are cut in half because they continue to be loyal to a revolutionary project that is being questioned and is in crisis, in spite of their recognition that that project does not include addressing the problems of unequal and hierarchical relations between the genders. It is, however, a project to which these women have given so much effort and which they cannot easily abandon. The document charges that women end up reducing feminism to a series of themes or generalized policy problem areas, such as the campaign to end violence against women. This ignores both in theory and practice, the struggle against the unequal and hierarchical relations between the genders. Such an agenda is therefore not threatening to men in the mixed organizations, such as the Farm Workers Association, where these women work. In the end, the women's issues are co-opted by the instances of masculine power. The independent feminists maintain that the autonomy of the women's movement is of the utmost importance. They insist that the role of women's organizations is to work on the issues that concern women as women, and not to be social service agencies. When women's organizations spend their time and energy on helping women with their demands connected to economic and social problems, which it is the obligation of the state to fulfill, they will not be able to address issues of gender oppression. In order to achieve results on social and economic issues, the women's organizations may have to collaborate with the established powers to such a degree that issues of gender oppression are not raised at all. Traditional left women counter that if women do not work to achieve these socio-economic goals for themselves, all the bank credit will go to male farmers, daycare centers will not be funded, and so forth. The obvious answer is that both tactics are necessary for the advancement of women. And although many in Nicaragua express the desire for the women's movement to unite, this might not be a good thing. If all the women unite under the banner of the independent feminists, they could all be dismissed as extremists, as many men of the traditional left already do. If the independent feminists join the traditional left women, the economic and social issues they raise would constitute the extreme position and could also be rejected, as they were during the Contra War. As things stand now, the FSLN party addresses with some seriousness the issues raised by the women's sections of the unions and UNAG and by other women of the traditional left exactly because they seem moderate in comparison with the extreme positions of the independent feminists. Alliances and coalition building among women's groups while preserving their diversity appears to be the best road. Dora Maria Tellez, who is more active as a member of the National Assembly than in any women's organization, agrees they are all part of the women's movement, she says, and they are all revolutionaries. It is not dispersion of efforts but rather division of labor. The autonomy and respect for diversity that progressive Nicaraguan women declare as their guiding principles, they also see as principles for a healthy, functioning participatory democracy. Autonomy is understood as the capacity of a person to develop her own strength in a way that permits her to overcome any oppressive power that is exercised over her. An autonomous woman is free of restrictions over her actions, but she is not free in absolute terms, since freedom always presupposes acting responsibly in relation to others, and recognizing the existence of collective obligations. So Montenegro, a leading feminist theorist, says that she has a very radical vision of democracy. For her, democracy is a permanent process of negotiation in which one group cannot impose its will on others but rather has to negotiate differences. She adds that this is what brings one to develop a democratic attitude, an attitude of tolerance, of respect. I do not see how we can arrive at this process except insofar as we recognize the other person as a subject with full rights, as an equal. A document prepared for the March Women's Meeting also expands the classical liberal origins of the claims of Nicaraguan feminists. It states, "Our gender rights are the political rights of citizens. A democracy that does not recognize us as protagonists of our lives, of our acts and of the life of the country is not democratic. The democracy to which we aspire implies the freedom to decide about our own bodies, about our own organizations and our own destiny. We demand a political role that is based on our specificity, because we do not want our needs to be eternally diluted in the general interest, nor do we want to be eternally at the service of others. On this foundation, we can build new relations between men and women, based on dialogue between equals. We call on all men to assume as their own this liberating and humanizing proposal." Montenegro adds that from this perspective it is possible to end the real meaning of the French revolutionary ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. This means a revolution in thought and culture, because as long as the power of patriarchy lasts, there will be no room for these ideals. The elevation of half of humanity to a position above the other half poisons all human relationships, she emphasizes. If we are able to recognize the interconnection between us, we can open the doors to human emancipation. Summary. Ideas on participatory democracy within the Sandinista movement have changed radically since. Ordinary citizens played an important role in the overthrow of the Somoza dictatorship and massively joined the popular organizations set up by the FSLN. But it was a Leninist method of work that governed the numerous popular organizations after July, and the Leninist tendencies were exaggerated by the Contra War of the S. The partial changes of the late S, most particularly in the neighborhood-based CDs, prepared some groups better to face the Sandinista electoral loss. Many Sandinistas seem unembarrassed today, after losing those elections, to admit to having used totalitarian methods while in power. However, even those who are most critical of their own past practice insist that some of the verticalism was necessary given the Contra War. They also insist that tens of thousands of people were organized and that all space for free thought was not closed. To prove this, they point to the revival of these organizations after the electoral loss. However, it is unclear to this writer that more open organizations might not have served the revolution better even in wartime by including more people rather than driving them away. It is obvious that many Sandinistas were simply blindly following Leninist dogma in expecting the mass organizations to unquestioningly obey orders sent down from above. As was the case in several policy areas under the Sandinistas, recognition of error came too late. By the time changes appeared in the Sandinista defense committees for example, too many people had become disillusioned and carried their resentments into the voting booths. The principal controversy within the community movement since has been over whether to form a cohesive national organization to do battle with the government over national problems of neighborhood dwellers or one in which each neighborhood organizes itself in the way it sees with only a certain amount of guidance from the national OCE. At the moment, under the leadership of Enrique Picado, the latter tendency is dominant. Obviously, there must be a compromise between the two positions. A movement needs to be strong and coherent enough to exercise influence on government policy at the national level but not run in a dictatorial fashion with all orders coming from the head OCE. The Sandinista Women's Organization, AMLI, became subservient to the FSLN party during the years of the Contra War, and this subservience led to the present division between traditional left women and the more radical feminists. Traditional left women feel that women's organizations must help women solve their economic problems, while feminists maintain that women's groups must dedicate themselves to changing the power relationships between men and women and not become social service agencies. Both of these types of women's organizations are necessary for women's interests to be advanced. While some would like to see unity in the women's movement, both the economic and the gender tasks will have more chance of being successfully addressed if the two tendencies within the women's movement continue their work separately. 4. New radical thought on participatory democracy. Introduction. Within Nicaragua, the concept of participatory democracy has changed substantially from what it was when the Sandinista revolution took power. At the time of the triumph of the revolution, the Sandinistas emphasized that their vision of democracy was not the same as bourgeois democracy, which meant only manipulated elections every few years but lack of involvement of the people between elections. Theirs would be participatory democracy in which the people would become the architects of their own liberation, as the Sandinista anthem states. It was the Leninist version of participatory democracy that was superficially imposed, however, with top-down management from the uppermost reaches of Sandinista leadership. In fact, as was stated above, each member of the FSLN National Directorate was assigned the supervision of one or more popular organizations, and most members learned to look to the National Directorate for orders and directions to follow. But the imposition of the Leninist model was not absolute, partly because so many participants in the revolution at all levels were not Leninists at all but rather sympathizers of a new left vision who chafed under authoritarianism, and partly also because the Sandinista Rev. Introduction. Revolution came at a time in Latin American history when popular organizations were forming in all countries among poor people under the influence of liberation theology and other democratic and empowering ideas. Nicaragua was not immune to these tendencies and, in the end, Leninism did not stick. Father Xavier Gorostiaga, S.J., a naturalized Nicaraguan, who is now the head of the Jesuit University of Central America in Managua, says that, the decade of the 80s was the decade of civil society. The eruption of the organized popular sectors in civil life, in a revolutionary manner in Nicaragua and El Salvador and to a certain extent in Guatemala as well, but particularly in a new civic presence of the impoverished and marginalized masses is a phenomenon that has definitively changed the region's social fabric. Their organizational strategies are manifold, nevertheless, one notices in all of them a rejection of verticality and hierarchical vanguardism. Organizational Leninism collapsed in Latin America prior to the crisis of the East. The tendency to search for alliance, consensus, participation, and dialogue is a cultural as well as a political and economic phenomenon. Superscript 1. Garaschaga NDS that the most important characteristic of these movements is their autonomy with regard to the organizations that created them, which, in the case of Nicaragua, means the Sandinista Party and the Nicaraguan state. Other characteristics include efforts to achieve internal democracy, accountability, and ethical coherence. The organizations show a notable lack of interest in winning state power directly through armed action or even through elections. Rather, according to Garaschaga, the concern is with the creation of an alternative social power capable of denying negotiating positions with capital, state, culture, and international relations. Organizations representing diverse constituencies form alliances within countries to work for common goals, and networks of non-governmental organizations within individual nations form alliances with other national networks in the region to play a role in international economic and social policy. Garaschaga points out that there is networking throughout Latin America of organizations formed by peasants, indigenous communities, women, environmentalists, urban dwellers, and the emerging student movement. Superscript 2. This international solidarity and movement building can be seen as an antidote to provincialism, local corruption, and other problems often faced by the organizations of participatory democracy. In Nicaragua, the women's movement has struggled against sexism, racism, and discrimination based on sexual orientation. The use of combinations of democratic voting with consensus-based decision-making mechanisms, which is common in Latin America, can minimize the threat of majority tyranny in popular groups. Neither Garaschaga nor other Nicaraguan commentators on the development of participatory democracy in Latin America appear to be much concerned with some of the other problems bothering writers in the North. Most of the countries are emerging from years of military dictatorships and are excited about their burgeoning organizations and the possible roles they can play in what everyone is now calling civil society. Few social movements have had time to become bureaucratized into limited interest groups. Nicaraguan organizations which may have suffered from bureaucratization became liberated with the Sandinista electoral loss of. Nelly Miranda, professor of sociology at the Central American University in Managua, attempts to put ideas about civil society into a theoretical perspective. She speaks of the S as the decade in which democracy took the form of a space reserved for a set of autonomous social actors, who were characterized by their opposition to the excessive growth of the state. Projects that saw the state as the principal agent for the resolution of social problems entered into crisis. In Nicaragua, the Sandinista experience, according to Miranda, resulted in the development of civil society of the feudal period were replaced by the individual as the basis of public life. She says that, for Kant, reason, conceived as a transcendental universal present in all human beings, guarantees the development of democracy, as it articulates the individual rights of equality and liberty. Miranda does not pursue here, as might be expected, those whom we might call the liberal theorists of civil society, most especially Rousseau and J. Emerson, whose ideas contributed to and rose out of the French and American revolutions. Those ideas, of the Enlightenment and of the French Revolution, as we have seen above and will see below, are important as well to Nicaraguan revolutionary thought. J. Emerson, in particular, should have been mentioned as a major theorist of what is today called participatory democracy. Miranda continues, in the Hegelian model, civil society as a normative order can only be realized through the state, which is the space where the ethical is made concrete and within which public and private interests come together. With the writings of Hegel, Marx, and Engels, she says, the idea of civil society as a center or core of solidarity based on inherently human moral principles disappears. Miranda says that the antinomy between public and private, according to Hegel, is resolved in the absolute state. For Marx, says Miranda, the solution to this contradiction is found in the reunification of civil society and the state with the coming of the socialist revolution. Miranda states that Antonio Gramsci, whom she calls the theoretician par excellence of civil society, incorporated into the theory of the state, developed in part by Lenin, the concept of hegemony as the moral and intellectual direction of civil society. Gramsci says that civil society together with the coercive apparatus of political society, constituted the integral state, that is, hegemony plus coercion. But Miranda, in her analysis of the relationship between civil society and the state, wants to give particular emphasis to the critical theorists, especially Jürgen Habermas. She says that the central concern of Habermas consists in developing a critical theory of modernity which is based on the design of new forms of social emancipation. For Habermas, as for Kant, Miranda says, the public sphere is the space in which human beings develop their autonomy. In order to make an end to the pathology engendered by modernity, critical theory must achieve the decolonization of the life world, the universe of communicative action through the realization of non-institutional collective actions, such as those carried out by social movements of all types. The idea is to strengthen civil power through the rescue of the individual and the processes of social integration to make the state an instance of power at the service of its citizens. She goes on, the democratic alternative for Nicaragua for the last decade of the 20th century, then, is to make a useful instrument of the state, minimizing its bureaucratic aspects and its elitist policies, invoking the notion of civility in the face of the tendency to concentrate political power in few hands, articulating the reactive and proactive interests of the most disadvantaged sectors of society. Miranda's work puts into perspective for her Nicaraguan students the theoretical background to the discussion of civil society heard at many levels of life in Nicaragua today. Her preference for critical theory over postmodernism is typical of many other Nicaraguan writers and thinkers, who cannot accept what they consider to be a demobilizing ideology. There is a question, however, about whether the majority of the poor in Nicaragua have not, in fact, been demobilized by economic desperation into a concern about individual and family survival only, because they are unable to end time and energy to mobilize with others for change. Philosopher Alejandro Serrano, president of the National Autonomous University of Nicaragua, gives a more complete analysis of postmodern thought while at the same time providing a critique. He says that ideological incredulity and moral skepticism in the face of all universal, rational philosophical and political constructions and lineal interpretations of history are replaced in postmodern thought by an emphasis on the present, on deerrance, tolerance, and dialogue, and what he says some have called the sociology of fragmentation. He calls rather for a unity in diversity and calls on Nicaraguans and all Latin Americans to attempt to rescue their plurality of cultural and political expressions. He goes on to say, only on the basis of this concept can the idea of universality have meaning. The universal is not equivalent to the homogeneous or to an archetypal standard into which we must assimilate ourselves, dissolving our particularities. Rather, on the contrary, the universal is the integration of multiple expressions. Identity and universality are two terms that cannot be disassociated. One only has identity to the degree that one's particular cultural expressions are integrated into the universality of cultures. Universality can only be achieved when it is formed by the convergence of multiple contributions, that is unity in diversity. Serrano wants to see Nicaraguan expressions of civil society come together around a platform of democracy, pluralism, and freedom in order to struggle for social justice as part of what he calls the search for the possible Nicaragua, in other words, the Nicaragua that it is possible to achieve. Sofia Montenegro, A Democracy. Conscious of gender and ethnicity. Sofia Montenegro is a feminist theorist who, as we have seen in chapter, is one of the moving forces in the independent feminist movement. She moves beyond the problems of women in her analysis and applies her vision to the whole of society. Montenegro is a journalist and writer. She was editor of the supplement Gente of the Sandinista-oriented daily newspaper, Barricada, until she resigned in protest when the FSLN leadership removed the paper's general editor Carlos Fernando Chamorro in late. She is now executive director of an agency that does political polling. She begins her analysis of Nicaraguan society with a critique of how traditional Marxist analysis failed in Nicaragua. She then describes how she ders from postmodernist thinkers and, oers her own ideas on what kind of revolutionary project would be successful in her country. Her ideas are important and relevant because they lay out a vision of participatory democracy that is more inclusive in terms of gender and ethnicity than the original Sandinista project. Montenegro sees a crisis in the whole of rational Western thought, including the two great philosophies daughters of the Enlightenment, liberalism and socialism. According to her, these philosophies were mechanically applied to areas outside Europe and were confronted with a powerful reality which overwhelmed them. She gives credit to Western feminists who, she says, elaborated the theory explaining how patriarchal discourse had left out the language and category of gender. She adds to this that they also omitted the category of ethnicity which, in the case of Latin America, means primarily the Indian, but which also includes the African American. One of the principal differences between the indigenous civilization of the Americas and that of Europe is the concept of nature and the human relationship with nature. As a part of Western thought, Marxist analysis also devalued nature and saw it as an enemy to defeat, Montenegro says. Humans were the highest beings of the universe for Europeans, and the farther a society had removed itself from nature, the more advanced it was considered to be. According to Indian thought, in contrast, human beings are integral parts of the cosmos, and the realization of their fullest potential consists in their adjusting themselves in a harmonious fashion to the order of nature. Humans exist only as a moment in nature, not as the masters of nature, Montenegro goes on. Those of us who studied Marxism worked with two categories. Surplus value expresses the value that the labor of men gives to natural materials. This undervalues nature and makes its role invisible. In the same way, the work of women is made a part of nature and its contribution to the economy ignored. The awareness of this omission necessarily brings us to re-evaluate that thought and to include what has been omitted in the past. Marx, of course, does refer to production in the family and in the clan, but once he moves into his analysis of capitalism, family labor, insofar as it is not involved in exchange, is no longer considered. This analysis, which undervalues much of women's work, has been adopted by most followers of Marx. Montenegro says also that the differences between the basically white urban centers, which were symbols of European colonization, and the rural areas which in Nicaragua have been historically indigenous, were ignored. She says, the left here did not incorporate anthropological concepts because it was married completely to the strict classical scheme, bourgeoisie versus proletariat, without analyzing the cultural differences and the civilizing conquests that took place. And so the contradiction city/countryside or city dweller/peasant has a variation here. The indigenous is permanently in revolt, in rejection of white, Western modernity and progress. Within each peasant in Nicaragua exists the Indian, culturally speaking. What has happened here is not a mixing of the races but a clash of two civilizations, the Occidental and the indigenous, in which one imposed itself on the other but was never able to completely conquer its superscript one. Montenegro says that she was prompted to investigate exactly who the Nicaraguan people are when the Sandinistas were confronted by a loss of support from rural peasants and especially from indigenous groups in the Atlantic coast region of the country. The former joined the Contra army in substantial numbers in protest over agrarian policies, while the latter formed their own armies to GHT the government for autonomy for their ethnically distinct area. In researching Nicaraguan history, she says she discovered that the state was established before the nation existed, and that the state, in actuality, founded the nation. In Liberal Party President Zelaya, in EECT, abolished the Indians of Nicaragua. he imposed Spanish as the official language and accepted as Occidental all who dressed in European fashion. Indians abandoned their dress and customs in order to participate in the economic life of the country. Marxists did not analyze this reality, and their project under the Sandinistas ran amok. The Sandinistas, she says, saw women, peasants, and Indians as added factors to the basic capitalist/worker contradiction. They were not subjects in their own right as were the workers. Montenegro maintains that there are many Sandinista leaders who to this day do not recognize these errors. One thinker who did give importance to race and ethnicity as well as to class was Augusto Sandino, the hero of the struggle against U.S. intervention of the S&S. But modern-day Sandinistas have emphasized Sandino's class analysis and ignored his race analysis and his solidarity with the indigenous people of his country. Montenegro wants to rescue his heritage, even at the risk of being called an indigenista or one who glories and romanticizes the Native American heritage. Superscript 1 There is no doubt that the complexity of the societies of Central America much more closely resembles the categories identified by Montenegro than they do the austere polarities of European Marxism. As I have stated elsewhere, the success of Augusto Sandino in appealing to his countrymen and countrywomen was based largely on his inclusion of these indigenous traditions. Marx himself, late in life, began to study other, non-European systems and to examine the question of alternative routes to human emancipation. Also, wherever the Sandinistas entered into dialogue with the local, most particularly rural, population, their policies were successful and they won in the balloting. But wherever policies were imposed vertically by those who knew what was right, the revolution was not successful and the FSLN lost in the elections. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Montenegro fails to acknowledge the successes of the Sandinistas in those places, such as the towns of Huayvalay and San Ramon and the cities of Esteli and Leon, where the party did not impose outside categories on the local traditions and won in the elections. In contrast, however, with some others who emphasize traditional identities and d'errances, Montenegro makes clear that she disagrees with most versions of European postmodernism, which she calls a demobilizing ideology. She states that some people announce that we have arrived at postmodernity and they say that it is a new era in which we must forget the libertarian ideals proposed by the French Revolution, and in which the main tenets of modern rationalism no longer apply, the category of subject and the category of totality. It is the death of the subject in any of its manifestations that makes sterile any proposal to change the world. They recommend that we retreat into individual self-realization, into our private lives, and that we reject all types of revolutionary utopias that can only lead to frustration. They tell us that the all-encompassing narrations which defended global explanations of the evolution of society and nature have fallen, and they declare the death of ideology. The only valid ideology, then, is theirs. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 Montenegro maintains that there can be a global explanation of the crisis of civilization that is both interdisciplinary and interconnected. For her, the cure for the ills of Enlightenment philosophy is more enlightenment. Liberty and equality must be made compatible. Instead of the imposition of European culture upon American indigenous culture, Montenegro wants a synthesis of what she calls the paternal and the maternal cultures, a true mestizage, a mixing of cultures based on equality and liberty. We have to see indigenous culture, she says, not as a backward vision, which is how traditional peasant farming methods were seen by many in the Sandinista agrarian reform ministry, but as having the intrinsic value of another culture that could generate a third, valuable, hybrid culture. This is far from a separatist vision. It is a necessary one, Montenegro feels, for the mestizo nations of the Americas if they are to come to terms with their mixed identities. She continues. The paradigm for true democratization of a society is not a question of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, but rather a deeper problem of the human species. There exist tremendous inequalities in human society. Men cannot be free while women are not free. This has often been repeated, but the true economic implications are rarely noted. Women were the RST excluded group. After that, other men were excluded from equality because they had dark skin or were otherwise deerrant. I believe in the possibility of creating a viable utopia by including all those who have been excluded in the past. Superscript 1. Montenegro thus joins thinkers like Martin Luther King, who built on the basic tenets of classical liberalism, maintaining that contained within that system of thought was the possibility, even the philosophical necessity, of expanding individual rights and liberties to include all members of society and not just male property owners of European descent. Montenegro says that racial, religious, and class prejudices exist within the Nicaraguan women's movement. But, she adds, we have to pull up those prejudices by the roots and ensure the political recognition that each person has rights that are intrinsic and inalienable. Superscript 1. Marx himself did not stray from these premises, but rather added economic rights to those political rights so important to his predecessors Locke, Rousseau, and J. Emerson. Montenegro says that she has a radical vision which sees democracy not just in political and organizational terms but rather in economic, social, and real terms, and which sees it as a process of negotiation and pact-making among equals. Superscript 1. Montenegro maintains that a new vision can come out of the diversity that exists in the Nicaraguan women's movement and out of the diverse Sandinista movement in Nicaragua. The Sandinista party itself will really change, she says, when it feels enough pressure from the popular organizations. It will then modify its statist vision of the economy toward one that will include all sectors of society as active economic subjects and will incorporate the value of nature in a way similar to the vision of the eco-feminists. It is the popular organizations, and most important for Montenegro, the women's movement, that represent the force for true democratic change in Nicaragua. Just as the women's movement brings together women from many different walks of life, the popular organizations must work together as equals, without renouncing their primary identity, to end a new national project for Nicaragua. Superscript 1. It is the nature of this new national project for Nicaragua, including the role of the popular organizations and their relationship to the party, that is the object of such controversy within the Sandinista movement today. Montenegro is among those who are reminding Nicaraguans of the tasks yet to be completed in the area of including all their countrymen and women into the revolutionary project on an equal basis, one of the few who recognizes that there are still inequalities left from the imposition of Spanish colonial rule over the indigenous peoples of western Nicaragua years ago. But it is the combination of the intellectual work of Montenegro with the work of people like Beniana Mendiola in the rural areas that will make the difference for Nicaraguan peasants, women, and indigenous and mestizo peoples. While Montenegro theorizes, Mendiola works for reconciliation between demobilized men from the Contra and Sandinista armies and obtains land titles for peasant women. Orlando Núñez Soto. The popular organizations as the New Democratic Vanguard. Orlando Núñez Soto worked with the Center for the Study of Agrarian Reform under the Sandinista government and is now director of CIPRES, a center that trains participants in the new worker-owned agricultural and industrial enterprises of Nicaragua. He has a PhD in political economy from the University of Paris and has published several books. Núñez Soto emphasizes the importance of the popular organizations, the organizations of civil society, to democratic development even more strongly than does Montenegro. He agrees with her that the Marxist left has concentrated on the worker-capitalist contradiction to a degree unwarranted by the reality of the class structure in Latin America and especially in Nicaragua. And, like Montenegro, Núñez wishes to build on the Enlightenment values of liberty, equality, and fraternity rather than destroy them. He speaks of three revolutions or revolutionary roots. The third revolution he calls the insurrection of consciousness. The nature of the RST2 revolutions for Núñez changes from his early thought to his later ideas, but the force behind the third revolution in both cases is, he believes, a third force in the population that is broader in its makeup than merely workers and peasants. In pushing for a revolution of consciousness, Núñez makes use of the ideas of Antonio Gramsci, Che Guevara, and of critical theorists of the Frankfurt School. He rejects Kautsky but not Marx, especially not the Marx of the economic and philosophical notebooks of and the ethnological notebooks. In the Núñez Soto wrote of 3 processes or strategies leading to socialist revolution. He said that Marxism stipulated that the development of material productive forces would prepare the conditions for revolution and socialism. The active subject of change would be the proletariat. Later, Leninism put its hopes on political revolution which, from the position of state power, would make the changes in the social relations of production that are necessary for the transition to socialism. In this case, a worker-peasant alliance under the leadership of a vanguard party would be responsible for the movement toward change. And Nally, in a third moment, a cultural revolution would attempt to make changes in civil society and in the daily lives and thought of citizens, with the motor for change being a large and varied representation of the people. Superscript 1. The second and third processes or roads to socialism are based on the belief that it is not necessary to wait for economic and technological development to reach the level at which revolution is inevitable. People in the underdeveloped countries got tired of paying the costs of waiting for economic advancement while barbarism proceeded, Núñez said. And those who lived under socialist regimes could not continue to accept a strategy of revolution which resolved the economic problems of development, then later moved to resolve the political problems, and Nally, at the end, would build a new culture, a new civilization, with new values, a new organization of daily life, a new way of relating to one another. Orlando Núñez Soto. The political revolutions that have occurred in this century are necessary but not sufficient to change alienated relationships, Núñez maintains. Superscript 1. But, in some cases, he adds, the critique by the left of actually existing socialism has ended up in a reactionary anti-Soviet and anti-communist position which has included a bitter apathy toward everything that smells of revolution or Marxism. Núñez rather supports a critique of the model that reclaims individuality and democracy in the face of authoritarian and statist tendencies. This position has been fed by the new Marxist humanism enunced by psychology. These thinkers have confronted the verticalist and totalitarian tendencies of socialism as well as the criticisms that are made of communism from the right because of its lack of democracy. Finally, we can include in the democratic critique of socialism the entire process of renovation, rectification and opening up which is happening in the Soviet Union under the leadership of Gorbachev. Superscript 2. Núñez adds that the Sandinista experience shows that transformations in the state and in the economy can be accompanied by substantial changes in cultural values, in new kinds of relationships in people's daily lives, instead of the latter having to wait for completion of the former point. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. To this day he tends to emphasize the positive aspects of the transformations of the Nicaraguan Revolution, such as the distribution of land to tens of thousands of peasants, which nightly occurred, and to minimize the errors, such as the failed large-scale agricultural model and the excessive growth of the state bureaucracy. There were changes in values and relationships in Nicaragua, but they were far from universal among FSLN leaders, militants, and organizations. As we have seen above, many people left the popular organizations precisely because the new values of equality and participation were crushed by excesses of Leninist verticalism that did not allow members to have any democratic input into their functioning. It was the Argentine/Cuban Eco Beto Che Guevara who believed that socialism could be seen not simply as the inevitable result of class contradictions in highly developed societies, but that the revolution would be made by inspired men and women. Man is the conscious actor of history, Guevara wrote, citing Marx's manuscripts to support his position. He said that Marx believed that the end to human alienation which would take place under communism would come about by conscious human action. Superscript 2. Superscript 2. Núñez makes clear his debt to Che when he says, "How much time did we revolutionaries lose," as Che very correctly asks, in waiting for the famous maturation of the objective conditions of capital? And how much time have we also wasted waiting for state planning to produce the conditions for the new man, the new consciousness, new social relationships of cooperation and solidarity? If revolution and socialism are, in the NAL instance, an act of conscious liberation, of human creativity freely building a new way of living, then it is only right that we not wait for society to do everything for us. Rather, socialism will be a product of our initiative, obviously within existing conditions and circumstances, but keeping in mind the need to supersede in a revolutionary fashion existing reality. To be scientific is to begin with reality, but to be a scientific revolutionary is to deny that reality, revive its tendencies and invite it by force and by historic persuasion to the path of socialism. Superscript 2 Superscript 3. For Núñez Soto, the revolution in Nicaragua was one of those in which political power held by a revolutionary vanguard had to compensate for the economic and ideological limitations of the society in order to advance towards socialism. He maintains, however, that the revolution was built on the path to socialism laid out by Karl Marx. He quotes that section of the Communist Manifesto in which Marx and Engels say that the first step of the revolution is to elevate the proletariat to the position of dominant class, to win the battle for democracy. He believes that this meant, under conditions present in Nicaragua, the establishment of a democratic regime governing in support of the interests of workers and the rest of the popular sectors. In contrast with previous revolutions, the Nicaraguan revolution included more representation, in the taking of power and afterward, from the undifferentiated urban masses including students, women, barrio residents, religious groups, and others. Once in power, the FSLN took a series of measures which Núñez maintains did not differ qualitatively from those enumerated by Marx and Engels in the Manifesto. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 Núñez sees the Third Revolution as being the project of what he calls a third force. Writing with Roger Burbach he said that it was assumed that the motor of the revolutionary process in developed countries would be the working class and in developing countries, a worker-peasant alliance. Marx and Lenin were aware that other social sectors including segments of the petite bourgeoisie could play a role, but neither of them developed a program for their incorporation. Núñez and Burbach explain, history compels us to broaden revolutionary theory and practice. Diverse political experiences, ranging from the Cuban Revolution and the political ferment in the United States in the S, to the May Rebellion in France, and the Nicaraguan Revolution, have made it increasingly clear that the impetus for revolutionary change no longer comes only from Marx's working class or Lenin's worker-peasant alliance. Today a third social force comprised of a variety of groups, the middle classes, the intellectuals, the urban poor, the petty bourgeoisie, and the ethnic and social movements often plays a highly original role in social change. Superscript 2. Núñez and Burbach describe in some detail the component groups of the third force. They include the economically marginalized sectors of society, those who live in the barrios and the favelas and are often unemployed or underemployed. The social movements form another important part of the third force, and within this category Núñez and Burbach include those who struggle for civil rights, gender equality, opposition to nuclear power and environmental degradation, peace, the right to housing, and so on. Included are the new communities of religious activists influenced by liberation theology, especially, in Latin America, the Catholic Comunidades de Base. In many countries, they point out, Christians and Marxists are forging a common front against exploitation, oppression, imperialism, even capitalism. Superscript 2 Núñez saw these groups as leaders on the third road to socialism. However, while their members are struggling to make human relationships more just, and this is at the core of what Núñez called the Third Revolution, it is not at all certain that all of them see their goal as socialism or that they could agree on what socialism as a goal would mean. Writing in, Núñez continues to speak of a third revolution but characterizes it as coming after the bourgeois and socialist revolutions, rather than following the two routes to socialism to which he had referred before. Those years between and had seen the fall of the Berlin Wall, the breakup of the Soviet Union and, most significant of all for him, the Sandinista loss in the elections of. He takes the longer view. Actually existing socialism has become, with a couple of exceptions, a thing of the past. Núñez says that the bourgeois revolution had not been fully consummated, nor the possibilities of state planning fully explored when a third revolutionary wave was unleashed, this time for autonomy and self-management. Superscript 2 Now he sees the liberal and socialist revolutions as being steps on one positivist route, that of reason and work, of science, technology, and progress. The other road, that of love, of play, of ethics, of aesthetics, of art, of the conscience, of the spirit, of the best values of humanity, has not yet been fully explored. Núñez maintains that liberty has now been freed from its principal obstacle, which was the realm of necessity. Objectively, human ity can feed the world. What is missing, he says, is the will, the freedom, the organization. Humanism must follow its route now, according to Núñez. The contribution of humanists, of utopians, he believes, is more important than ever in the midst of the confusion and uncertainty of the present-day alienated social consciousness. Superscript 2. It appears that Núñez here is confusing humanity's ability to produce enough food for everyone to eat, which may technically exist, with the ability to set up economic structures in all countries that would allow people to sustain themselves and their families through productive labor, a capacity which does not presently exist. This is an important distinction because while will and inspiration are important, very concrete changes in economic structures need to take place, and in most cases we do not yet know what those should be. We cannot change defective economic structures merely by changing alienated social consciences. In fact, the reverse may well be true. We can, however, put the best values of humanity to work to help guide the search for concrete economic alternatives, and this is where Núñez's third force organizations in civil society have a role to play. Liberalism gave us the individual citizen who, Núñez says, speaking colloquially, is now 100 years old, and built representative democracy. But, along with individual citizens, there exist as well collective subjects, which are also a creation of Western civilization. These collective subjects want to manage the factories, the unions, and the federations and have a say in government more significant than merely casting a ballot every 4 years. This involvement, which appears to mean having their organizations consulted by government officials when decisions are being made but remaining free to criticize government policies later, is what Núñez means by participatory democracy. It is this surge in participation at the level of civil society among women, ethnic minorities, environmentalists, neighborhood residents, and so forth, in Latin America and elsewhere that he sees as a manifestation of the Third Revolution. Superscript 3. Sometimes it is unclear, when Núñez speaks of the Third Revolution, whether he is referring to changes in people's personal lives, in how they relate to their mates and their children, for example, or to societal changes, such as people's increased role in making management decisions in their workplaces or their participation on city-level commissions to decide questions of local government. He reiterates several times, however, that he means all of these. We think that a new way of living must simultaneously include personal projects, joint projects at the level of couples, community projects, and social projects. Superscript 3. Superscript 1. He quotes what he calls the phrase that energized the S, the personal is political and the political is personal, which he says symbolizes the recognition that basic power relationships have to be challenged and changed, not just at the level of the state, but in civil society and in daily life as well. Point Superscript 3. Superscript 2. In support of this position, Núñez quotes from Marx's theses on Feuerbach. The chief defect of all hitherto existing materialism, that of Feuerbach included, is that the thing, reality, sensuousness, is conceived only in the form of the object or of contemplation, but not as human sensuous activity, practice, not subjectively. Superscript 3. Superscript 3. If the struggle against the previous regime must include the struggle to change that social system, Núñez goes on to say, then the latter must include the GHT against the alienated, inherited cultures, and civilization. And, he adds, this struggle and its battle held in our daily lives. Superscript 3. Socialism has always included at its heart, Núñez says, the conflict between a project that was more statist and one that was more communal and libertarian, between the party in power and individuals organized in grassroots structures, between centralization and decentralization. Superscript 3. It is the latter in each case that can bring to fruition the revolution of consciousness. Certainly in the Soviet Union and other countries of the former Eastern Bloc, the former triumphed, and Núñez would be the RST to argue that a revolution of consciousness did not take place in those countries. But, he would also argue that the Soviet experience does not preclude it happening elsewhere. But is Nunez not being too optimistic? When he says that values such as the traditional family, religious and political doctrines, par. Orlando Nunez Soto, idioms of personal conduct, and so forth, are being challenged by new democratic, egalitarian, and fraternal values, is he taking into account the strength of the right in Nicaragua and in the rest of the world? What about the growth of religious fundamentalism, both Protestant and Catholic in Nicaragua, and of fundamentalist groups within other religions in different parts of the world? Nunez answers, in EECT, that it is exactly because of the strength of the new movements for change that the right wing and the fundamentalist religious groups are waging such a desperate counteroffensive. The reaction of the dominant classes against these protests has been that of a beast that feels itself mortally wounded. But, he adds, the struggle will be long and difficult, and we could be well into the next millennium before the new values take root. Superscript 3 Popular organizations must overcome formidable barriers, even apart from the counteroffensive of the right, according to Nunez, such as the isolation of one group from another, interference in their internal affairs by political parties, and undemocratic internal structures in which officers are put in place by these same parties rather than by direct election. Of the members superscript 3, these and other undemocratic practices, in fact, did take place in most cases in the popular organizations in Nicaragua under the Sandinista government, as was noted above. Nunez Soto was not to be found at the time among the most severe critics of these practices, as were Sofia Montenegro and other feminists. In the late s he made general criticism of authoritarian tendencies in countries with vanguard parties in power, but showed a denied reluctance to apply these criticisms directly to Nicaragua. It is indeed ironic that, as we have seen above, the popular organizations founded by the Sandinistas, which were foundering under the revolutionary government, have blossomed since the revolutionary government was turned out of power. Nunez says now, in a more outspoken fashion since the electoral loss, that the role of the Marxist-Leninist vanguard parties may diminish due to the rejection of their verticalism, but the struggle against exploitation and power is as strong as ever, and the GHT for social justice must go on despite adverse conditions. He maintains that there could very well occur in Nicaragua a revolution that does not include mediation by government, but that develops instead within civil society. The popular organizations, liberated from party control, can carry out a revolution in neighborhoods and on farms and in factories, independent of the party in power. As Garaschaga also described above and as will be seen below, networks of popular organizations and other networks of non-governmental organizations have trained worker owners of farms and factories and have provided financing for their projects. This is a new version of participatory democracy that is taking place on the ground in Nicaragua and in other parts of Latin America as well. Theorists like Nunez Soto have been looking upon these developments as an encouraging new sign. The new forces, says Nunez, raise the traditional banners of all revolutions, such as liberty, equality, and fraternity, either in their bourgeois/democratic expressions or in their socialist expressions, and also demand a share in the management of capital, of power, and of life in general. Superscript 3 Nunez rejects postmodernism in a fashion similar to that of Sofia Montenegro. He says that the philosophy of progress is not resolving the problems of alienation from which people suffer, and that they therefore are looking for a refuge in their own individual, personal lives. But refuge from the world cannot be found by hiding in your room alone because the television will follow you in there. We have to be in the street again. He goes on to describe what this means politically. We think that we have to combine individuality and the objectives of each social sector with the joint coordination of all the sectors, taking ownership of universal values and developing alternative organizations that will help us to realize those values. But we believe that isolated struggles by those sectors, even if they are very legitimate struggles, will not be able to resolve their problems. It is difficult for any group to save itself alone. Superscript 3 Nunez says that if there is a force in the world that could be considered to be a democratic vanguard, we should not hesitate to point to these new social movements which struggle every day to transform the lives of their members, without waiting for objective conditions or for a dominant political or ideological guru to tell them what to do and how to do it. This is a dramatic change from the position of Che Guevara, Antonio Gramsci, and others who have influenced Núñez, because for them it is the vanguard party and its members that forge the new man and woman and provide the inspirational force with which to carry out the radical changes of the revolution. As a democratic vanguard, as Núñez calls them, it is very possible that these popular movements do represent the highest aspirations of their people, as the Sandinistas were wont to say about the FSLN. But they do not represent those aspirations through any mysterious process of political osmosis, as did the vanguard party. If they do re-ECT the general will of their members, it is in a true Rousseauian sense through the direct participation of all in the operation of the organizations. One must remember, of course, that Rousseau disapproved of mediating organizations in society. The general will thus formed would be that of each organization rather than that of the people as a whole. But in modern diverse societies, possibly the most one can hope for is the formation of a general will within the different groups and for some institutionalized way to bring these views into the governing process. Rousseau did add that, if there are sectional associations, it is wise to multiply their number and to prevent inequality among them. These are the only precautions which can ensure that the general will is always enlightened and the people protected from error. Superscript 1 Núñez thus charts a major change in socialist thought, participatory organizations as the democratic vanguard of the revolution, bringing egalitarian values to the workplace, the neighborhood, and even to the family. The very meaning of the word vanguard changes, back to its dictionary meaning of the forefront of a movement and away from the Jacobin and Leninist versions of coercive leadership bodies. The new way of thinking is based on the upsurge in the organizations of civil society in Latin America. Núñez Soto is not the only theorist or political activist dealing with this upsurge. The parties of the Latin American left meet regularly in what they call the Forum of São Paulo to discuss these changes. Some of the newer parties, like the Brazilian Workers' Party, appear to have an easier time dealing with the new political realities than do the formerly military vanguard parties like the FSLN. The principal question now becomes, what is the role of the party if the social movements are the democratic vanguard? And this is the question that the FSLN has been considering since the party's electoral loss in and even more with the outing of the popular organizations that followed that loss. Should the FSLN become an electoral party which would represent a broad range of citizenry in the way a European Social Democratic Party does, making political compromises in order to win elections and in order to govern afterwards? Or should it instead remain pure, a type of post-vanguard vanguard, a network or coalition of popular organizations representing the poor and dispossessed, forswearing all collaboration with the haute bourgeoisie, and possibly abandoning hope of government power as well? This question will be examined in chapter. Summary. Xavier Gorostiaga, Nelly Miranda, and Alejandro Serrano began this chapter of new ideas on participatory democracy among Sandinista thinkers. An introductory examination of their ideas was followed by a more in-depth look at work on participatory democracy by Soa Montenegro and Orlando Núñez. Both of the latter emphasize that recognition of the ethnic, gender, and economic diversity of Nicaragua's population is necessary for participatory democracy to function properly. Both could be accused of having an idealized view of the popular organizations. Montenegro believes that the women's movement has the potential to show the FSLN how to become again the force for democratic change in Nicaragua, and Núñez sees the popular organizations as the new democratic vanguard. However, the variety and diversity of these organizations makes them virtually the opposite of what is traditionally understood as a vanguard. One is prompted to ask if these writers are not so enamored of the popular organizations precisely because the party, the FSLN, is in such disarray. The organizations appear to know whom they represent and what their members need. The party does not. As pointed out by Gorostiaga, the popular organizations and NGOs believe that they can do active work for their constituencies whether a party sympathetic to their needs is in government or not. The national and international networks that they have formed are now playing varying roles in influencing policy at both the national and international levels. As Enrique Picado said, the organizations are now grown up. The Leninist vision has been left far behind. Many Nicaraguans feel that it is these organizations which, with all their diversity, are working toward realizing the democratic and revolutionary vision that they are not ready yet to abandon. 5. Economic democracy. The revolutionary years. Dora Maria Tellez says that it is impossible to imagine a political democracy without a lessening of the gap between those who have the most and those who have the least. Superscript 1. Economic democracy has been one of the most important principles of the FSLN since its founding. In the early period, many Sandinistas believed that economic democracy was much more important than political or formal democracy. Most Sandinistas, however, have come to agree with Alejandro Bandana's description of Sandinista thought and practice as liberal democracy squared, that is to say, civil and political rights and freedoms but also social and economic rights. Superscript 2. Economic democracy was denoted in the introduction to this volume as a system under which there is an equalization in the ownership of wealth and in which the people of a nation have control over the use of the resources of the nation and over the type of economic system under which they will live. Certainly there is no question about Sandinista commitment to the idea of a greater equalization of wealth in their country. However, considerable difference of opinion arose among Sandinistas around the role of the people in deciding economic policy. The controversy was between those who knew from studying correct theory and political economy what policies were best for the country and those who believed that the people themselves, through their own organizations, should have the major role in the formation of economic policy. In this chapter we shall examine in detail the views of the main participants in this controversy during the Sandinista years in power and then, in the next chapter, consider the possibilities for a new Sandinista economic model to the present period. In order to provide a sound basis for theoretical discussion, we must review the recent economic history of Nicaragua. As in previous chapters, the statements of the participants themselves are the primary sources. Superscript 3. Historical background. According to Jamie Wheelock, Minister of Agriculture and Agrarian Reform under the Sandinista government, there are two important aspects of Nicaraguan economic history that have to be taken into account in the formation of an economic plan. The RST is that the country's economic formation after was strongly influenced by the United States, by U.S. bankers, corporations, and the U.S. government. The second is the fact that Nicaragua did not follow the classical model of capitalist development, but, as is true in so many other third world countries, capitalism was imported and began mainly in the area of export agriculture. An agricultural proletariat developed, Wheelock maintains, before an industrial proletariat arose. Plantation agriculture brought about the dissolution of the indigenous community, which was moved from its traditional lands and converted into a seasonal agricultural workforce. Other Nicaraguans argue that the members of this seasonal farm worker population did not cease to be peasant in their class orientation and that their desire was always to again have a piece of land of their own on which to plant corn and beans. Agrarian capitalism promoted not industrialization, but rather the importation of manufactured goods in the formation of the Central American Common Economic Democracy. Market and the investment promoted by the Alliance for Progress resulted in some growth and industrialization in Nicaragua. There were economic opportunities for an elite but few benefits trickled down to the great masses of people. Wheelock asserts that, in countries where an economic model is in force that concentrates wealth in the hands of a few, the coming of boom years does not result in any improvement in the lives of the poorest sectors of society. And so it was that the climax of the revolutionary struggle against the dictatorship occurred during years of excellent prices for Nicaragua's export crops on the world market and excellent harvests in those crops. In the FSLN presented to the Nicaraguan public what is known as its historic program. In this program the FSLN promised that upon taking power it would put into EECT the nationalization of the foreign mining and timber companies, of the land holdings and business enterprises of the Somoza family, of the banks, and of foreign commerce. The document promised to give land free of charge to the peasants who worked it, to promote the organization of cooperatives in the countryside, to give credit for the RST time to peasant farmers for seed and machinery, to cancel debts to usurers, to protect the small and medium-sized farmers and those who had collaborated with the armed revolutionary struggle, and to provide free medical care to the entire population with clinics throughout the country. All of these promises were fulfilled by the FSLN upon taking power, an extraordinary phenomenon in the history of revolutionary struggles. Other, even more ambitious, promises were not fulfilled, however, such as providing adequate housing for all and eliminating unemployment. Only partially fulfilled was the promise of control and participation by the workers in the administration of industry and other nationalized units. The adherence of Sandinista leaders to the FSLN program when they took over the government however, gives the lie to the claims of some that the Sandinistas, in order to gain popular support, hid their true goals. When the Sandinistas came to power, they found that large landowners, latifundistas, owned half of the land under cultivation. Small landowners, minifundistas, who were percent of the total number of farmers, held only 4% of the land in properties of 17 acres or less. Medium-sized farmers, a strong sector in Nicaragua, held the remaining percent. The terrain of the small farmers and sharecroppers tended to be of marginal fertility, located in areas isolated from markets. There were also growing numbers of landless seasonal agricultural workers who harvested the cotton and sugar by means of 2 decrees issued in the RST days after taking power. The Sandinista government nationalized the properties of the Somoza family and its closest associates. With the properties from these RST decrees, which put over 0.1 acres, as well as factories and other businesses, into government hands, the state sector was set up. It included sugarcane plantations with their rearing plants, plantations with their corresponding operations to prepare the beans for export, and other enterprises of high-technology export agriculture. At the time, most revolutionary leaders agreed that it was appropriate to turn over only a very small part of this property to the peasants. No one suggested that the Somoza family factories and businesses be turned over to the workers. Edmundo Yarkin, Minister of Foreign Cooperation in the Sandinista government, now says with some irony that the state sector was set up based on political rather than economic criteria. We expropriated the Somocistas. This meant that we got an airline, a cotton plantation and gin, a grocery store, a house of prostitution. Very quickly, in the name of economic democratization, we should have gotten rid of many of these small and medium-sized businesses and farms that introduced irrationality into state administration. In the 2 years following the victory of the revolution, worker productivity went down precipitously, credit was dispersed to small farmers without much care taken as to its use, food prices were subsidized, and, where national production was not sufficient, food was economic democracy imported. As a result of the latter policy, malnutrition among infants and young children virtually disappeared by the close of. It was not to reappear until the economic crises of the mid and late 80s. Infant mortality dropped precipitously. STA-ed health centers were set up in all the most remote rural areas as well as in the cities. International assistance was consumed in such necessities rather than being invested in productive activities. The short-lived results of these policies were phenomenal, but they were short-lived only. Orlando Núñez says in explanation that the desire for justice of the popular sectors who had just won the war of liberation was as great as their hunger and hopes for improving their lives with the revolution. On the other hand, Edmundo Yarkin says that Nicaragua's straitened circumstances after the overthrow of Somoza should have prompted policies that were less distributive in nature, and at the same time more attention should have been given from the beginning to maintaining macroeconomic equilibrium. He points out that he and Henry Ruiz, member of the FSLN National Directorate and Minister of Planning, were the only ones who insisted that the nation could not continue for long to operate with skull deficits and balance of payment deficits. *1 In the Sandinistas put together their economic plan for the next few years, under the assumption that the prices on the world market for Nicaragua's principal exports would stay the same or decline slightly. Instead, beginning in COEE dropped from $1 per pound to $cotton from $. Per pound to $. And in the steepest drop of all, the bottom fell out of the sugar market with sugar falling from $1 to $. Per pound. Some crops, such as cotton and sugar, cost considerably more to produce than they would bring on the world market. In fact, in the case of sugar in the early S, the transportation to the port, which was nearby, cost more than the value of the sugar. The drop in export prices, combined with rising prices for the oil the country needed to import and growing protectionism in the developed countries, wrought havoc with the Nicaraguan economy and the Sandinista economic plan. Even though the COEE harvest was the largest in history, and that of cotton the second largest, the economic benefits to the nation did not reach this point. Superscript 1 the recession of the early S hit all of Latin America very hard. Wheelock estimates that the region as a whole lost over $1 billion in due to deterioration in the terms of trade alone. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Núñez Soto says that between and Nicaragua alone lost $1 million from this same cause. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 The U.S. trade embargo also had damaging effects on the Nicaraguan economy. For some products traditionally sold to the U.S., such as bananas, markets were quickly found in Europe. But ending markets for other products was more difficult. Suppliers had to be found for industrial products and consumer goods traditionally bought from the U.S. There were other results of the trade embargo, as former Minister of Foreign Trade Alejandro Martinez Cuenca points out. The U.S. embargo effectively forced a more acute dependence on the countries of the East, more than was originally intended. For my part, I always thought that our way around the blockade should be found in Latin America, but unfortunately, the crisis of the S made it impossible for even the richest countries of Latin America to be able to commit resources to Nicaragua in the amounts and at the times they were required. Therefore, we had to increase our economic dependence on the Soviet Union especially, and on the countries of Eastern Europe, such as the German Democratic Republic and Bulgaria, and also on Cuba. Great inconveniences were created with the extension of trade towards the East, but without a doubt, it was better than remaining completely isolated. Superscript 1. Because the RST concatenations of the property of the Somoza family and its closest associates had produced so little land appropriate for use in peasant production, the revolutionary government issued an agrarian reform decree that was intended to put idle, abandoned, or poorly managed agricultural land into the hands of landless peasants. The decree acted only farms of more than acres in the more densely populated PCC and Central Highlands areas and acres in the rest of the country. Superscript 1 Peasants were encouraged to come together in cooperatives to farm the land. The most popular form of cooperation was the credit and service cooperative, in which individual peasant landowners came together to receive credit and technical assistance. Much less popular but favored by the revolutionary government was the Sandinista agricultural cooperative, where the land was owned and farmed in common. By approximately 3,000 cooperatives had been formed with over 60,000 members. Credit to peasant farmers increased almost % in the RST years of the revolution with different interest levels for different types of farmers. Large owners had to pay % interest, small and medium-sized farmers %, credit and service cooperatives %, and production cooperatives %. Superscript 1 The banks of the agricultural towns and cities of Nicaragua were an interesting sight to see. There were bank branches where there had never been bank branches before and peasant farmers doing business inside them where they had never been before. Most remarkable of all, the peasant farmers were signing their full names to the documents, having been relieved by the national literacy crusade of the crushing humiliation of having to mark an X on the line where others could sign their names. On the negative side of the equation, neither the banks nor the Ministry of Agriculture had the capacity to oversee these loans properly, or provide technical assistance or equipment, and when the small farmers could not repay their loans because of low prices, drought, pests, or plain mismanagement, the government, committed to not foreclosing on small farmers, declared that the loans would be forgiven. It is regrettable that the lack of trained specialists prevented the government from supervising the use of the credit it extended. If the goal is economic democracy, however, there is, in fact, no acceptable answer to this problem. The main focus of the RST years of Sandinista government was the consolidation of the state sector. By the Middle S, state-owned industry accounted for 4% of total industrial production. Foreign commerce was nationalized and thus was wholly in government hands. Approximately % of internal commerce was in the hands of the state, along with about % of agricultural production. Superscript 1. The state farms suffered from a serious shortage of capable managers. Many farms had been stripped of their assets by their previous owners and required repairs to machinery and infrastructure. While their production was not much lower than that of private producers, their expenditures were much higher. Wheelock admits that from the very beginning all these state farms made social investments that far outstripped their economic possibilities. Nevertheless, it was necessary to answer the needs of the farm workers who had been living so long in conditions of misery. Superscript 1. In this case, as in other areas, the roots of the transformation and of the later crisis were not economic at all. They derived instead in great part from the political need to satisfy the demands of the masses. Large agro-industrial projects in sugar reaning, milk production, vegetable processing, a massive corn irrigation scheme, and other similar projects were begun with matching monies from the Eastern and Western European countries and Cuba. Later, the start-up costs of these enterprises were revealed to have been entirely out of line with what the government could afford. Few of these projects would make it to completion. Noel Sanchez, who worked in the Ministry of Planning under the Sandinista government, points out the contradiction between these policies and Nicaragua's economic reality. The technocracy of the Ministry of Agriculture and Agrarian Reform favored the mega-projects with sophisticated technology that were capital-intensive. This was in a country that by definition suffered from capital scarcity and that by further definition had abundant labor power. Superscript 1. Large private farmers were given incentives to continue planting and harvesting because the foreign exchange from their crops was so essential for the economic development of the nation. Incentives were especially generous in the case of farmers growing crops that needed to be planted annually, such as cotton, sugarcane, and rice. There were fewer incentives for co-ee growers, whose crop grows on a bush that produces beans for 15 years. But with or without economic democracy incentives, the large private growers virtually stopped investing their own money. Many would invest the bank's money, however, so loans to large-scale farmers continued to owe even though their support for the revolution was in doubt at the beginning and was to wane as the years went by. At the same time, the peasant sector was suffering. The subsidized prices paid for peasant-produced food crops grew at a slower rate than the prices of the goods peasants needed to buy. Superscript 2. Such as machetes, rubber boots, cloth, radio batteries, and also at a slower rate than the subsidies that lowered the price of food for the city dweller. In general, the city dweller was given higher priority in economic decision-making than the country dweller. Also, large-scale production, whether private, cooperative, or state-owned, was given priority over small-scale production. By the middle of, according to Jamie Wheelock, state farms held % of farmland, cooperatives %, farmers with over acres held %, medium-sized farms held % of the land, and the small individual peasant farmer now held %. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. Combining the GERS for cooperatives and small individual farmers, the total for peasant production is %, a substantial rise from. By the economic costs of the Contra War began to be felt. Speaking in Agriculture, Minister Wheelock calculated the losses in production alone at $1 million per year. The CIA-trained Contra troops concentrated their attacks on cooperatives, state farms, grain silos, trucks, road repair equipment, sawmills, and other economically significant targets. Several important attacks were carried out by the CIA directly. Among them is the explosion of the petroleum storage tanks in the port of Corinto in October, of which occasioned enormous economic losses, and the mining of the principal harbors in. By the end of that year, more than state farms had been attacked and totally or partially burned. Also, the labor of the 1,000 men who had been drafted into the Sandinista army was lost to the economy. Health and education expenditures continued while, at the same time, fully half of the government's budget had to be spent for defense. Where did all this money come from? Wheelock answers, it came out of the budget, or more exactly, in conditions like ours, it came from printing more money with very little to back it up. Superscript 2. A major change in agricultural policy that favored distribution of more land to individual peasant farmers began in and. Wheelock states that, by the end of only acres of land had been distributed to individuals, but that in the middle of that year the National Directorate of the FSLN ordered a change of course in the application of the Agrarian Reform Law. The leadership had become alarmed, he says, by the slow pace of distribution of land to poor peasant farmers and by the difficulty in organizing and developing the peasant cooperative sector. In land distribution to individuals virtually exploded, with 30,000 families receiving land in the RST 10 months. Most of the land came from state farms, some came from national lands, some was land purchased from individual owners. Superscript 2. Superscript 3. While Wheelock says that the decision was made by the National Directorate based on the leaders' concern about the slow pace of land distribution, a more accurate description of what happened appears to be that peasants all over the country, but especially in the densely populated department of Masaya and in parts of the northern war zones, were consistently demanding land. Pounding on the door of the local OCES of the Ministry of Agriculture and Agrarian Reform each year when the planting season approached. The Union of Farmers and Ranchers, formed in by separation from the Farm Workers Association, took up the banner of the small peasant landowners and landless peasants and pressured for more land for peasant farmers and better pricing and marketing policies as well as greater availability of consumer goods in the countryside. Núñez and Burbach say, rather than try to contain these demands by pushing for production cooperatives, the Frente decided to distribute land titles to the peasantry. His was a recognition of the basic rights of the rural inhabitants to organize their communities and their lives in the way they wanted. Superscript 2. Therefore, the government made major changes in economic democracy, economic policy. Besides distributing more land to the peasants to farm individually, food subsidies were ended and prices for basic grains were out. Consumer goods and agricultural inputs needed by the peasants were prioritized over the needs of the urban population. A fiscal and monetary adjustment program reduced social expenditures, imposed a hiring freeze, restricted credit, and set higher interest rates. The currency was partially devalued and tax collection improved. Large-scale, technically advanced, capital-intensive investments were funded at lower levels. In general, the cooperatives and small and medium-sized farmers responded better to the new production incentives than did large farmers, recording greater production increases than the latter or, at least, less decline in production. Several observers Superscript 2 feel that the state farms that were turned over to cooperatives were managed better under cooperative operation than they had been by the state. By percent of peasant families, that is, families, had received agrarian reform titles, half of them in individual holdings. Superscript 2 Other observers maintain that these changes came too late and that many peasants did not participate because of lack of faith in the government based on its previous actions. Superscript 2000s joined the counter-revolution. In the last quarter of Nicaragua entered a period of hyperinflation that was to peak at an unimaginable % the year following. To try to bring the inflation under control, the government implemented several sets of drastic measures, similar to but more severe than those of earlier years. Many called these IMF policies without IMF money since the international financial institutions had not made loans to Nicaragua for half a decade. The Sandinistas tried to put a human face on their stabilization and adjustment measures by conserving a minimum level of social services to thus soften the blows of the laos and restrictions on credit. In spite of this, there was a great deal of controversy within revolutionary circles about the correctness of the measures and about how much involvement in decision-making had been given to the labor unions, farmers, and other sectors being affected by the measures. At any rate, inflation, the great enemy of the poor, was indeed lowered by these steps, although only to %. The modernistic vision of Jamie Wheelock. The modernistic vision of Jamie Wheelock. Those who in the past were exploited and oppressed now hold power in the person of a vanguard that represents and puts forward their interests. Jamie Wheelock, Minister of Agriculture and Agrarian Reform. Here the peasant exists on a mass scale as a private land proprietor. Where he has not disappeared and been replaced by agricultural laborers, the proletariat must, as the government, take steps as a result of which the situation of the peasant will directly improve and which will therefore bring him over to the side of the revolution, steps which embryonically facilitate the transition from private ownership of the land to collective ownership, so that the peasant will himself come to this by economic means, but there should be no stunning of the peasant. Karl Marx, from his critique of Bakunin's statehood and anarchy. The major architect of Sandinista agricultural policy was Jamie Wheelock, one of the 9 members of the FSLN National Directorate and Minister of Agriculture and Agrarian Reform. Before the reunification of the FSLN in Wheelock was the major gur of the proletarian tendency. It was his insistence that the FSLN give priority to the agricultural proletariat in Nicaragua that brought about the RST major division in the FSLN. Wheelock studied in Nicaragua and in Chile, and the master's thesis from his studies in Chile became the highly regarded book Imperialismo y Dictadura. This work analyzes the formation and structure of the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie, especially including the Somoza family and its closest associates. Superscript 2. What concerns us here is that Wheelock had a coherent vision of the present and future of the Nicaraguan economy, and, while his vision was being put into practice after, he expressed himself eloquently in interviews and essays. These later became books which have been accessible to the student of Nicaraguan economic policy for a decade. Orlando Núñez Soto presents a supporting position to Wheelock in his doctoral thesis, which was translated from the original French into Spanish and published in Mexico. Economic democracy. The alternatives to Wheelock's and Núñez's orthodox ideas did not have such eloquent advocates. But the alternative voices were very important and are expressed strongly here by Daniel Núñez and Benigna Mendiola, both of the Union of Farmers and Ranchers. Wheelock sees the Nicaraguan economy as one based on dependent capitalism accompanied by great social and cultural backwardness. From this economy, the United States and other advanced capitalist nations had extracted raw materials. According to Wheelock, an undeveloped bourgeoisie of oligarchic origins accumulated a certain amount of capital based more on the merciless exploitation of workers than on high productivity or efficiency. Superscript 2. Wheelock goes on to say, in agreement with scientific socialism, or orthodox Marxism, that a country cannot pass from one economic stage to another before the RST has matured and reached its natural limits, such that the forces of production are being constrained by outdated relations of production. From no perspective whatsoever, he says, can capitalism be perceived to have reached this point in Nicaragua. Therefore, the Sandinistas had to look at history and at the political and geopolitical situation of Nicaragua for guidance in the making of a policy that was objective, adequate, and in accordance with the interests of the revolution. Nicaragua's situation was not appropriate for a classical socialist agrarian reform. Instead, the leaders had to look toward a mixed economic model, one in which private farms of all sizes would be permitted and even encouraged. Superscript 3. The unfavorable terms of trade for third world countries in general and for Nicaragua in particular were a major cause of concern to the Sandinistas. Wheelock notes that the Sandinista revolution occurred at the same time as the beginning of the severe economic crisis of the early s. He points to the fact that, as noted above, the prices of Nicaragua's exports dropped while the prices for the country's imports rose. Superscript 3. Superscript 1. Along with the severe crisis in the traditional agro-export model, the model based on import substitution industrialization was also in crisis because of the costs. The modernistic vision of Jamie Wheelock. Of the imported materials and equipment needed for manufacture of these consumer goods. Nicaragua, he insists, is the sum of two models in crisis. It is difficult to plan when there is only misery to divide up. Superscript 3. Superscript 2. But for Wheelock, an opportunity to work for a patriotic future was offered. This could mean the construction in Latin America of a way to overcome the old unresolvable problem of the domination of U.S. imperialism, which has hovered over us since the days of the Monroe Doctrine. Superscript 3 Nicaraguans could now decide what to produce and how to produce it, to whom they would sell and from whom they would buy, Wheelock maintains. This turned out to be an unrealistic assumption in light of Nicaragua's tiny size and limited economic power. For Wheelock, land is Nicaragua's principal resource, and therefore democratizing society means democratizing the ownership of land. It also means making human beings the subject of their work by giving them the material base that will allow them the means to develop freely in the economic, political, and cultural spheres. He continues, democratizing land ownership means giving thousands of hungry peasant farmers a nation they can feel a part of, something they did not have prior to the revolution. Wheelock is careful to add, however, that the special privilege granted to the peasants does not mean that other classes, including middle-sized and even large farmers, are to be excluded from the revolutionary project, which is based on a mixed economy and political pluralism. Superscript 3 What Wheelock and other Sandinista leaders seem to be reluctant to face, however, is the zero-sum relationship between the interests of rural peasant farmers and those of urban workers. Urban workers want cheap food, rural farmers need good prices for the food they produce. Urban and rural consumers have demands for de-rent goods purchased with limited foreign exchange. The famous slogan of Sandino, "Only the workers and peasants will go on to the end," and Lenin's coalition worker and peasant government have, in economic terms, limited viability in Nicaragua. In spite of the obstacles Wheelock describes, his vision and his economic democracy model are based on faith in the future. The Nicaraguan economy, he says, is like a family that sells ice cream from its refrigerator but ends out at the end of the month that the electricity bill comes to more than the pro-tea from the ice cream. The family has to close down the ice cream business. But we cannot close down Nicaragua. Rather, we have to find a way to open a new economic horizon. This new horizon is a plan for development based on the industrial transformation of own natural resources with the agricultural sector as a base. Superscript 3 In order to escape from the two failed models of traditional agro-export and import substitution industrialization, Wheelock wants to process the nation's agricultural, forestry, mining, and sherry products before export. Instead of exporting logs, Nicaragua will export lumber or furniture. Instead of exporting cotton in bales, it will export cotton yard goods, instead of tomatoes, catsup. Along with agro-industrialization, Wheelock believes that the country can and must achieve food self-sufficiency. This will not be done by providing technical assistance and credit to widely scattered small peasant farmers on infertile, mountainous terrain far from roads and silos, where they had been pushed by the large export crop growers. He favors instead taking advantage of the fertile, level PCC coast region where, with irrigation, 2 or 3 crops of corn, beans, and other basic grains can be grown every year, or, alternatively, corn and cotton can be grown in successive harvests in the same year on the same land. In addition to producing more food, this plan will relieve the pressure on the jungle soils of the agricultural frontier and halt the erosion of soils in the mountains. Mountain soils are better suited to coe and pasture, and the soils of the jungle are more suited to perennial crops. The peasants need to be brought down from those mountains and out of those jungles into cooperatives where they can take advantage of economies of scale while the government provides them with technical assistance as well as access to markets. With his customary idealism, Wheelock emphasizes also that an important corollary to this strategy of development is the application of methods of high technology to agriculture. He admits that his plan is controversial. Some maintain that we will become more dependent, others that we are using equipment that we will not be able to handle. Nicaragua cannot handle so much modernity, they say. There is a certain amount of truth to all these criticisms. Intensive agriculture can bring more dependence because of the chemicals that we need to import. 3 harvests a year can wear out the soil. We may not have enough technical expertise to support this growth. Nevertheless, no one has offered us anything better. Each alternative has its own contradictions. Superscript 3. Wheelock maintains that the combination of agrarian reform, changes in the use of the land, the application of modern technology, and industrial processing will place the country on the road to self-sufficiency in food and lead to the transformation of its own natural resources. We want to leap stages, Wheelock says, remaining, we are not a country of appropriate technology which has as its philosophy the institutionalization of underdevelopment. In other words, he rejects the idea common among development workers on the left that Nicaraguans should limit themselves to simple agricultural tools and small-scale projects appropriate to the country's previous level of development. Wheelock feels that Nicaragua should instead move quickly to higher levels. But then, as if realizing that he has perhaps spoken too strongly, he admits that the route Nicaragua has chosen is provocative, even problematic, but for him it offers the best route to greater independence and less hunger and poverty. Superscript 3. However, as noted above, these plans when put into EECT led not to a higher level of development but rather to disaster. An essential aspect of Wheelock's plan is the large size of the agricultural and industrial enterprises he envisions and which became the centerpiece of Sandinista agricultural policy. Large state farms, large agro-industrial enterprises, large private growers, and large cooperatives all are favored by the Minister of Agriculture and Agrarian Reform. Small peasant farmers are not considered. Economic democracy. Efficient producers, RST of all because, as Wheelock frequently points out, they have been pushed the best land to the infertile agricultural frontier. Secondly, within capitalist and socialist economic and political thought, the peasant is seen as conservative, bound by tradition, uninterested in producing crops in excess of what his or her family requires for subsistence. Superscript 3. Sandinista agrarian policy, therefore, favored the modern sector and with it the capitalist export crop farmers, the haute bourgeoisie in Nicaraguan terms. Wheelock justifies this position. In his words, we are now developing a national bourgeoisie, not one that has the capacity to articulate a political project, but one that is guaranteed an economic presence. Superscript 3. The large growers are needed for their expertise and production capacity and will be given credit and other incentives to continue to produce but will not have a share of government power. Wheelock does not seem to realize that most members of the bourgeoisie would not cooperate under these conditions and that the supposed beneficiaries of the revolution, rural workers and small peasant farmers, desirous of their own plots of land, would become disenchanted and drift into the arms of the counter-revolution. The large state farms which formed the hub of Sandinista economic policy were set up because the revolution could not turn over a sugar mill to the peasants. Wheelock says that in retaining the large agro-export enterprises as state farms with their salaried workforces, the FSLN was not specifically trying to turn the peasantry into a proletariat but that material and political conditions demanded this solution, but it was neither an answer to the demands of the peasants nor was it a fulfillment of the promises the Sandinistas had made to them. Once made, however, the decision resulted in a limitation of the amount of land that could be distributed to landless farmers because many thousands of harvesters were needed each year on the big farms to harvest and process the sugar, cocoa, and cotton crops. Usually there was some overlap in these harvests during the November to March period, which meant that even more laborers were needed. If too much land was given to the peasants, then there would not be enough people to harvest the modernistic vision of Jamie Wheelock. Crops that brought in the foreign exchange the nation needed to survive. Thus theory and reality came into conflict. The Sandinista government also undertook many large modern agro-industrial projects, such as the famous Chiltepe dairy farm, which were never completed. On the surface, Wheelock's explanation and defense of this type of project appear logical and coherent. Nicaraguans on the average do not have access to enough dairy products, especially milk, for good health. There are two ways of increasing the milk supply. The RST is to work to provide technical assistance to the farmers who own the existing national herd of 2 million head of cattle. But since the cows in this herd produce only million liters of milk per year, the second and better choice for Wheelock is to make a major investment in modern dairy projects using imported, high milk producing cows. Over a short period of time these cows will substantially increase total milk production, improving the national level of nutrition. Superscript 1. There were several problems with this second choice, however. Access to technology was not democratized. Rather, it was limited to the few rural workers and administrators involved in the modern projects. The principal problem, however, was high costs, and it was because of high costs that almost all of the high technology projects, including the Chiltepec dairy facility, failed. Jamie Wheelock's vision of agricultural development for Nicaragua was based on a faith in modernity and the power of modern science and technology to solve the problems of underdevelopment, on the necessity for exhausting the full potential of capitalism before moving ahead to a socialist future, and on a belief in state power as a vehicle for propelling the nation forward economically. At the time the Sandinistas began their revolution, the Soviet Union and Cuba were showing few signs of the economic problems that subsequently became obvious. Wheelock's vision was moderate when placed beside the state-dominated economic models chosen in those two countries, and it seemed possible to carry it out successfully. Too soon, however, this model was to be challenged by economic and military realities as well as by political and philosophical protests. And, in fact, it was the policies of Wheelock and others similarly inclined that, along with the war, brought Nicaragua to the economic disaster of the late S. Orlando Núñez Soto, as director of the Center for the Study of Agrarian Reform during the period of the Sandinista government, worked closely with Jamie Wheelock and other government officials in the area of Sandinista economic policy. His doctoral thesis in political economy from the University of Paris is a study of Sandinista economic strategy with an emphasis on agricultural policy. In general, Núñez supports Wheelock's ideas in this area, taking a Marxist and/or Marxist-Leninist position on most questions. Núñez maintains that revolutions that have taken place in non-industrialized rural countries have had more success in neutralizing private property and the bourgeoisie than they have had in diminishing the need for capital and eliminating the de-errant forms of division of labor. Also, they have had more success in exercising power over the political representatives of the capitalists than in controlling the market. The questions of how to accumulate the capital necessary for development, what price will be paid by workers, by peasants, and by other sectors, how collectivization should be carried out, and what the role of small private farmers should be have not changed, nor have the answers become clearer. Furthermore, these questions have always arisen under the pressure of imperialist attack, either open or covert. Núñez reminds his readers that the main contradiction of Third World socialism is the lack of correspondence between socialized relations of production and a level of development of productive forces that has not even reached an industrialized capitalist level. Consciousness has gotten ahead of itself and tried to overcome economic structure. Superscript 2. The market, he says, is much stronger than government planning and tends to strengthen capitalist tendencies and block socialist ones. This, as he rightly points out, has often led to an over-politicized authoritarianism in socialist societies in order to compensate for the limitations of the state and party in controlling the economy. Superscript 3. The modernistic vision of Jamie Wheelock. An important question for Núñez is how to collectivize production without violating the sensibilities of those sectors most important to the revolution, either as its principal social base, such as the peasantry, small artisans, and merchants, or as its internal allies in the form of a patriotic bourgeoisie. The latifundio and minifundio are both brakes on agricultural production and thus should be eliminated. The collectivization of the former ends the capitalists and the cooperativization of the latter ends the peasants, without whose support these and other transformations cannot be carried out. In order to limit the inequalities of wealth in society, Núñez feels that it is essential to cooperativize or collectivize production. He said recently, a literature has appeared which, in criticizing the low productivity of agricultural cooperatives, proposes reviving the individual productivity of the peasantry. Positions such as this, although they claim to be against capitalism and sometimes in favor of socialism, do not provide a way to avoid commercialization and a new strengthening of social differentiation. He thus sees the two goals of economic democracy set out at the beginning of this chapter as coming into con-ICT. If there is to be a lessening of the differences between rich and poor in a country, then production must be collectivized to some degree. But if the peasantry does not agree to work in cooperatives, then the goal of cooperative agriculture can be achieved only by violating the second goal of giving the participants in a society a voice in the type of economic system under which they will live. Núñez does not want to do this. The only solution, as he said in an interview, is that if the people want to move ahead at 10 km per hour and the intellectuals and revolutionaries want to go at 70 km per hour, you have to go at 20 km per hour, because it is preferable to go with the people at 20 km per hour than alone at 100. Núñez would agree with Marx's statement cited above that there should be no stunning of the peasant and that economic democracy. The peasant should be encouraged to come over to the side of cooperativization himself or herself. Núñez offers 3 suggestions for overcoming the problem of how to obtain the resources necessary for investment and development. These are, international assistance as a source of foreign exchange and investment capital, industrialization of agricultural products and natural resources, and, internally orts for food self-sufficiency. Jamie Wheelock also concurs with these choices. And, in fact, Núñez is now one of the few Sandinistas who does not criticize Wheelock's ideas and policies during the Sandinista period in government. In answer to a question about whether the counter-revolution would have been weaker if the revolution had had a deterrent policy toward the peasantry, Núñez answers, if one studies revolutions during the last 100 years, one sees that there have always been counter-revolutions. Revolutions do violence to the existing order. That order always rejects the change. But if we had not had a revolution, if we had not tried to distribute wealth, to democratize land ownership, to neutralize the effects of the market which deepen the differences between rich and poor, if we had not tried to do those things, there would not have been any counter-revolution, it is true. The alternative vision of the peasant farmer. Daniel Núñez and Benigna Mendiola are peasant leaders who have challenged the orthodox positions of Wheelock and Orlando Núñez. Mendiola, the head of the women's section of the Union of Farmers and Ranchers, who was elected to the FSLN National Directorate in May began her work in the S as a peasant organizer with the Socialist Party of Nicaragua in the mountainous area of Matagalpa. She disagreed even then with the orthodox Marxist view of the peasantry. She says that the socialists were trying to organize cooperatives among peasants who, in fact, wanted to farm their own plots of land. It was like trying to put a bird in a cage, she says, when what it likes is to jump from one branch to another and to y. Later, she and her husband, another peasant leader who was killed before the revolutionary victory, joined the FSLN. But Mendiola does not believe that the Sandinista revolution treated the peasants any better. For several reasons, neither the production cooperatives nor the credit and service cooperatives worked as well as they should have, she maintains. First, the peasants were not properly prepared or educated for cooperative farming, and second, the peasantry was the cannon fodder of the Contra War. The counter-revolutionaries made the cooperatives their particular targets of attack, while compulsory military service took the young men from the co-ops to GHT and die in the Sandinista army. In a stinging indictment, Mendiola says, the cooperatives were born suffering from rickets. They had stepfathers instead of fathers. The cooperatives did not have health centers, or rural daycare centers, or their own schools. But the state farms did have daycare, schools, health centers, and good food. In the case of the cooperatives, they tried to impose a model that the peasants did not want. For Mendiola, democracy means that the people have a chance to actively plan and manage their lives and the form in which they work. Fewer people, she says, would have joined the Contras if they had felt that they enjoyed such freedoms under the Sandinista government. Furthermore, many peasants believed the propaganda of the religious right, which told them that the communists ate people and that they shared their wives with other men. But the FSLN also made many errors, she says, I am a member of the Sandinista front, but I am not closing my eyes to some of the barbarities that were carried out. Daniel Núñez, who organized peasants and robbed banks for the FSLN before the victory and has been head of the Union of Farmers and Ranchers for 10 years, has been RM in his vision of his organization as one that represents small and medium-sized farmers, both individual and cooperative, and any large growers. Economic democracy. Who wish to join? He uses a class rhetoric that emphasizes the interests and demands of poor peasants but which at the same time does not exclude middle peasants. While he sees cooperatives as a positive good, he envisions his role as representing his constituency, and if a majority prefers to farm individually, then so be it. He says of the beginning years of his organization immediately after it broke away from the Farm Workers Association, he made a mistake. We began to prostitute the meaning of the word bourgeoisie, and we started calling any small peasant who had 10 cows or who harvested 200 hundredweights of coe a bourgeois, without giving any thought to the sacrifices he had made to achieve this. This meant that many peasants felt unconnected to the revolution. The counter-revolution took advantage of this. We had to take a line that was wider and more democratic. Superscript 1. Daniel Núñez criticizes the policy of the Sandinista Agriculture Ministry in the early s for slowing down agrarian reform in order to strengthen the state farm sector. This was recti-ed, he admits, in the mid-80s, principally because of pressure from the peasants themselves, much of it through the organization he leads. But Núñez chastises the government for continuing to support large landowners because of the ideological position of some functionaries, when the revolution has still not fulfilled its promises to poor landless peasants. For us, he says, this is a question of principle. The large landowners should be subjected to land reform, beginning with those who support the cause of imperialism. After that, the large patriotic producers should also come under the reform and, Núñez states, we will see exactly how patriotic they are. Along with the granting of land to the peasants, there must be a commitment to provide financing, technical assistance, and marketing, all the pieces of agrarian reform. Superscript 2. If the thought of Daniel Núñez is contrasted with that of Jamie Wheelock, it is clear that the conflict is between those who, like Wheelock, do not have faith in the ability of the peasant farmers to produce a surplus for the development of the nation, and those like Núñez and others at UNAG who do. It is between those who believe that the revolution has to pass through the stages of capitalist development, including support for large private production, before a socialist future can be contemplated, and those who believe that the revolution was made for the workers and peasants and that their needs for social justice and for economic participation must come first. It is between those who see the mixed economy as a tactical slogan corresponding to a particular period in revolutionary history and those who believe that a combination of production cooperatives, credit and service cooperatives, small and medium-sized individual farms and possibly a few state farms could be a valid model in itself for the present and future alike. And it is most of all between those who believe that there is a correct theory available that should be applied and those who believe that the informed decisions of the participants and beneficiaries must guide policy. Indeed, it is at its core a conflict between democracy and verticalism, between dialectic and imposition from above. FSLN National Directorate member Henry Ruiz says that one of the aspects of Lenin's thought that is still valid today is that peasants should not be forced into cooperatives. Superscript 3. The Sandinistas did not try to do this, but they made it clear to the peasants that the cooperative model was favored over private production and that if peasants wanted the benefits of the revolution, they must join cooperatives. This was true even though, according to Mendiola, the cooperatives themselves were the step-brothers and sisters of the state farms, the favorite children of the revolution. The agro-industrial complexes, which were also favored children, are not mentioned by Daniel Núñez or Mendiola. This is because, as Luis Carrion says, they had no important social EECT in terms of improving the technological level at which the great majority of peasants, farmers, and ranchers of Nicaragua worked. All the technology was concentrated in the projects themselves. It is important to democratize technology, Carrion emphasizes, and the very highest levels of technology often cannot be democratized. Therefore, sometimes it is better to use a lower level of technology but to make it more broadly available. Economic democracy. Since the Sandinistas have analyzed in considerable depth the economic policy they followed while in power and are working to produce a new model which will take into account what they have learned. Summary. All of the Sandinistas who have addressed economic democracy agree on the importance which must be given to democratization of the ownership of wealth, and this, in an agricultural country, means land. During the Sandinista period in government there were serious differences of opinion about how this democratization was to be achieved, about whether the state and other modern sectors would have the primary role or whether the wishes of the peasant majority would dominate. The RST of these views, embodied in the modernistic vision of Jamie Wheelock, was both unrealistic and undemocratic. The large agro-industrial complexes that he proposed and defended were too costly for the resources available to Nicaragua despite substantial foreign assistance. His vision was undemocratic because resources and technology were concentrated in the large state enterprises rather than dispersed among the majority of the people. While peasants were supposedly going to have access to modern technology when they joined together in cooperatives, the latter, as peasant leader Benigna Mendiola maintains, were always the step-brothers and step-sisters of the state farms. The Sandinista leadership's reaction to peasant pressure and its decision to distribute land to individual owners came too late, when many peasants had already become disillusioned and had joined the Contras. In terms of socialist theory, the vision of peasant leaders such as Mendiola and Daniel Núñez, in which peasants would own their own land in the form they preferred, whether in individual farms, cooperative ownership, or credit and service co-ops, would seem to be a step backwards toward agrarian capitalism. But a socialist like Rosa Luxemburg, for example, who opposed distribution of land in individual ownership to the peasants, was also a believer in democracy, and it would be a violation of democratic principles to force peasants into certain prescribed forms of land holding. Possibly the more relevant democratic theorist in this case would be Thomas J. E. Earson, who supported democratic forms of government at all levels along with an assurance of a minimum of FTY acres of land for each family. He opposed unlimited large holdings, agreeing with Aristotle that representative democracy could not function in a society with great differences in wealth. In practice, in Nicaragua, the large state-owned enterprises were less successful economically than were the variety of small and medium-sized farms when they were provided with proper incentives to produce. Both socialists and Western capitalists have had a prolonged love-affair with enormous size, especially in agriculture, believing it to be both modern and efficient. When large size is not efficient in providing for the needs of all citizens, neither socialists nor capitalists seem capable of offering an adequate explanation. Perhaps socialist and neoliberal theorists both need to look at the East Asian model, where small farms have been preserved, contributing to more egalitarian societies while feeding entire populations as the nation industrializes. 6. Economic democracy. The search for alternatives to neoliberalism. Historical background. Although the Sandinista government's austerity measures of end were able to lower inflation levels substantially, that was not enough to win majority support for the FSLN in the February elections, given all the country's other economic and political problems. With the electoral loss, the Sandinistas were confronted with the problem of how to preserve the democratization of resources that they had achieved in their years in power. Because they had not foreseen the possibility of being voted out of OCE, the titles that they had given to peasant farmers were mere pieces of paper called agrarian reform titles. The changes of ownership had not been registered in the land records OCE of each locality, and, in fact, the names on the records in that OCE were most likely to be those of old Somocista landowners who, with the turnover in government, were packing their bags in Miami to return home and reclaim their lost properties. In order to prevent a rollback of agricultural land reform as well as of the distribution of urban plots to city dwellers, the Sandinista-dominated National Assembly took advantage of the short 2-month period between the election and the inauguration of Violeta Chamorro as president to pass several laws under which legal ownership was given to those who had lived on their lots or farmed their agricultural properties before February, which was the date of the elections. Transition accords were signed with the new government team that spelled out which revolutionary measures would be preserved. These included the confiscations accompanying land reform, except for those judged to have been unjustly carried out. In the latter cases, compensation would be owed to the previous owners so that peasant farmers would not have to be dispossessed. In some cases Sandinista ochales took over state-owned properties, farms, or urban dwellings, that might have been returned to their previous owners. Most Nicaraguans agreed that Sandinistas had a right to own the house they lived in after many years of service to the nation at low salary, but where the land grab was excessive, such as when several farms or businesses or large houses were acquired by a single political ochale, the public became outraged, giving the name piñata to the phenomenon. Many people, including Sandinistas, demanded investigation and restitution. This, however, never came about. For the Sandinista unions, especially the Sandinista Workers Central, and the Farm Workers Association, the electoral loss by the FSLN meant liberation from having to support the policies of the Sandinista government even when these were blatantly harmful to the interests of workers. These groups carried out strikes to raise wages before Mrs. Chamorro's government came into OCE. Then, in the RST few months of her tenure, massive strikes based on work-related and economic issues along with demands for demobilization of the Contra Army, virtually closed down Managua. New worker unity and coordination were formalized by the formation of the National Federation of Workers, which brought together both urban and rural unions. The property question was complicated by the determination of the Nicaraguan far right to return all confiscated property to its previous owners, in spite of the fact that much of the property had been heavily mortgaged before the revolution and the money taken out of the country. When the Sandinista government seized this property, it paid the mortgages to the banking system. To help the right in its attempts to achieve its goal, members have enlisted the help of U.S. Senator Jesse Helms. Helms has been able to hold up United States foreign aid to the Chamorro government several times by demanding that property confiscated from U.S. citizens be returned. Many Nicaraguans in the course of their stay in the U.S. had become naturalized citizens and appear on Helms's list of U.S. citizens. Their claims, however, are not recognized by international law. Other members of the U.S. Congress have achieved various degrees of success in working around Helms's obstructionism, but his efforts have been extremely damaging to Nicaragua's recovery. In early President Chamorro vetoed as unconstitutional a measure passed by the Nicaraguan National Assembly which would have annulled the EX of the laws protecting land reform passed during the interregnum. An alliance of the FSLN bench and centrist party members upheld her veto. Many properties have, however, been returned, with the police removing the peasant occupants by force. In a few cases, the police have refused to carry out eviction orders, but these have been rare. There was one positive development in the area of democratization of property ownership, however, during the RST period of Mrs. Chamorro's government. Nearly 500,000 acres of state land, some of it land that had been abandoned during the Contra War, was either given to or taken over by peasant farmers, many of them former Contra soldiers. This resulted in a % increase in the total land affected by land reform. The question of whether these farmers are receiving needed technical assistance is, however, being answered in the negative. Superscript 1 in November of a new property law Nally passed the National Assembly which recognizes the property rights of those who have benefited from agrarian reform. Superscript 2 however, it also provides for compensation for anyone whose land was confiscated by the Sandinista government, excluding only members of the Somoza family. This means that gross violators of human rights under the Somoza dictatorship and people who had mortgaged their properties just before the revolution and taken the money out of the country will be eligible for compensation. The new law is thus a compromise which entirely pleases no one. The RST year of the new Chamorro government was marked by inflation almost as high as the worst year of the Sandinista crisis. By imposing strict stabilization measures, however, innovation levels were subsequently brought down to almost nothing. Stabilization measures focus on decreasing the skulldicit by cutting back on government expenditures, laying off public employees, and then decreasing the availability of credit. Economic adjustment measures also put in place by the new government go further and include the privatization of state-owned industry, farms, and utilities, and often the denial of credit to cooperative and associative forms of ownership because they are considered to be less efficient. Adjustment measures also include the following: the lowering of tariff barriers, production for export rather than for domestic consumption, and restrictions on labor organizing in order to attract investment of foreign capital. Privatization of state-owned factories was a requirement of the IMF, World Bank, and of USAID and, indeed, had been a part of Mrs. Chamorro's electoral platform. But workers in the factories argued for employee ownership. Negotiations resulted in an agreement for workers to receive % ownership in previously government-owned factories and businesses. In some cases this has meant % ownership of one sugar-producing enterprise while 3 others have been returned to their former owners. The Sandinistas had increased Nicaragua's foreign debt from the approximately $1 billion left them by Somoza to $1 billion. The Chamorro government has borrowed another $1 billion, raising Nicaragua's total debt to over $1 billion, the highest per capita in the world. Chamorro has been able to negotiate substantial forgiveness of the debt and to reschedule much of the remainder. This still leaves the country with a debt service obligation at % of total earnings in foreign exchange from exports. Superscript 3 Thus, Nicaragua's need for funds to service its debt has made it necessary for the government to sign stabilization and adjustment agreements with the IMF and World Bank. Because the country has not recovered economically as a result of the measures but rather been plunged into deep recession, their economy has been questioned by all sectors, including the most conservative, of Nicaraguan society. A joint declaration of the FSLN and the UNO coalition instated, any accord with the international financial institutions that brings with it more unemployment, cuts in social services and in business and farm credit, is not viable in Nicaragua. A different kind of privatization. According to union leader Ronaldo Membreno, during the RST years of the FSLN in power, a dominant group within the party believed in the possibility of workers' participation through their unions in the management of state enterprises. The result, however, was continual questioning of the managers by the workers, and within a short period the policy changed and the traditional functions of manager were revived and combined with those of party man in one individual. An interesting parallel exists between what occurred in Nicaragua under the Sandinistas and what took place in Russia during the RST few years after the Bolshevik Revolution, when early worker control quickly reverted to management domination of factories. In the Nicaragua case, Membreno remembers that this closed any space for questioning the management that might have existed for the workers, and in this sense a plain vertical scheme such as what you would nd in any capitalist business was established. He adds that this scheme was replaced later by a more technocratic current, in which plans were made by professionals, specialists, and technicians, and in which workers were equally excluded from decision-making. After their defeat in the elections of February, the Sandinistas declared themselves in opposition to the privatization of the agricultural and industrial enterprises which belonged to the state. The RST Party Assembly after the elections issued a formal declaration on the subject in June of that year. But it soon became clear that this position was untenable. National Directorate member René Núñez remembers that, despite the intensity of their struggle, privatization was moving forward. Given that, Núñez says, we decided to shift gears and unite under the banner that, if state property was to be privatized, an equitable part of those properties should remain in the hands of the workers who created the nation's wealth. Out of that position came the proposal that % would stay with the workers. This was a political response, without carrying out economic studies. As noted above, some enterprises have been privatized with the workers being given the right to own %, while in other cases factories or farms that have been privatized have gone entirely to the workers, while 3 other similar businesses have been returned to their previous owners. Membreno sees worker ownership as the RST opportunity for the workers to be directly connected to their work in the way Marx laid out in his socialist program, a reuniting of capital and labor. Marx, of course, was speaking not at the level of individual factories but of a socialist society, where all production had been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of all the workers of the nation. Membreno rightfully questions whether these plans for worker ownership can be financially successful in an era of neoliberal economics and openness to the world market. We will have to wait and see, he says. Others envision different types of associative enterprises, whether urban or rural, as giving some hope of economic recovery to a pauperized population. Enrique Picado, the national coordinator of the community movement, promotes projects for the urban areas that include bringing small businesses together in ways that are similar to those used by Benigna Mendiola in her work with women in rural cooperatives. These Sandinistas look to small-scale enterprises because they do not believe that large capitalist enterprises can provide adequate jobs and incomes to the great masses of poor people in Nicaragua. Their ideas of small-scale development are ending favor with growing numbers of development specialists internationally but are still not accepted by the international financial institutions, which look to large projects and to transnational corporations as the engines of development. Just as in the area of participatory democracy, so also in the area of economic democracy, Orlando Núñez Soto is recognized in Nicaragua and outside the country as the person doing the principal theoretical work. He combines practice with theory in his job as director of SEPRAES, which is a non-governmental organization that trains many of the worker owners in the privatized sector. In his writing on worker ownership in the book En Busca de la Revolución Perdida, Núñez returns to his model of three revolutions: the RST and second are the bourgeois and socialist revolutions, and the third is the self-management revolution. It is, at RST, unclear if this supplants or is merely a part of his previous third revolution, which was a revolution of consciousness that would change power relationships in the personal and public spheres. He speaks of the self-management revolution as a manner of constructing alternative relations of property and of power, within the sphere of civil society. Superscript 1. It therefore would appear to be a perfectly logical expansion of the revolution of consciousness into the economic sphere. It is ironic, certainly, that this opening would occur as a result of the Sandinista loss of state power. In the book, Núñez Soto places his ideas in the framework of Marxist analysis by giving a brief history of ideas on the subject of worker participation in management. He draws upon Marx, Lenin, Gramsci, and Luxemburg. He says in summary that, up until the present time, many Marxist intellectuals and theorists, as well as Marxist parties which never took power, have criticized the existing socialist states for not including participation and mass democracy in both the workplace and the political sphere. But this has been due, he states, to the fact that virtually all revolutions up until at least the S have been carried out by a minority of the population. The revolutionary countries have not been industrialized, their workers have not formed a majority of the population or even a substantial percentage, as happened in the industrialized countries. The bureaucracy became the heir to the property confiscated from the capitalists in order to manage it in the name of all the dispossessed classes, including but not limited to the small working class. Superscript 1. The pro-T from what in Nicaragua under the Sandinista government was called the area of people's ownership was used for the benefit of all Nicaraguans, and not just in benefit of the workers at one plant. When confronted in the new post-electoral period with the alternative between the return of farms and factories to their previous owners or their privatization to workers and administrators, the Sandinistas opted for the latter. Núñez explains, it is not that we were mistaken in the past and now we are going to rectify that mistake, but rather how do we move best within these contradictions between social interests on a national level and social interests on the local or plant level. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. In an article published in mid, Núñez lays out several new ideas. He maintains that every social system requires an economic subject which, working for itself, builds the social system as a whole. Feudalism had its feudal lords, the colonial system, the encomenderos, capitalism has had the bourgeois class, and imperialism, Núñez says, has the transnational corporations. He is obviously using Marx's idea of a world historical class which represents the interests of an entire society during a particular historical period. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 But up until now, because workers have not been a majority and likely never will be even in industrialized societies, socialism has had to divide resources between workers' strategic interests and the immediate needs of the whole population and could not compete with the capitalist model. The oppressed and exploited in any society wish to shed those conditions, he says, and thus may carry the banner for a revolutionary struggle, but they do not fulfill the requirements of an economic subject. Superscript 1 The FSLN, Núñez asserts, is a political force with a political class and a party organization, but must choose between two economic classes in order to make it a viable and permanent social force. The modern national bourgeoisie is flirting with it, but the reformed sectors of the economy need it. Even though many sandinistas now are owners of businesses and lead a bourgeois lifestyle, Núñez believes that the FSLN must and will choose the reformed sector as its economic subject for the new period. This sector is made up of the peasants who benefited from Sandinista agrarian reform either individually or in cooperatives. It also includes the large numbers of demobilized soldiers from the Sandinista army and from the Contras who have received land from the Chamorro government. In addition, it includes the rural and urban workers who work on the state enterprises that are now being privatized. All these thousands of individuals, Núñez says, have put together a multitude of cooperatives and other associative and self-managed enterprises. They own nearly half of Nicaragua's farmland and are especially strong in basic grains, coee, cattle, bananas, tobacco, sesame, soy, sorghum, vegetables, honey, and sh. They also own several agro-industrial processing plants. The members are organized in different types of federations, producers' associations, unions, cooperative societies, and worker-owned companies or those in which workers have a significant share of stock. Superscript 1 Associations of individual farmers have been able to obtain foreign credits and are diversifying, moving into such areas as organic production for export. Cooperatives are coming together to form agricultural cooperative unions, of which Núñez says there are over 100 as of. He says that the workers' companies have organized by trade and now include some worker shareholders. At the municipal level around the nation, hundreds of associative businesses have been formed, many of them by ex-combatants of the army. The reformed sector receives twice as much financing from national and international non-governmental organizations as from the banks. Núñez states that NGOs finance 40,000 small producers while the National Bank has provided financing for only 20,000. And, according to him, perhaps the most important novelty of these new property forms is that they demonstrate that small producers can achieve an economy of scale through territorial association that opens up a competitive place for them in the national market. Its increasingly voluminous operations are achieving a national scale in both commerce and industry. Superscript 1 But all is not rosy for the reformed sector. It faces two principal problems. One is that its properties have taken years to be legalized. The former owners are still pressuring for the return of their old farms and factories, and the present owners are determined to prevent this from happening. Many former owners refuse to accept compensation in the form of bonds with which they can purchase shares in utilities being privatized. Theirs is an ideological rather than an economic position. Núñez states that we have been paralyzed in this transcendental dilemma for almost 20 years now, and the situation does not appear to be moving toward any resolution. Superscript 1 With the passage in November of the new property law, the question hopefully has been settled. The other challenge the reformed sector faces is the condition of the present international economy and of Nicaragua's place within it. The international financial institutions impose their rules on the economies of nations that need their funds, requiring that for businesses and farms to be eligible for credit they must be of a certain size and type. In many cases, Nicaragua's reformed sector does not meet these criteria and therefore cannot obtain funds from the IFIs through the National Bank. Poor farmers who cannot get credit are often forced to sell their land to large landowners, a phenomenon that if it becomes widespread, could lead to a return to previous levels of concentration of land ownership in the hands of a few in Nicaragua. For Núñez, if the reforms in property ownership in Nicaragua are not legalized and preserved, representative democracy will have no meaning. The FSLN knows that if we do not build local and sectoral power, guaranteeing the participation of all trade and union organizations in developing economic policies, representative democracy will continue being a democracy only for holders of large capital. Superscript 1. The decisions that came out of the May FSLN Party Congress were positive steps in this direction, he feels, establishing the priority the FSLN will give to the reformed sectors and the methods of struggle it will use to preserve them, including everything from legislative work to popular mobilizations in the streets. Núñez sees combining the struggles of the popular organizations, which represent different sectors of society, with the defense of these new economic subjects as giving the revolution a nucleus around which a vision of alternative power can be constructed and organized. Looking toward, Núñez asserts that if the FSLN wins the elections, it will institutionalize these reforms. If it loses, we will patiently and tenaciously continue the daily work of consolidating these new forms of property from below, just as the incipient European bourgeoisie did between the 10th century and the French Revolution.